What is up, YouTube? Welcome into another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Today is Friday, September 8th, 2023. We are one day away from Texas and Alabama, the biggest game of the college football weekend, maybe the biggest game of the college football year is just about to arrive, and we are pumped. We're going to be bringing you wall-to-wall coverage all day long today, and of course, we will have a pregame show and a postgame show before and after tomorrow night's tilt. If you're watching on YouTube, you notice that you do not see Bucky Godbolt. If you're listening on the app, you are now aware that Bucky Godbolt is not here today. He's a little bit under the weather, so filling in, a voice and a face you all are very familiar with. I doubt you like it, but that's how it's going to be. Trey Elling is with me this morning. We are bringing the people an early edition of Trey and BK. Trey, appreciate you stepping up and stepping in today. What's going on, brother?
I have decided, BK, to extend the record that I have set here at Texas Sports Unfiltered for most straight hours of live programming co-hosted. It started yesterday at noon. It went all the way to 5 o'clock or a little bit after. Chip was traveling to Tuscaloosa, so I hopped on with Zay, and then I did my normal thing from 3 to 5 with KD. And so now we go from 5 hours all the way to just about 7 by the time the morning show is done. I have to break a little bit early, so I'm going to tap Wags in at that time so I can head over to Covert for a big event that we have going on today. But yes, you are looking at a record-setting human here at Texas Sports Unfiltered if you're watching on YouTube right now.
And for your sake, I hope you don't break that record. And for everybody else's sake, I hope nobody comes close to breaking that record. But yeah, you have stepped up in a big, big way. How you feeling this morning? You got the juice? Did you get enough sleep? You good to go?
No, I feel great. As a matter of fact, to really raise the curtain up for people entirely too much. Normally, you and I will talk for, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes before the show just to kind of figure out what we want to talk about. But we've done this long enough and we've got a good enough rapport that we can wing it when we need to. We're truly having to wing it today because I was on until about 10 minutes beforehand, which is probably right when you logged on, and had a bit of a medical emergency that I didn't want to turn into a biohazard during the show of me having to drag my happy/sad ass to the bathroom in the middle of a conversation. So instead, stepped away, did that business. Now we're back, ready to go. Tanks on empty in a good way.
Is this what your bathroom looks like?
It's what it would have looked like. Thank goodness it didn't. Although it would have looked exactly like that because I would have figured out a way to keep it literally in my shorts and not let it drip all over the place.
Yeah, how? I still can't believe she, and yes, I feel confident now after talking to enough of my sources to confirm that the mad shitter was in fact and is in fact a woman. How could she not just for a little bit longer? I mean, that's not even close to the bathroom, right? It's not like she was right outside the door and, oh, maybe there was somebody in there and she just couldn't hold it. And then boom, all of a sudden it happens. Like I mean, that's midway through the plane right there. She wasn't even close to the lavatory.
Kevin and I talked more about it yesterday because this is, even with Texas, Alabama, this is somehow the story of the week, right? It's like every layer that you learn with this story makes it even more confusing and bizarre and makes you want to learn more. Like we all assumed that it was a dude whenever this story first broke. You're like some disgusting guy, probably from Wisconsin. He does nothing but consume beer and cheese and has done so for decades on end now. And this is the end result of that, of his system failing him. No, it turns out to be a woman. And then you're like, okay, well, with this big of a mess, it had to have been her wearing a skirt or a dress or maybe even shorts or something. But she's wearing pants. And then you see just how long of a mess it is. Like you assume that maybe, I don't know, maybe it's like a couple feet's worth of sour Duke. But no, it turns out to be like the entire airplane aisle leading to that back porta pot at the back of the plane.
Oh, disgusting, man. And the more I hear about it, the more disgusted I am about it. But also the more enamored I am about it. I mean, I can't have enough. Seriously, I hope we get more video or audio or something in relation to this story today. Like, I don't want this thing to go away. Usually you want diarrhea to go away as quickly as possible. I want this diarrhea to last for as long as possible because this is gold, Jerry. Gold.
First time anybody has ever hoped that the diarrhea lasts for as long as possible. Zay and I came up with a couple of theories yesterday that may help explain it.
Okay.
Remember how Aaron Rodgers a couple years ago talked about doing a psychedelic drug called ayahuasca?
Yeah.
So do you have any familiarity with ayahuasca, like what it is and what the process entails?
A little bit, but I'll hear more.
This psychedelic trip that goes for hours on end, and typically it's not always the case, but typically people literally go to the Amazon in South America and sit in on these rituals, essentially, where you have somebody who is kind of leading the way. But part of the process of doing this drug is profusely puking and shitting yourself. Like, you have no control over that. You just lose bowel control. So it's possible that this Yahoo decided to do something like that, which is the theory that Zay started, that I kind of put together. But then I also thought about this, and this is where the story would get really sad, where it no longer becomes a joke. But let's say this person had a colostomy bag, and the colostomy bag, these things are made very well in 2023, obviously. So this does seem a little bit far-fetched too, but maybe the colostomy bag sprang a leak, and that's why it was just dripping all over the place.
I feel like we would have heard about that by now. No?
I would think so too, but you'd be surprised at how subtle colostomy bags are at this point, and people aren't openly sharing if they are dealing with the colostomy bag bit.
Are you dealing with the colostomy bag?
Let me just let you know right now, even if I was, the answer would be no.
I did notice
Anybody
that
else who was dealing with the colostomy bag, not letting somebody else know that either.
I did notice, as you mentioned, you did 5 hours straight of Texas Sports Unfiltered yesterday, and you did not get up to use the bathroom one single time. So, maybe not a colostomy bag, maybe a catheter. I'm not sure, but I've got some questions about what's going on over there.
It's called me not doing a good enough job of drinking water, and I need to get better at that. So it actually served me well yesterday. I did get up one time during the show with Zay, and it was right at a point where Zay was able to do a live read, because my idiot dog, who barks at his own shadow, decided to go on a barking fit. So he got locked up in the cage for a little while.
Oh,
so I could do the rest of the show in peace. And at that time, I actually did get up and get some water, but fortunately it wasn't enough that forced me to have Kevin filibuster for a few minutes while I could go take care of that business.
Oh, you gave your dog the Hillary Clinton treatment? You locked him up?
Yeah. Well, Hillary's never been locked up, but yeah.
That's what the chant was. I wasn't sure if it worked or not.
It did not. And we'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to infuse any political commentary there, because I don't have much faith in any of them. So you don't get to pigeonhole me as a Trump fan or a Republican or whatever else just because I'm going to say something negative about Hillary. But she's criminal, like many of them are too.
You just you heard my political knowledge right there. I know a chant that I think happened 5 years ago. So that's where we're at right now. Hey,
great comment from Jay Ward first thing in the morning. By the way, this guy's, I don't want to put any pressure on CB here. This guy's becoming Texas Sports Unfiltered CB because he is a part of each and every show. At least Trey didn't give him the real Hillary treatment and suicide him.
Oh,
good point.
That's some politics that I don't know about. That is above my pay grade right there. Something happened to Monica?
There have been a few people in the history of the Clintons who have suddenly suicided themselves, or maybe it was made to look like a suicide.
What did George do?
George Clinton?
Yeah.
I don't think he's a part of it just yet.
Okay. Thank God. Thank God. Hey, before we dive into Texas and Alabama, by the way, we've got a couple of guests joining us today. Jeff Howe of Texas Sports Unfiltered and of Horns 24/7. He'll be joining us at 8:30 to really deep dive into this Texas-Alabama game. Plus, our buddy Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will be with us at 9:15 to give you and your cousins out there some winners for the college and NFL weekend. I've got to give you some love, my friend. Yesterday on our midday show, you said not only were the Detroit Lions going to cover the 4.5 to 5 against the Kansas City Chiefs, but you said, in the words of our man Lee Sterling, wrong team favored. And sure enough, in the NFL season opener, the Detroit Lions go into Kansas City and they knock off the defending champion Chiefs. A thrilling game. The Lions get the win. They are 1-0. And the Chiefs, yes, they were shorthanded, but still they were favored. And myself and most people out there still expected them to win. They could not get the job done. So congrats to you. Tip of the cap, my friend. Good call with the Motor City Kitties finding a win in KC.
What's the phrase, BK? Every so often, even a blind squirrel finds some nuts and cracks those nuts together and puts those nuts in their mouth, eats those nuts up, and gets a nice little meal. That's kind of what happened yesterday. But I did have a feeling that Detroit, because they are this team for the last 2 years, has shown that they have this serious fight in them, on top of the fact that KC has a couple of things working against them right now on that roster, that there was an opportunity there. And sure enough, that defense for the Lions was feisty and opportunistic, by the way, and the offense did enough. Man, Amon-Ra St. Brown is good. I don't remember if it was with you or somebody else this week, but I was definitely showering him with praise. I mean, you look at the numbers, and he is legitimately a top 3 wide receiver over the last couple of years. But the Lions are a team to be reckoned with this year, but we're not sleeping on the Chiefs, obviously. I mean, they still almost pulled that one off, despite the fact that they were playing without Chris Jones. Defensive line still looked really good for them, by the way, and also without Travis Kelce. They got production from the tight end, BK, but unfortunately, that receiver crew left a lot to be desired, specifically a dude that a lot of people looked at as a potential number 1 wideout for them this year in Kadarius Toney, who had a serious issue with the dropsies last night.
Well, yeah, you talk about the things that were going against Kansas City. The biggest thing going against them last night was the fact that Kadarius Toney bet on the Lions' money line. I mean, that's clear. That guy was point shaving last night. I mean, he literally threw an interception. Like, Patrick Mahomes is going to have an interception on his ledger because of that pick 6. But that ball, I mean, it was in both of Toney's hands. Like, he threw that to Brian Branch for that pick 6. He was awful last night, dude. I'm telling you, the NFL needs to investigate that guy to see if he was betting on the Lions, because that was ridiculously bad.
Can we check to see if the refs last night were betting on the Chiefs? Because how many times were they going to let that right tackle, 1, line up off the line of scrimmage, but 2, get a serious head start on the snap? That was insane how it kept happening over and over again, and it didn't get called once.
Yeah, it got called at the very end, though. Remember that? Like on the Chiefs' final drive, I think. Because you're right, Jawan Taylor, their big free agency pickup from Jacksonville, he was doing that all night long like Lionel Richie, and they didn't call it until the very, very end in a huge spot. It was like 4th and 20 when the Chiefs, for some reason, went for it. On 4th and 20 with 2:10 left, the 2-minute warning and 3 timeouts, they decided to go for it. And then that made it 4th and 25, and they still decided to go for it. So, yeah, that was interesting. But I'll put on my Chiefs supporter hat here because, I am a Chiefs supporter from Overland Park, Kansas. So I support Kansas City. He's not the only guy that does that. David Bakhtiari in Green Bay, one of the best tackles in the league for the last decade or so. He does the exact same thing where he starts that far off the line, and it literally looks like he is false starting on every single play. And it probably could call it on every single play, but somehow, some way, they just let him get away with it. That's kind of what Jawan Taylor was doing last night. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Like, it should be a false start, but there are a couple of guys that somehow, some way just have the refs in their pocket. Maybe it's a couple of teams that have the refs in the pocket to where they're just like, we don't care about it. You can get a quarter-second head start, and we're just going to let it go.
Yeah, J.J. Watt was commenting about it on Twitter last night about how common that is throughout the league. By the way, that is a dude that I'm really looking forward to seeing what he has to say this year. He's shown some real personality on Twitter over the last few years when he was still an active player. So now that he can really let loose and say what he wants to and not have to worry about any repercussions. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Just add him to the mix of former players who are super entertaining. I don't think he's actually going to be calling games this year, but as a part of a studio show.
Yeah, JJ Watt. Yeah, great personality, and yeah, he should be a lot of fun to listen to this year. But, huh?
Did I say JJ Redick?
No. Do you want to talk about JJ Redick?
No, I was just making sure. There's been a lot of words said over the last 5+ hours at this point, so I wouldn't be surprised if I made that faux pas.
Do you know what day it is?
Just barely.
Thank God.
Only because I've been talking about it with somebody else for the last couple hours. It is Friday, my friend.
There we go. It is Friday. The football weekend is officially upon us. Plenty of good college football games that we're going to talk about throughout today's show. But of course, the biggest one, the one that we care about the most, and the one that we know y'all care about the most, the tilt in Tuscaloosa tomorrow night. Number 11, Texas at number 3, Alabama. The Crimson Tide, a 7.5-point favorite as we sit, just under 36 hours away from kickoff. Let's start with Nick Saban. Let's hear from the Alabama head coach. He had his second press conference of the week a couple of days ago, and we'll start with Nick Saban's diagnosis of the Texas offense. Trey, I'm going to ask you if this is just coach speak or if you think Nick Saban and his dissection of what Texas does offensively is accurate. Hold on. Let me click something here. Take a listen.
Well, first of all, they got a really, really good scheme in terms of, the way they try to run the ball, they try to formation you, the motions that they use, the formations that they use. And, their offensive line does a good job of getting a hat on a hat. They're big. They can play physical. They're athletic. They're pretty good pass blockers. So they're just a good all-around group, and they have plenty of experience. So, I think this is one of the better offensive teams personnel-wise and scheme-wise, and the way they're coached to play and execute of anyone that, we'll see this year.
I think you got a little bit of coach speak in there, but you also got some truth too, because Sark is an excellent schemer and he does a great job of using motion to set up plays, but also to help his quarterback and the other positions on the field understand what the opposition is doing too. Are they good at protecting the quarterback right now? No, not particularly. Maybe that improves with a lineup change. Hudson going in for DJ Campbell tomorrow night, but they can get physical at times. We saw a Texas offensive line that liked getting physical and getting that good push for their running backs last season. I think that is maybe something that's still a work in progress this year, even though you do have all 5 starters returning plus better depth at this point. But yeah, I don't think that he was giving just a complete coach speak answer there. How about you?
Yeah, it's funny because to me it felt like robot Nick Saban kicked in there towards the very end. And at first he's like, oh, this is one of the best. And then the robot's like, nope, too positive, too much credit. Slow down a little bit. This is one of the better offenses. And then I felt like Saban was about to say in all of college football. And then the robot kicks in again and is like, no. That's too much praise. We can't do that. Hold on here. And he's like, one of the better offenses that we're going to go up against this season. And it's like, wow, thanks, Saban. A whole lot of credit there. One of the better offenses you're going to go up against this season. That's true. But we're obviously hoping it's more than just that. So I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, I thought Saban was about to start that final stanza with, this is one of the best offenses in all of college football. And then he ends up pivoting to, this is one of the better offenses that we're going to see in 2023. The rest of his diagnosis, though, I mean, it's fair. It's accurate. The offensive line last week did not do a good job of getting a hat on somebody. That's well documented. We've talked about that a lot throughout the week here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. The offensive line was not good enough against Rice. But last year, Saban watched his film, not just of the previous week. I'm sure he went back and watched the Bama game in Austin last year and went back and watched a number of the Texas games in 2022. For the most part, last year, Texas's offensive line did do a good job of that, and they did play pretty well. And yeah, they've got some skill position talent. They've obviously recruited at a high level. There are some dudes on that side of the football. So Of course, I think Nick Saban would say positive things about any team that he's going up against. I'm sure he said something similar to that when talking about Middle Tennessee State last week. This one actually holds some water, though, because Texas's offense is really, really good, and we hope they put on a really, really good performance tomorrow night.
I don't know why. Maybe it's the bias kicking in, but I feel as confident about Texas winning this game tomorrow night as I have all week long, BK. I think they get some of those things on offense cleaned up. It's not to say it's going to be an easy night for them. Alabama is going to make things difficult, but I think they hit on some of those open plays that they weren't capitalizing on against Rice, while the defense does a good job of stifling the Alabama offense. I have Texas winning this by, brace yourselves, by more than a touchdown right now. Maybe creeping into double-digit land or at least 2-score land.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. See, you and I are trending in opposite directions, my friend.
Okay.
Because at the start of the week, I was very close to saying I was going to pick Texas to go into Tuscaloosa and slay the dragon that is Alabama. And progressively, I have regressed and have gotten and felt worse about Texas's chances. Like, I'm on the exact opposite end of the spectrum right now. But I'm starting to feel like Alabama's going to win this game by multiple scores, by double digits. And I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but I am worried that we're not going to be talking about a game-winning field goal type of situation like we were last year. I think Bama's going to have this game in hand with a few minutes left, and goes without saying, I hope I'm wrong. But, yeah, I have progressively felt worse about this thing throughout the course of the week.
Needless to say, as you respond to that, and look, you're taking the rational viewpoint here. People are weighing in droves, upset with me for even suggesting something so foolish as to potentially jinx the likelihood that Texas beats Alabama by more than a touchdown tomorrow night.
Yeah, like it'll be your fault if Texas doesn't win this game tomorrow, Trey. Remember that.
I'll take some of the blame.
Yeah, I'm sure most Texas fans will be blaming you and not Sark and not Quinn Ewers, right? They won't be They'll be saying that, now we need a new midday host on Texas Sports Unfiltered. That will turn Texas around.
Well, fans and how rational they are at the ends of losses. So there may very well be some of that. But no, Sark and I'm sure Quinn Ewers and plenty of other people will be facing the ire of upset fans. But here's the thing, though. If Texas plays a close game and it's one where, like last year, they had a chance to win it and they come up just short, then it turns into one of those silver lining losses for fans right now, because everybody realizes that you were slated to lose this game by Vegas. Like, Vegas has Bama as still around 7-point favorites. I don't know if that's gone up or down by half a point right now, but Vegas thinks Bama is going to win this game by a touchdown. So if you can keep it within a point, 2 points, maybe 3 points, what's the saying, BK? Good teams win, great teams cover.
Nope.
Texas is a great team in that scenario, right?
That's not how it works. It only works if you win and cover. You're not a great team if you lose but cover. You're a great team if you win and cover. Come on, man. God, if Texas loses by 3 and I see Texas fans tweeting that out on Saturday night, I'm going to lose my mind. I might get suspended by Elon on X because I'll freak out.
Spoiler alerts. That's going to be my tweet to try and help Longhorn fans cope with the 3-point loss.
Dude, I can't do another moral victory, man. I can't do another silver lining, man. Like, I'll be honest with you, Trey. I will be in a state of Texas football depression from late Saturday night until the first SEC game Texas plays next year if they don't win on Saturday. Like, this team could go out and win the Big 12. And look, I'll be excited. I'll be pumped. That's awesome. Winning the league for the first time since 2009. Winning the league on your way out the door. That's a huge step in the right direction for Texas. But because this Big 12 sucks, and because there's nobody in this league this year that's as good as that team that we're going to see tomorrow night, there's still going to be that seed of doubt. Maybe it's a few seeds of doubt that we're just not ready for that league. if we win this game, I'm not going to sit we can't lose out and just F everything up in the Big 12 because that's obviously going to shatter my confidence too. But this, I'm putting so much stock and so much weight into this game, probably unnecessarily. But I am going to be in a state of football depression and I'll have some anxiety just worried about this move to the SEC and just pissed that we couldn't, in this final opportunity before actually making the jump to the conference, prove that we are good enough to beat this SEC team that we're going to have to beat, by the way. We're going to this is not the only time we're going to play Alabama in the next few years. There are going to be years where this game will determine who represents whatever division or however the hell the SEC works in the SEC championship game. This type of game is what Texas is going to be a part of, not just once a year, but maybe a few times a year moving forward. They have to show the ability. A 1-point loss, I get it. That's covering. And you could say that, they look good. They hung with Alabama. They only lost by 1-3 on the road in their house. The standings, they don't care about that type of stuff. The conference standings don't care about how much you lose by. They just care if you won or if you lost. And if Texas loses this game on Saturday, man, I'm telling you, I'm going to be just in this state of misery for a long time until we get another opportunity to play an SEC team.
Look, ultimately, I am with you. But the reason why I brought that up is because fans can be super irrational, and we'll get less of that if Texas is able to keep it close. And it unfortunately turns out like last year, but like you and many people who are weighing in right now, I'm done with the fucking moral victories too. I forget. Yeah, CB just put this out there. Moral victories are for Aggies. I completely agree with that statement. Is it promising for what they can accomplish the rest of the year if they lose this game but lose close versus getting blown out? Sure. But it's still a freaking loss at the end of the day. And it's a loss against a future opponent who has dominated college football for the better part of, 14 years now. And you have an opportunity in front of you at their house to catch them while they're a little bit down, while your roster, according to many, is as good as it's been since the last time you made it to a national championship game. So, yeah, you need to take advantage of that.
Yeah, look, it goes both ways, right? I mean, this is the best Texas roster that we've seen since 2009. This might be the worst Alabama roster that we've seen since before then, right? I mean, Alabama started the year number 4. That's the lowest they've been ranked going into a season since 2009. Must be nice, right? And it's crazy. A bad season for Nick Saban is 10 or 11 wins. That's the best year Texas has had since then. So, if it can't happen this year, how am I supposed to feel confident that it's, I don't want to say ever going to happen. That's obviously hyperbole. But as long as Nick Saban's there, how am I supposed to feel confident that Texas is going to beat Alabama in the next 5-10 years? The best team we've had, the worst team they've had. And I agree. They're still really, really good. They're number 3 in the country, and they should be good. And they're a top 5 or 6 most talented roster in college football. But they've got more questions about this Alabama team now than they've had at any point over the last 15 or so years. And you have less questions about your team than you've had at any point over the last 15 years. If you can't win this game, I don't know how we're supposed to feel confident that Texas is going to beat the biggest of. I'm not worried about Vanderbilt or Kentucky or Mississippi State. We'll hold our own against those teams just fine. But the Alabamas, the LSUs, the Georgias, obviously, Tennessee even, I'll throw them in the mix because it feels like they've got things figured out. This is the chance, man. This is the last opportunity, and maybe we'll see an SEC team in a bowl game, but this is the last real opportunity that Texas has to prove to me and to prove to everybody that, no, not only are they going to be okay in the SEC, but they actually have a chance to compete early on in the SEC.
Yep. How about this comment from Billy right here? This is maybe a predicament, but it seems like a pretty easy solution to me. My nephew scheduled a wedding in Kansas City. First off, shame on your nephew scheduling a wedding the second week of college football, the first week of the NFL. He looks up to me like a father figure. Think it's acceptable to skip the reception or watch on my phone and ignore everyone. Because he is that important to you, Billy, you need to be at the reception. But anybody who comes up to you and sees you looking at that phone, or maybe there's a television at the bar or something, and sees how distracted you are because it is Texas and Alabama, they need to understand exactly what's happening right there too. And just make sure that you are going above and beyond pregame and at halftime too. And I think you'll be good.
Well, Billy said that the nephew looks up to him as a father figure, but do we know how Billy feels about the nephew? I mean, maybe Billy hates the kid. And if that's the case, then I don't think you can feel bad about missing that at all. If you don't hate the kid now, Billy, maybe you should hate the kid for scheduling a wedding during Texas, Alabama. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing here?
At the very least, even if you look at him like a son, you need to hold this over his head for at least a decade afterwards, that he would have the gall to schedule the wedding right freaking now.
Probably can't skip, though.
No,
probably has to go.
Just
reenact that Allstate commercial, the Mayhem commercial, where the guy falls down and then pulls down the entire awning of the wedding and just destroys everything. Maybe that'll be Billy on Saturday night.
Well, that is, you jam a tire iron into the spokes of a bike and the bike flips over. All of a sudden, you're no longer having to worry about the bike ride. So go for it.
That's how it works. That is how it works. I think that was Socrates who said what you just said, Trey. Hey, I see him now on the screen. Our buddy from Texas Sports Unfiltered and also from Horns 24/7, joining us this morning to continue our preview of Texas and Alabama. The great Jeff Howe is with us now. What's up, Jeff?
Good morning, sirs. Looking forward to joining the diarrhea roundtable here.
Well, do you have any diarrhea takes before we get into this game tomorrow night?
You know, I'm not a fan of diarrhea, and I don't think any of us are. But I'll echo what the great Kevin Dunn said yesterday. Trey, that afternoon program, first about 30 minutes of that, just pure gold yesterday. I hope that as long as I roam this mortal earth, when I'm 70, 80, and decrepit, I hope farts and scat are still funny.
Yeah.
I think they will be, at least for me.
With, kicks to the balls, too, as long as...
Yes, very much so, yes.
Another thing to throw into that category also, gosh, this could be a power rankings here, is people who are trying to eat things that are too hot for their palate, but insist that they can deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, that is something that I will always be amused by, that level of arrogance.
Yeah, kicks in the nuts are always, gosh, it's hilarious. My wife said, she's like, I swear you're 13. I was like, well, you married me, so good. This is how I am at 40. Imagine how I'm going to be at 50, just as my mind starts to slowly fade.
It's ingrained in our nature, guys. My son, when he was 3 or 4 years old, I took a nut shot. He was cracking up. And by the way, if you look at video of chimpanzees in the wild, when a chimp gets hit in the balls, all the other chimps will sit there and laugh at their bonobo brother.
That's awesome.
It's literally ingrained in who we are.
By the way, Trey, my wife loves the fact that I've convinced my 5-year-old daughter that toots are funny, and she lets people know that toots are funny. So my wife appreciates that.
Unlike what Bucky likes to say, where women don't fart, they break winds. Women definitely fart. I've got a 9-year-old daughter that proves as much on a daily basis. And
I will back you guys up on the fact that women's bathrooms at clubs and bars are probably more disgusting than the guys' bathrooms. I've heard horror stories. Like, it sounds like, nom is going on in there or something. I don't know what you ladies are doing in there, but it's stuff that like just turns my stomach. It's like, oh yeah, I saw that in the bathroom. I'm like, good Lord, the hell's going on in there? Living like a bunch of savages.
How is that possible?
Go to the bathroom together just to chit chat or to gossip. No, apparently they're just completely wrecking shop.
It's like, oh yeah, somebody was hovered over the sink taking a piss. Like, what? No, y'all think we're weird for using the trough? Like, at least we're not hovering over the sink.
You guys don't do that?
Acting like it's just another Tuesday.
Yeah, well, if the urinals are full, you got to go somewhere. It's either the sink or in the corner.
That's what they made beer bottles for, BK.
That's true. I'm a fan of the trough, by the way. You get some nice ice to wash your hands with after using. That's a good bit right there.
Try to shrink the ice cubes. Yeah, it's a good bit.
Oh man! All right, Jeff. This is why we brought Jeff on. I think actually for 15 minutes of this type of conversation.
As I drink from my Alamo Bowl cup, check that out. Look at that.
Oh God! Please put that away.
This is actually the TCU Oregon Alamo Bowl, so we're good on that.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, that's everyone's sitting here like, oh, it'd be so fitting for Texas to win the Big 12 on the way out the door. And I'm sitting here like, shit, it'd be fitting for us to be playing in the Alamo Bowl for the 18th time at the end of this year.
Against Oregon State or something.
Yeah.
Just trying to think of fill-in nondescript Pac-12 program to come take a vacation to San Antonio.
Yeah.
You guys remember when Tyler Huntley said that a few years ago when Utah was here? Well, we treated it like a vacation, but that was your first mistake.
Yeah.
Thinking you're going on a vacation to San Antonio. No offense, my people in the Alamo City. Your city's overrated, but
he didn't jump in the water, did he?
They drank the water apparently from that river walk because they played like garbage that night in the Alamo Dome.
I loved Tyler Huntley saying that after the fact, too, because that was a better Utah team than what they showed. And look, Texas was on their A game that night, but that Utah team completely sucked that night, too.
Yeah, it's well, Texas was on top of their game. It's like one member of the Texas staff told me a couple days before the game. He's in quote, "Look, we're not playing in the GD Weed Eater Bowl. This is a real team we're playing here." I was like, "Well, okay, at least it sounds like you're in the right frame of mind." So
yeah. Hey, speaking of frame of mind, Jeff, you were there yesterday. Steve Sarkisian met with the media for the final time before tomorrow night's game in Tuscaloosa. You were there. I mean, I heard it. I watched the press conference, but what's the aura? What's the mindset around Sark right now? Like, I felt like during his time at Texas and also going back to his USC and Washington days that sometimes the pressure of the moment can get to him and he looks a little stressed. And I don't know if the team senses that and plays a little uneasy because of that, but does Sark feel uptight? Does he seem nervous? Does he seem relaxed? What was your sense of being in the same room as him yesterday?
Well, it was a Zoom call yesterday, so it was there was
what
that.
do I know?
You can read Sark's body language. I think at this point, if you're around him long enough, you kind of get a good feel for it. I don't know if I'd say uptight, but I think sometimes for him, that focus, that laser focus, I think it can almost turn into paralysis by analysis. And that's kind of why I asked him the question that I asked him at the end of the availability about, how much Kevin Steele film do you go back and watch? Because, when you're game planning against the defense, like, right, Sark knows Alabama's defense, but he's got to know Kevin Steele, has to know his tendencies. How much Auburn film does he go back and watch? Does he pull up Miami stuff? And he talked about it. He said, I don't have very many hobbies. So he's like, I'll look at stuff like that in the summertime for film. But I think at that point, you can almost overload yourself with information. And then it gets down to crunch time. You're like, okay, I got to build out a call sheet. What actually is going to go on here? I do think that Sark can suffer a little bit from some stuff like that. I think that it's in general, that's a lot of play callers, period. So I think he can drift into that area, BK. That's what I worry about. What I don't worry about with Sark is just the confidence turning into overconfidence internally, and then externally it turns into cockiness. I always go back to that 2019 Texas-Oklahoma game, like when Tom Herman shows up for the Monday press conference and like the chest is puffed out, and then you've got Sam Cosmi and BJ Foster giving us soundbite after soundbite after soundbite. And we saw what happened on the field, and it's like, okay, you guys were way too overconfident. I haven't gotten that vibe from Sark, but I do think, again, that paralysis by analysis deal, I do think there is something to that. Didn't
the UT social media do something early that week also that was frustrating? They put like a video out that was like mildly disparaging to our own program.
I want to say it was like a reverse mirror image of maybe Sam Cosmi with his hoodie on, and I think they put it unintentionally had the steer logo with the horns down, and I think that made it in there. It was like on a hoodie or a pair of shorts or something. I forget, but yeah.
That entire week, even as a Longhorn fan, I could feel a loss coming because of how they were conducting themselves. Jeff, as far as the game tomorrow night goes, so many intriguing storylines, and I'm just fascinated to see what each defense does to try and slow the opposing offense down. But obviously, if you are Steve Sarkisian, Nick Saban, Tommy Rees, you're looking at potential holes to expose on the other side of the ball. So what do you think that hole is for each of these defenses tomorrow night?
If I'm Texas, I try to test Alabama's secondary, because that was a secondary that even with Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold, That was a secondary that struggled last year, and honestly, at least while Quinn Ewers was in the game. And if I'm Sark, I just kind of trust that, look, my receivers are better than your DBs, and I'm going to take my shots, and I'm going to try to confuse you with, all the various in-breaking routes that you can run in his offense. That the intermediate game, I think, needs to be a really big part of the game plan tomorrow night, because that's when you can get, a lot of your switch routes, your mesh concepts can be that intermediate game, and put this Alabama secondary to the test. See if they can cover you. Caleb Downs at safety is going to be a great player by the time he leaves Tuscaloosa. But in his second game, I want to see if this young cat can cover. I want to see what he can digest. So if I'm Sark, I just kind of do what I do and see what you can dial up, and maybe definitely try to get the early lead. There's going to be a couple things in the opening script that we didn't see last week, maybe some stuff we didn't see last year that we haven't seen at all from Sark, or some stuff that you can tell early on Sark's going to try to go for the kill shot and attack a guy like Caleb Downs and see what that young guy can do. To me, there's two specific areas of the Texas defense you can target that I'm thinking about. One is, we saw it last week with Rice. You can target David Benda. You can do that. The other one is the field corner, whether it's Terrence Brooks or, if Malik Muhammad's in there at the field corner, or it's Gavin Holmes. I would much rather, if I'm Tommy Rees, I'd much rather take my chances going at that field corner than I would going at Ryan Watts. But then, Trey, that's when you get into the minutia of like a guy like Isaiah Bond, right? Who's a speed guy. Do you put a guy like Isaiah Bond, he can line up out wide. Do you put him into the boundary and have him go against Ryan Watts? Because Isaiah Bond, with that quickness, with that speed, that's the kind of matchup that can give Ryan Watts some issues. It's hard to get a jam if the guy's running by you right off the snap. So that's when you kind of get into the little matchups and things like that. So I think to attack Texas, it's David Benda, it's the field corner. And I also think the edges too. That's really the one area where I'm most concerned, because Alabama's going to run some 12 personnel tomorrow with two tight ends. That's kind of what Tommy Rees does. That's kind of what Alabama's done. Even going back to when Sark was there, they ran a ton, even with as many good receivers as they had, great receivers as they had, they ran a lot of 12 personnel attacking the edges. Like, is Ethan Burke ready for that? Or, I think there's a decent chance we see a lot more of that bigger line where Ethan Burke comes out of the game and you'll bring in Alfred Collins, kick him out to a wider shade. So your wider shades up front are going to be Collins and Sweat with Byron Murphy over the ball, and you keep Barron Sorrell on the field. I also go back to where Texas can attack Alabama, and this is actually my matchups to watch published on the site this morning. One of them is Jordan Whittington against Malachi Moore, or you can put in whoever you want at that star position. If Malachi Moore is playing, there's no way he's at 100%. So I would try to attack him. If he's out of the game, then it's Trey Amos, the Louisiana transfer, or it's Earl Little Jr., who's a redshirt freshman, and Earl Little was responsible for giving up a touchdown last week against Middle Tennessee. That star position, that nickel position at Alabama, that's one that, if I'm Sark, I'm looking at that as whether it's a not 100% Malachi Moore or somebody else. I can go there, and and then getting back into the matchups, right? Jordan Whittington's going to be in the slot. You can put Xavier Worthy there. Jatavian Sanders, we've seen Texas put him in the slot. So that's why I love matchups like this, because you can look, kind of macro, and then really get granular with how deep these things can go.
Well, speaking of deep, kind of following up on that, Jeff, I mean, you said it, the Bama secondary is a little bit banged up. Maybe it's a little bit questionable after a down 2022 season. I think every Texas fan has heard the stat about the deep balls from Quinn Ewers last week against Rice, right? 0 for 6 on balls that traveled 20 or more yards through the air. Texas and Quinn Ewers had some success in the first quarter against Bama last year with those, maybe not deep shots, but at least, deeper intermediate shots. Mm-hmm. They were kind of picking Alabama's secondary apart early in that game. Are we going to see some deep shots from Sark? Does he have to avoid that? Is it going to be short, intermediate? Is Texas going to go up tempo? What do you expect the offensive game plan to sort of be from Texas tomorrow? And does it have to change because of Quinn Ewers' struggles on those deep balls?
Did you really ask me if Sark's going to take some deep shots? Is a bear crap in the woods? Good Lord. Yeah. Yes, they're going to take some deep shots. Here's my thing with Texas, BK. If I'm Sark, and I go back to the bowl game against Washington, teams late in the year were willing to give Texas the short and intermediate game because they knew Sark wouldn't take it. And by extension, they knew Quinn wouldn't take it. But we saw Quinn Ewers take the short game in that bowl game, and they started moving the ball. I just think it felt like they just tried to attack that part of Washington's defense too late. Had they gone to the intermediate game a little bit early, maybe the end of that game is a little more interesting than it was. But that's kind of where I look to. If I'm Alabama, I definitely want to protect against the deep shot because, granted, yeah, Quinn Ewers struggles throwing them, but if they hit one, then you plant that seed of doubt into the defender's mind, and now you can keep coming back to it. And now that if that defender's second guessing himself, that's when you can get defensive holding, you can get pass interference calls if you hit one of those early. So I still think, and that to me has less to do with Quinn's accuracy on the deep ball than the capability of the Texas wide receivers. If I'm Nick Saban, that's really what I'm worried about. I know I'm facing a receiver group that can beat my guys one-on-one. But if I'm Texas, if I'm Sark, if I'm Quinn, I'm looking at, look, if they guard against the deep ball, if they're going to play high safeties and kind of roll coverage backwards, maybe play some quarters coverage or whatever they're going to do, I want to take the short game. I'm going to take the intermediate game, take the throw that's there, take what the defense gives you. It's going to be really hard to move the ball, count on 8, 9, double-digit play drives, but you have to take what they give you. And as good as you are on special teams and as good as your defense is right now, man, don't be afraid to play a field position game and punt and try to pin them deep and see if you can flip the field. So, yeah, they're going to take deep shots, but that's what I want to see. If they're going to take, because I'm guaranteeing you, Alabama's going to be willing to give them the short game. Can they take it? And then maybe you stretch Bama like that by taking what they give you.
Sark has said since Monday that CJ Baxter was back on the practice field. By all accounts, that is the case. And he said that he is excited to see what CJ Baxter can do tomorrow night. How much CJ Baxter do you think we see on Saturday, Jeff, considering that he suffered, I don't know if it's a rib injury or a shoulder injury, what the exact injury was, but it knocked him out for the rest of that Rice game last weekend.
I think you'll see a decent amount of him, but you'll also see Jonathan Brooks. And I mean, for as little as he's used, Keelan Robinson's really effective. That's one of those X factor guys. And I think, and probably because he had him on his roster, you go back, and I'm talking about how Nick Saban would feel about Keelan Robinson. Like, go back to, I hate to bring it up, but that national championship game where Texas played Alabama. And to hear Nick Saban after the fact talk about, man, the two guys that he was most terrified of getting the ball in that game were Marquise Goodwin and DJ Monroe, guys that could touch it from anywhere on the field and score. But Keelan Robinson's one of those guys. So I think you'll definitely see him play more than you did last week. I think these two running back groups are pretty similar in that neither one of them has a workhorse complete back. Like, you look at the backs they've had in recent years, Texas doesn't have a Bijan Robinson. And Alabama doesn't have a Najee Harris. But I think between the guys they do have, they've got enough guys they're versatile enough with the guys that they have that I think one of the things to watch is situationally, what back does Bama have in the game? What back does Texas have in the game? Because you look at Bama, right? Like, Roydell Williams at 215 is going to be your guy that thumps between the tackles. Jace McClellan is going to be your speed guy. We haven't seen much of Jamarian Miller. What do the two freshmen do? With Texas, Jonathan Brooks is kind of your more complete guy. Keelan Robinson's your speed guy. Haven't seen a ton of Cedric Baxter. I like what Jaden Blue gave them last week. I don't know if he can do that this week, maximize runs against Alabama. But so I guess long answer, Trey. Yeah, you'll see a lot of those running backs. Not just because of the injury to CJ Baxter, but I just hope because of his ability, you're going to need some chunk. You can't win this game without getting some chunk yardage plays. I need to see some Keelan Robinson on the field and using him in some of the ways you used him last year. I feel like he proved himself to be reliable enough as a receiver that you can do things other than kind of play action him and use him on that wheel or that rail where he's kind of sneak out and get wide open on people. You put him in the slot, move him around and do some different things. That's something we really haven't seen them do with him. That's one of those wrinkles that Sark could throw out there.
I kind of like that idea. Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7 and Texas Sports Unfiltered with us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Man, CJ Baxter obviously was a guy that Texas fans were talking about a lot during the offseason. Another newcomer that Texas fans, myself included, were talking about a lot in the offseason, Jalen Catalon. Didn't see much of him against Rice. You guys at Horns 24/7 were reporting throughout fall camp that it was every other day for Jalen Catalon in terms of contact during fall practice. This, to me, this is the moment, right? Jalen Catalon burst on the scene at Arkansas in the SEC, was an all-conference player as a freshman. I think everybody knows about the injuries he sustained the last couple of years. Will we see more Jalen Catalon on Saturday, and kind of what do you expect his role in this defense to be?
Yeah, you'll definitely see him. I think he's going to be one of the guys. You've got to spy Jalen Milroe. You've got to shadow him. but you can't do it with like this. You can't assign just one guy to him and have that guy do it the whole game. All right, this isn't Madden where you can do that. It's got to be between whatever you're disguising within your blitz packages, your shells in terms of coverages. It's got to be different guys. I think Catalan's going to be one of those guys because you look at that role he played at Arkansas, in that Barry Odom 3-safety defense as the middle safety. That's the middle safety doesn't really function as a spy, but the skill set that middle safety needs, he almost does. You see how that could translate into being a spy. He's got to be instinctive. He's got to be able to see it develop in front of him. He's got to be able to fit the run correctly. So I think Catalan could do that. I think you'll see Janae Barron also have some responsibilities with the spy. I think for a big chunk of the time, it's going to be Jalen Ford. And I'm fascinated to see that matchup. You look at, you go back to last year, whether it was Frank Harris at UTSA, Spencer Sanders at Oklahoma State, even Adrian Martinez at K-State. When Texas faced a dual threat quarterback, that defense was much better handling that quarterback when Jalen Ford was playing really well. Like Jalen Ford had one of his worst games last year against Oklahoma State. That defense struggled mightily, so you're going to need a really big game from Jalen Ford defending the quarterback. But to go back to Catalan, BK, I think the luxury you have with those two safeties, with Jaron Thompson and Catalan, they can both play the field side. They can both play the boundary side. They're both capable. And I don't know how much nickel Jalen Catalan has worked. I don't know how much he's worked at that star. We know Jaron Thompson has played at that star position. So between those two guys, Janae Barron, you've got enough versatility with those three guys to be able to do some different things. And we've seen Texas try a little bit of the 3-safety stuff. I don't know if this is a game where you want to try to roll that out. Maybe it's something they've been saving, but I wouldn't be completely shocked if we saw maybe, a handful of snaps where they had 3 safeties on the field. Because honestly, man, going back to the edge concern that we had, if you got to start pulling defenders on the field, and if you're PK, you just got to ask yourself, okay, who are my best 11? Man, Keaton Crawford's probably going to be in that discussion. Or maybe, I don't know if you want to throw a young cat like Derek Williams into the game, but your safety position, you're deep and you're talented. So maybe the answer to helping set the edge a little bit better is maybe just putting an extra safety into the game. So that's another thing I think to keep an eye on.
Boy, that's an interesting thought there. I almost have more faith in Derek Williams, as weird as that is to say, because he's one game into his college career, than I am Keaton Crawford. But I also saw Keaton Crawford not really know what he was doing out there at safety last year. He's had an entire offseason to continue to learn that position, and obviously he's behind guys who really know what they're doing too. Maybe Michael Taff makes an appearance at times, knows he's not the most athletic dude, but he knows what is going on out there. He understands the plays and what his responsibility is. It's interesting you mentioned Jalen Ford doing a lot of spying on Milroe. On the one hand, I like that idea because I think if this Texas defense shows out like we know it's capable of tomorrow night, Jalen Ford has a huge game. So part of that might be spying, but he's good at so many other facets of playing that position, including in coverage, that it worries me that we're relying on other guys to take care of important responsibilities, like covering Alabama's talented tight ends and putting that on somebody like a David Benda, where inevitably you are going to see some shortcomings.
Yeah, that's where you got to mix it up, Trey. That's where your line of thinking is right, because I think some people might just look at it and say, okay, well, this guy's going to spy the quarterback. Yeah, well, when you start doing that, if you're an offensive coordinator worth your salt, now you're going to figure out, okay, I'm just going to go attack David Benda. Like, as good of a story as David Benda is, David Benda one-on-one with like Amari Niblack down the seam is like, it's all going back to what you guys talked about at the top. It's almost diarrhea inducing. Like, it just churns your stomach a little bit. Like, I hope that's not a matchup you get all night. So yeah, it's going to be different, guys. The other guy, we talk about those linebackers. How do they use Anthony Hill? Like we saw a little bit of it last week, them putting him on the edge and letting him rush the passer. I gotta believe that PK's got some blitz packages or just some pressure packages, period, where you're going to be able to cut Anthony Hill loose. And I'll say this about Jalen Milroe, like we worry about him in terms of, and being the Royal, we worry about him as far as his legs go, being a run threat. But as a passer, we haven't seen a whole lot of Jalen Milroe like going through progressions and, being a progression passer. As a matter of fact, talking to enough Alabama people, man, if he's, and even you can go back and watch some of that A&M game last year that Alabama almost lost. If he's got to come off of his first read, like it can get jumbled up for them really quick. So if I'm PK again, I try to force the issue. I'm like, make this guy come off his second read. Maybe there's times where you simulate pressure. Maybe it looks like you're going to bring 5 or 6, and then you drop some guys, and now he's got to come off his read. And if you hold the ball too long, Alabama's offensive line, they're big, they're talented. So is your defensive line. That's going to give Sweat or Collins or Murphy enough time to get to the quarterback. So I think, I want to see how they use Anthony Hill. But again, what different kind of looks does PK throw at Jalen Milroe to take advantage of the fact that I think this guy's still a single read passer. Let's see if he's grown a little bit, and if not, then now you've got an advantage on the guy.
Jeff, I pulled up your article that you referenced from Horns 24/7, your 5 key matchups to watch, and we talked a little bit about the offensive line earlier, but you mentioned that's one of your top matchups there. What's the guard situation going to look like? Like going into the Rice game, Stark was telling us that we were going to see a rotation at right guard with DJ Campbell and Cole Hudson. Hudson didn't play. We find out that he was hurt. Then DJ Campbell gets hurt. What does the offensive line look like? Do we expect to see some rotating there? Or is it just, hey, the 5 starters are going to go because this is Alabama?
I want to say you'll see guys rotating, but Kyle Flood, he typically doesn't rotate a lot of guys. I think some O-line coaches are really hesitant to start, especially on the road, just to start rolling different guys in there, because now you got to worry about cadence and communication and all the different kind of stuff we talk about with offensive linemen. I think you'll see Cole Hudson probably start the game. It sounded earlier this week like that's where it was trending at. As of probably Wednesday, I didn't think DJ Campbell was out of that mix, but I think you'll probably see Cole Hudson start the game. You'll see DJ Campbell. The thing on the interior that I mentioned this a little bit in there, BK. The thing on the interior that I want to take a look at. How much do we see Nato Ameazulu get in there in place of Hayden Connor? Because that's kind of one of the things that I've heard through the grapevine this week is I know we looked at that right guard, but maybe I don't know that staff was happy with anybody on the interior last week when they went back and watched the film. Do we see a little bit of 72 in there for Hayden Connor at left guard? And that's one of those deals, man. If Nato Ameazulu gets in the game and plays well, is that now a position battle that we've kind of got to watch through the rest of the year, or at least to the midpoint of the year, to see if the young guy can take the older guy's job? So not just that right guard. I think you'll see both guys, but I do think you'll see Nato Ameazulu in at that left guard also.
Trey, you're muted.
Let me unmute my mic there. BK, any other questions? Otherwise, the only other question I have for Jeff is a game prediction from him.
Take it away.
All right, Jeff. We're all excited. It's a little bit more than 24 hours away now. Where are you at? What do you think happens between Texas and Alabama tomorrow night?
I want to pick Texas. Everything in my gut is telling me, man, pick Texas. I don't know that Texas is the better team, but I kind of like some of the matchups in this thing that favored Texas. But there's 3 pieces of key advice I follow in life. One was given to me by my late Nana. Anytime you're going on a road trip, always pack more underwear than you think you need. Never be left wanting for underwear. The second piece of advice was from my dad. Never trust a man who voluntarily wears a tie to work. Just not trustworthy. And the third piece of advice is my own. Don't pick against Nick Saban in home games.
Yep. Close game at least.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a competitive game. I could see either one of these teams pulling away. Like, I don't think Trey's not that far off with maybe Texas winning by double digits. I wouldn't shock me if Alabama did either win this game by more than a touchdown. I don't think it's coming down to a field goal. I think this will be a competitive game, but I think at some point one of these two teams is pulling away. And who knows, maybe that would have been Texas last year. The X factor at the end of the day was Bryce Young. Alabama just had, not only did you have the better quarterback, you had one of the best players in the country with his hands on the football every play. Yep. So I don't know if you have that in this game, but man, if we've seen it, if Quinn Ewers gets hot and the entire menu is open to Sark, dude, this offense is really, really hard to beat.
Advice from Jeff Howe: bring underwear for other passengers on Delta Airlines. Number 2, Jack Del Rio's a shitty coach because he wore a tie on the sidelines voluntarily. Number 3, don't bet against Alabama at home.
There weren't enough underwear in the world to save that Delta passenger.
No, diapers couldn't have saved.
You needed, like, woman. I don't know, manufacture a trash bag or something.
Oh, gross. Jeff,
it looked like Andre the Giant had like some bad migas that morning in the airport lounge. Like, that's what it looked like, man. I
was gonna give you like a nice outro here. Now I just want to kick you off the screen for for that one. You're the man, brother. We appreciate you. We'll be locked into Horns 24/7, and obviously we'll talk to you and we'll hear from you on this channel next week.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes, the great Jeff Howe. Make sure y'all follow him on Twitter at Jeff Howe 24/7. Of course, subscribe to Horns 24/7 if you haven't yet. Jeff's there, Chip's there. They've got tons of great content on site all of the time. Jeff Howe taking Alabama. Who would do that?
A lot of people. I am a staunch believer in his first two pieces of advice. I notoriously pack double the amount of underwear that I probably need for vacations, because you never know. Sometimes you need to change underwear a couple times in the day. Not to say that you're shitting yourself, but you always want to have that extra underwear. And then, yes, I don't even like wearing pants if I don't have to, BK. I mean, I wore jeans to our photo shoot last Sunday morning. Everybody else showed up in shorts. I was so pissed with myself for making an assumption versus just asking. But yeah, the tie thing, even if I'm in a situation where I'm wearing a tie, like a wedding or a funeral or something, as soon as we get to the reception or the memorial afterwards, that tie is off, man. I think Kevin described it one time as me going Raleigh Massimino, just yanking that tie off as it's getting it to a tight point in the ball game, or you're getting too pissed off at the refs.
You tie it around your head and take your talents to the dance floor. Was that your move? Were you that guy?
Absolutely not. My talent on the dance floor is turning every song into the chubby checker twist in terms of what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm that guy. That does not include the tie being worn like a sweatband on top of my head.
Let me ask you this. Are you wearing pants to our event at Covert Bee Cave a little bit later today?
No.
You wearing shorts at least?
No.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Hey, speaking of that event, yes, a little bit later today, come hang out with us at Covert Bee Cave. Legendary lifetime Longhorn and national champion Michael Griffin will be there. We'll also have free lunch provided by our friends at Smoky Mo's Barbecue and Verde's Mexican Parrilla. Mike Harge will be doing his show. That's right, Hanging with Harge from 11 to 12, live at Covert Bee Cave. Trey and I are going to be doing our normal midday show live out there at Covert Bee Cave as well. But more importantly, questions and answers with Michael Griffin. He'll be taking some pictures. He'll be signing some autographs. We'll all be chopping it up, having a great time, and enjoying some free food. Free food. Michael Griffin, Texas, Bama. Doesn't get much better than that. Get your weekend started off right at Covert Bee Cave. The party starts at 11:30, so come out and see us. We'll be there. Trey and I are doing our show till 1, but the food and all the fun will probably be over around 12:45 or so. So try to get out there at some point during that window. We would love to see you guys, to show y'all some appreciation for what you've done for us. And, of course, go out and see Covert Bee Cave. Many thanks to them for their support of Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm excited to have them as a huge part of what we have going on, and excited for these pre-game day events that we're going to be having every Friday before home games. I know tomorrow is not a home game, but moving forward, every Friday before a home game, we'll be out there at Covert Bee Cave. Many thanks to them for having us out. They are one of our great sponsors. And Trey, another one of our great sponsors, is one of our great friends, Tom McKay and Audio Visual Consultations.
That's right. I haven't caught up with Tom in a couple weeks. I need to see how that Boston trip went as he took Camilla back to her sophomore year at Emerson. Regardless, you know the place to call if you want to spruce up that home theater setup, or maybe you're a place of business and you want to add some televisions or make that setup better. The company that you need to go with is Audio Visual Consultations. You can go to avconsultations.com to see all the different types of things that they can do for you in your home or place of business. Stuff that they've been doing for people for 35 years now. Once you decide on that service, give them a call, 512-255-8678. If you haven't done so up to this point, unfortunately, you are not set up for the start of football season, but there's still plenty of time to go, and we are nearing the best month for sports in the calendar year. That would be October. That's when the baseball playoffs fire up, especially for you Astros fans. Not for us Rangers fans, unfortunately, in all likelihood. But the NBA gets going, NHL gets going, and, of course, football is in full swing as well. 512-255-8678 for audio visual consultations.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And y'all see me drinking my Olipop this morning. Got the tropical punch flavor today. Shout out to them, our newest sponsor here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. This stuff is dangerously good. Man, their slogan, it's a new kind of soda, and that's what it is. You get the same soda taste. Now, I know tropical punch is not a traditional soda flavor, but they do have a bunch of classic soda flavors like cola, like lemon lime, like Dr. Goodwin, which is their version of a DP, like root beer, like cream soda. They've got all of them. They taste great, and they're actually good for you. That's right. The worst part of drinking soda is just how bad that stuff is for you. The sugars, the carbs, the calories, not stuff you want to be putting into your body. Well, this stuff is inside the can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're actually getting 9 grams of fiber in every can. There's only 2 to 5 grams of total sugar per can, less than 50 calories. I'm telling you, this stuff is fantastic. The taste is absolutely there. And once again, it is a soda that is good for you. It's amazing what these guys have done. Pick up Olipop at H-E-B, at Target, at Whole Foods, at Walmart. Wherever you go to buy your groceries, you can find Olipop. They've got them at Costco as well. This stuff is legit, and we are very, very happy to have Olipop on board as a sponsor for Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And that 2 to 5 total grams of sugar includes 0 grams of added sugar too. So it's all real ingredients that is going into the Olipop. I've seen ads for Olipop. I don't know, maybe it's just our technology listening to us. But I feel like since you and I first talked about this at the start of the week, I've seen Olipop ads all over the place. And it has my mouth watering to try and taste this stuff. Because even though I no longer drink sodas, like that's just one of those easy things to cut out if you want to be, I don't know, a skinnier version of yourself. I love the flavor of Dr. Pepper as a fat kid. So to potentially get to bring that back into my life and not have to suffer the consequence of the negative health effects of a Dr. Pepper, yeah, I'm looking forward to trying that first Olipop.
This stuff is legit, man. I am telling you. I am telling you. All right, Trey, in about 8 minutes, we'll be speaking with Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports. He's going to give you and your cousins out there some winners for the college and NFL weekend. Super excited to talk to Lee. Of course, he will have some thoughts and a pick for Texas and Alabama. One of my big takeaways, though, from what Jeff said, and we've talked about it all week long, you assume Texas is going to have a spy for Jalen Milroe, right? Like I think everybody knows that's what Texas's game plan is going to try to be defensively. Make Jalen Milroe beat you with his arm. He's an electric runner. He's 220 pounds, and he's got probably 4.4 speed. I mean, it's just unfair what the guy can do when he takes off and runs. You don't want to get torched by Jalen Milroe's legs, but still some questions. The arm looked good last week against Middle Tennessee State. The one start we saw from Jalen Milroe against a quality opponent, calling A&M in 2022 quality feels like a little bit of a stretch. He really struggled throwing the football. So that's the game plan for Texas. To do that, they're going to implement a spy. And I thought it was interesting what Jeff said. He brought up a few different names, and he basically said that you can't just have one guy. Like, I think a lot of Texas fans have been like, oh, let's make this guy the spy. Like Jalen Catalon's going to be that dude, or Jalen Ford's going to be that dude, or David Benda's going to be that dude. No, I think Jeff brought up some good points. If Nick Saban and Tommy Rees know exactly who the spy is going to be on every single play, then they're going to find a way to successfully attack your defense all night long. Pete Kwiatkowski and company, they've got to switch things up. There's got to be a few different guys who are in that rotation to be the spy on Jalen Milroe tomorrow night.
At times it'll be Jalen Ford. You may see David Benda there a small amount. I think Jalen Catalon is part of the answer. And keep an eye on Anthony Hill and where he is when he's on the field tomorrow night, even on third downs. Now, some of the time he will be pinning his ears back, trying to get after Milroe as he looks for that first read. But you may see him drop into more of a position where he's shuffling his feet with Milroe, going whatever direction Milroe is. And when he sees that opportunity to attack, or he sees that possible angle, he goes right at Milroe to try and make him pay for that second read, turning into Milroe tucking and running. And the key for Texas early on tomorrow is putting doubt in Milroe's mind that when that first read isn't there and he decides to tuck the football and try and pick up a big chunk of yardage on the ground, that he's going to pay a price. And not only is he not gaining that yardage, you're stopping him at or behind the line of scrimmage, but you're hitting him hard too. Because, look, let's be honest, even though we talk about player safety, that's the name of the game in football, is making somebody pay for a decision where perhaps they'll consider otherwise the next time around.
Yeah, and Milroe doesn't often slide, right? I mean, he's a big dude. He's 6'3", 6'4", 220. So he's got some weight to him, so he can withstand a hit or two. But like you said, I mean, yeah, if he's going to take off and run and he's not going to give himself up, you want to send a message that, hey, buddy, if you try this again, here's what is in store for you. I'll tell you what, man, I would love to see Tyler Buckner tomorrow night. That'd be awesome. That's best case scenario, not because of an injury, by the way. I don't want that to happen to anybody, but I hope Texas's defense does such a good job of neutralizing Jalen Milroe that Alabama and Nick Saban feels like they need to make a change. And that could happen. We've seen Nick Saban do that. Hell, he did it in a national championship game. And I think a lot of Bama fans expected that to happen last week against Middle Tennessee. The problem is not for them. Milroe played so damn well that he was in the game until it was a blowout, and then they brought in the backups. But if we could see that tomorrow where Nick Saban panics a little bit and it's just like, oh, this guy's not good enough to get it done, and Texas has figured out a way to stop him, and they've got to make the switch, that would be pretty cool. It'd be a nice banner for Pete Kwiatkowski right there.
That is a great omen for the rest of the night if you can get Nick Saban to switch quarterbacks. I don't know if it happens in the first quarter, maybe midway through the second quarter where he's trying something different, because the guy that he rolled out there that he hoped would set a good precedent for your offense and give you a lead, that's not working out. Because I think those other quarterbacks play more into what this Texas defense does well. Like, if anything, the guy who is more of an elite runner, who can also complete passes too, he proved that last weekend against lesser competition. If you can get that factor off the field, then all of a sudden Texas defense is in its wheelhouse, and watch out, because a blowout possibility for the Longhorns, if that offense can get going, is very much on the table.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with this comment from Jay Ward here. The biggest spy for Texas is going to be the defensive line minding gaps. That's right. I mean, you can't have your edge rushers going 5-10 yards up the field, because Texas could have somebody in spy against Jalen Milroe. Trey, I don't know if there's anybody on this Texas defense who's as fast as Jalen Milroe. So, obviously, mind your gaps. Well, also angles are going to be very, very important when trying to slow that dude down. But you just can't lose sight of your job, of your responsibility, of where you're supposed to be. Because even if Texas does have somebody in spy, if it's Jalen Milroe versus David Benda in open space, nighty-night. In the words of Craig Way, you could say goodnight to it. And that's not what we want to hear from Craig Way when talking about Alabama on offense tomorrow night. So it's going to be on those defensive linemen to also maintain the responsibility and do their jobs, what they're supposed to do. So Jalen Milroe doesn't have those huge running lanes to where he can get that head start and be basically in a full sprint by the time he crosses the line of scrimmage. Because if that happens, you're in a world of trouble.
God, I'm so excited for this game tomorrow night. Can it just get here already, please? And by the way, A&M and Miami is happening at this. Is it happening at the same time? No, it's a little bit earlier. That leads into the Alabama-Texas game. I hate that Texas Tech and Oregon is also happening at 6 o'clock. Will that be on a second screen? Perhaps. It'll probably be on my computer, because I don't have that cool Ford TV setup that you have in your household, thanks to audio-visual consultations. But I wish we got that game at like 11 a.m. or something. But I'm also glad to see these networks start to put some bigger matchups back on at night. That's bothered me over the last few years, to see too many of these games. And we obviously got this in Austin last year, where it was an 11 a.m. kickoff and it was miserably hot. Now, it was still a fun environment, but the best college football games are meant to be played at night. You give that home crowd an opportunity to get lubed up all day. And there's just something special about a top 10, or in this case, a top 11 matchup happening under the bright lights of that stadium.
So are you joining the dark side? Do you now want Texas and Oklahoma to be played at night like I do?
I think you and I talked about this in the last year. I am on board for that, in part because, look, that part of South Dallas has not turned into, I don't know, Austin's east side by any means,
Hmm.
but there's a freaking mezcal bar across the street from the state fair now. So it's not as dangerous as it once was. And there's also a ton of security around there too. So on the one hand, it's like, yeah, you're giving Texas and OU fans more of a chance to get super wasted at the fair before the game itself happens, and that could cause its own set of problems. I would be intrigued to see that game played at night at the Cotton Bowl. Yes. So I'm on board with you now.
Yep. People, there's already one comment saying someone's going to die if they put that as a night game. That's the point. If you want to prove that you're the best rivalry in the sport, you need casualties every year, right? Who else can match that?
Yeah, what's the law of evolution? Only the strong or the weakest fade away.
Kidding, obviously, but yeah, I'm with you on your overall thought. Like the biggest game should be played at night. It's a lot cooler for me playing games like this under the lights, and I hate the Fox big noon kickoff bit where it feels like they have made their biggest game start at 11 a.m. every single week. Like the biggest games, the best games should be played at least in the afternoon, but at night is preferred. I think that just makes the atmosphere a little bit better. You also get to see the cool light shows. I know you're kind of against that, but I like some of the light shows that a lot of these college football programs, Texas now included, have implemented, and we'll get to see that for the first time next Saturday. I know it's Wyoming, but that's the first night home game that Texas will play this year. So you get that element of things too. It does feel like people are more amped up and excited for a game that is played under the lights. So I'm with you, man. I'm excited. I cannot wait for this game tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to do when it's over. Like, I mean, I'll be either celebrating and drinking, or I'll be drinking in misery. I guess I kind of know what I'm going to do, but I've been focused on September 9th for so long. I mean, really since the Alamo Bowl. Like that, this has been my focus for Texas football is this game tomorrow. I put so much stock into this, and I know you have, and just about every Texas fan has, and I know Alabama fans have too. There's going to be like a void in my heart, in my lack of soul when this game is done tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Hey, one of our favorites is joining us right now here on Bucky and BK. Of course, we've got Trey filling in for the Buck today. But he's our man, a great friend of mine, and the very best in the business. If you or your cousin want to make some money this weekend, you've got to reach out to our friend Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com. Lee, what's going on, my friend?
I'm good. Excited for the game, excited for the Alabama-Texas game, and I'm going to the Miami-Texas A&M game. Real excited for that game too. So, Brad, if Texas wins and Miami wins, gonna be some kind of party, huh?
I'll be wishing I was in Miami celebrating with you if both of those teams could take care of business tomorrow, man. That would be special for sure. Congrats to you, by the way. How about a 5-0 college football week 1 last week? Yep. Pretty damn good start to the season, huh?
Let's see if we can keep rolling here. Just 2 games that matter most, but we'll got a couple other pretty big games to talk about before we hit to those 2 monsters.
For sure. Well, let's start with Notre Dame at NC State. Notre Dame's looked really, really good. They haven't played anybody yet, but they've got 2 blowout wins. They're now into the top 10. Sam Hartman looks great. They're going to NC State, an intriguing Wolfpack team this year. The Irish 7-point favorites on the road. What do you like in this one, Lee?
College football has changed. I mean, Sam Hartman, used to seeing him in that Wake Forest uniform, the black and gold, but now he's a golden domer. So, and he looks good. I mean, they've always had a running game. They just have not had a passing game. How good have they been since he got there? Both games are averaging 11.1 yards per pass attempt. Usually they're in the 6 to 7 range yards per pass attempt. How bad has this NC State team been? So Brennan Armstrong, when he was a freshman at Virginia, he was a stud. He ran, he threw, he did it all. I mean, I thought he was going to be a top 5 quarterback in college football. In their game last week against UConn, bottom-feeding UConn, they did not have a completion of more than 20 yards. He's not the same guy. I don't know whether he just got sacked too many times or just just doesn't have the same confidence he used to have. So they got a real problem here. Their defense, Notre Dame, is not allowed a point so far this year in games against Navy. Usually Navy, the year before, scored 30-plus points on Notre Dame. 3 points, a field goal late. Tennessee State goose-egged them here. Except for the home field advantage, North Carolina State has nothing. I like Notre Dame 31-20.
Interesting. All right, Lee. The Oklahoma Sooners had an impressive week 1 victory over an Arkansas State team that apparently has fallen on hard times now. SMU also took care of business against Louisiana Tech in week 1. The Ponies travel up to Norman for week 2 with the Sooners as 15-point favorites right now. Was last week a little bit of fool's gold for Sooners fans, or can they cover this 2-touchdown-plus spread tomorrow?
I think it's a combination of both, Trey. So Oklahoma played a horrific Arkansas State team. I think they're going to be bottom 5 in the country. Also, the SMU final score, very misleading. They led 31-0 at halftime. I mean, absolutely dominated them. I like Rhett Lashley a lot. Did a good job when he was here at Miami. Preston Stone, nice quarterback here. Has been in the system a couple years. They bring in 2 transfer running backs, Jalen Knighton from Miami. I love this nickname. They call him Rooster. Jalen Rooster Knighton. Love it. And L.J. Johnson from Texas A&M. So he looks good also. And then Jordan Hudson they got from TCU at receiver. Tight end R.J. Maryland looks good. I just think that this Oklahoma team has not been tested. This defense, I don't trust them here. So I think SMU, this is a game they have nothing to lose. I think OU's offense is good, still not sold on the defense. OU wins 41-33. Take the points. How about if SMU wins that game and we get the other 2 wins?
I don't know if I'll be able to watch college football ever again, Lee. I'll have peaked. That will be perfect. Hey, how about this comment from Virginia here? Shout out to our sponsor, Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, and then a Go Aggies. That will segue us into our next game. I think Bill may be making the trek out there. He's a big A&M fan. He might be going to hang out with you this weekend in Coral Gables. Let's get to that game, Lee. These 2 teams played last year in College Station. The Aggies got to win. People thought it would jumpstart their season. It really didn't. Neither team was that good. The Aggies looked very impressive in their week 1 win. They're taking their talents on the road at Miami. The Aggies a 4-ish point favorite against the U. How do you see this one playing out?
Well, Joe Cohen, Son Jewelers, amazing. Bill, been a friend for a long time. And I don't know if he's going to get on the plane. I don't think he has the guts. I mean, I have some friends who went to UT with me, and they still, from that Cotton Bowl win, I think it was like 92, 93, they're still scarred from it. And I think he's been through Miami a couple times to take a cruise in the airport, but he's going to be shocked. 60 to 65,000 fans, how loud they can be. He thinks they're bringing 30,000 fans. It's not happening. Trust me. So last year's game, A&M, I thought the home field advantage was huge. Miami had a bunch of illegal procedure penalties, got in the red zone 4 times, and got a big goose egg. Nothing. Not one score via touchdown. 2 field goals, had a field goal blocked, a missed field goal. And the one turnover was when Restrepo, the receiver, didn't play in the game. They brought in the defensive back. Stevenson fumbled the punt, led to the A&M touchdown. Give them credit. They were resourceful. They didn't throw the ball down the field the entire game. They had Johnson just dinking and dunking, let Miami beat themselves here. But Miami ran for 175 yards. I think Miami's offensive line is different. Except for their cornerback position, I think their front 7 is much better. They could give up some big plays. Evan Stewart is dangerous. Smith in the slot, really good. I mean, they got 4 or 5 really good receivers. But I love this comment. They're all talking about Connor Wegman has not thrown an interception here. This will be his 6th start. Trust me. You're going to see them flash that up there, and he's going to throw at least 1 interception. I think they're going to come at him up the middle if they're smart. he is really good planting his feet and throwing the football. When he goes side to side, not as good an accurate passer, and negates his running also. I think it's going to be a great game, but I think home field is going to be the deciding factor here. Wrong team favorite, guys. Miami, outright. Bring it, Bill Cohen. I don't think he's coming.
How's my U, Lee?
I think it's pretty good. Pretty darn good.
That's like the best art I've done in my entire life. All about the U. Come on
There
now.
you go. Come on, Trey. Come on. You got to root against the Aggies this weekend, right? Trey?
Guess that my 7-year-old son drew that U, BK. Was that really your finest effort there?
I bet he could do a better job than I did there, honestly.
Well, home field has been a big advantage for Alabama since Nick Saban got there, Lee. We've heard the stat way too many times this week here in Austin that I think it's 8 total losses since he got there. 3 of those were in year 1. So legitimately 5 home losses in about 15 years' time. But this isn't your typical Alabama team right now. They are reloading at certain important positions. Maybe some uncertainty at quarterback still, even though Milroe looked good last year, had that single start for Bama last year, facing an A&M team that Bama very nearly lost to, and that A&M team wasn't all that good. Alabama does find themselves as 7-point favorites right now over the Longhorns tomorrow night in Tuscaloosa. How do you think this game ends up?
So I don't think there's a super team this year. You know, a couple years ago, LSU was special with Burrow and those 2 receivers. The year before that, Alabama was incredible with Tua and all those receivers. I don't think there's that team this year. Here's what's surprising about Alabama. I think everyone thought there was going to be a quarterback controversy with Tyler Buckner and Jalen Milroe. Nothing. We didn't hear a whisper. Jalen Milroe has just taken over. We've always known he's a good runner, but his passing has improved here. Does he have some good threats? Yeah, they're good. I think he's the guy that stirs the offense. For Texas, Quinn Ewers, you would like to see him come along farther than he's come along. They are not hitting on deep pass plays. We were hoping we'd see some of that last week. The offensive line, nothing special here. They're going to face a much better line in Alabama. Last week, I mean, Rice, Ewers got hit a couple times hard. I was wincing. He got hit so hard here. And with no Bijan Robinson, I think it's going to be tough to keep that defense honest here. Like to have a threat like him here. I hate to say it, guys. 2 words. Roll Tide. Alabama, 34-24.
God, I usually love hearing you say those 2 words, but this week I hate it. Last one, Lee, before we get to your free play of the weekend. Let's talk some NFL. The Cowboys open up their season in Jersey against the New York Giants. Sunday Night Football, Dallas, a 3-point favorite. Who you like in this one?
Dallas has dominated this series here. And, you know, what did they do down the stretch? Nothing, the Giants. They fell apart. They just cannot beat playoff teams here. They did it. I don't know how their coaching staff was able to piece together a winning record, 9-7-1. I think Dallas is primed to have a big season here. I think their offensive line is going to dominate here. Still, I mean, I think Jones has improved, but I do think they just don't have the receivers that can hurt Dallas here. Special teams might also be an advantage here. I like Dallas here, 28-21.
All right. I love to hear that. Our guy, Bill Cohen, real quickly in the chat line, calling a loss. He says you're picking Miami, so your perfect record is going away this weekend.
Well,
that's awesome.
Let's see how that works out, Bill. But, hey, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm 4-1 and Texas knocks off Alabama. And they do that, Brad. You might have to get a date for a Tuesday, Wednesday night and even buy her some jewelry at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. You'll be so excited.
There you go. You might be right on that. All right, Lee, last thing. Your free play, a game tonight, the Kansas Jayhawks against Illinois. If people want to get that game and cash in on your picks all weekend and all season long, where can they find you?
Well, just call 800-400-9741 to get that Kansas-Illinois game for free. Big game. We're going to see what Kansas is all about. Now they're going to be tested against a good Illinois defense. 800-400-9741. And how about this, guys? I rate my games from 10 to 50 units. My first 40 to 50 unit selection of the year. It is an NFL play. I'll text it to you, Brad, as soon as the game starts on Sunday. If you want to text it out to everyone or whatever you want to do, put it on X now or formerly Twitter. Go ahead. Full disclosure, we are now 61-20 the last 15 years on these 40 to 50 unit best bets. So it's the first time I've ever released an NFL week 1 40 to 50 unit play. I found a game, the perfect matchup. So anyone wants to get involved, how about this? You don't need to sign up for the season. We call it September to Remember, 4 weeks from now through Monday, October 2nd. This is our executive phone service where we rate them, like I said, from 10 to 50 units. Going to get generally 11 to 14 games a week. All you need to do, go to ParamountSports.com where it says purchase picks, put in coupon code SAVE100. It's the second special down, SAVE100. Knocks the price down to $297 for 4 weeks, $75 a week for 11 to 14 selections. Love to have you aboard, ParamountSports.com. And check out the new website. Got a lot of other features there. Got some other big games going on around the country. I mean, Iowa, Iowa State, Colorado, Nebraska. Check out those videos. And on the homepage where it says free pick sign up, once you scroll down, put in your information in there. We'll email you a free selection each and every Friday night about 8 o'clock. So freebies last year over 65%. So
Wow.
Love to have everyone aboard. Just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Lee, you're the king. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the Miami game tomorrow. Hold on. It's all about the U, baby. We will talk next week, my friend. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. See you, Brad.
All right, there he goes, Lee Sterling. And by the way, the Lee Sterling Paramount Sports segment is brought to you by our great friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. You don't need to know diamonds or jewelry or watches. You just need to know Bill Cohen and his staff at Joe Cohen & Son. They're the best. I went and met with Bill last week. Great dude. And they have a great store down there on 6th and Congress. Dad always said, you need to know a great doctor, a great lawyer, and a great jeweler. Bill Cohen at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. They are your jewelry store. They've been in business for more than 140 years. They are the very best at what they do. If you want to deal with somebody who, without question, will treat you right, whose business is based on honesty, integrity, service, and value, go see Bill at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. They've got free and convenient downtown parking right there in the heart of downtown. Once again, 6th and Congress. They are the very best jewelry store that you can find in the world. We're just lucky enough to have them right here in Central Texas. Check them out online at joecohenjewelers.com. Stop by and say hello. We thank them for their great partnership here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And, of course, we thank Lee Sterling for joining us each and every Friday at 9:15 to give out his college and NFL picks for the weekends.
Hey, BK, you mind if we talk a little Dallas Cowboys for a sec here?
Don't mind at all.
Because over the last few days, was this yesterday, 2 days ago? The days are all blending together at this point. We discussed Jerry Jones going rogue. Well, it's not really rogue. He discusses all issues Dallas Cowboys on 105.3 The Fan every week during the football season. I guess that started back up this week, but Jerry was in mid-season form talking about how he basically pulled off the Trey Lance trade on his own, didn't ask anybody else about it, made it happen in 5 minutes once it was proposed, had all the information he needed. And he also discussed what would be considered an unsuccessful season this year, and that is underachieving. And you don't feel good about this team's chances in any year with Jerry still at the helm. What would be the over-under that you would put on how long Jerry is still on this planet?
Oh, how old is he now? Late 70s, mid 70s?
It's got to be in his 80s at this point, right?
I mean, all the Botox he's gotten, his face might be 50, but the rest of him, I think, is upper 70s. I'm going to say over under 35 years for Jerry Jones.
5 years. Oh, my God. That guy's going to be the crypt keeper.
Yeah. That's what I'm worried about. And then after he dies, they're going to pull a Ted Williams and freeze his head. And somehow, some way, the frozen head will still be allowed to make decisions for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I'll do you one better, my friend. You are leading into what I need to show you now, because the Dallas Cowboys have set something up here that is going to ensure that Jerry is going to be around, well, until the end of time. Here we go. This is from, or through Barstool Sports, I should say. And why can I not play this? Here we go. Let's go ahead and just hit play on this video here and show you why Jerry will be around long after you and I are even.
And I headed back to Dallas, and within a matter of weeks, I'm going to Dallas County.
Why did you choose AT&T to be your naming rights partner?
The reason AT&T Stadium is AT&T Stadium is because, to me, AT&T was like saying America. And I wanted our Dallas Cowboys, America's team, to be associated with Alexander Graham Bell and AT&T.
That's right, buddy. Guess what? Jerry Jones already exists in hologram AI form. So not just a hologram, but a hologram that can listen to and respond to people asking him/it questions. So it's conceivable that Jerry continues to own the Dallas Cowboys until the end of time. And, well, maybe if Jerry is AI, perhaps he stops making such Jerry decisions once the real Jerry actually kicks the bucket.
We're never winning another Super Bowl, man. Wow. So that's a hologram version of Jerry?
Hologram Jerry. It looked pretty good, too, because it looked like he was at the front of that room just answering questions from fans. Man, they found a classic fake baking bleach blonde girl at the start of that video, too, didn't they? But no, that was not real Jerry Jones there. That was a hologram that is hearing and responding based on an AI program.
Well, that hologram needs to die, just like Jerry. All right. We've got to unplug that thing, whatever we need to do to make sure that that guy is outside of the Cowboys organization. That's what we're going to do. If I need to step up and make some calls and make this happen, I'll make it happen for the betterment of the Dallas Cowboys fan base. God. Terrible.
Who are you going to call?
Is this a Ghostbusters promo we're doing here?
I'm just asking who you're going to call to off Jerry's hologram.
I'm going to call, I don't know, our old radio station engineer. I'll see if he can do it. He'll just unplug it, or he'll trip the wires, or he'll do something. He'll figure it out. I don't know. Oh, man.
Create some drama within Texas Sports Unfiltered before he does so, too.
I'll tell you what, I heard you and Kevin talking to Justin Wells of Inside Texas yesterday, and I was about ready to go Blue's Clues and jump through my computer screen to beat the shit out of Justin Wells with what he was saying about the Cowboys, man. I mean, you asked him what would be considered an underwhelming season, and he's like 6-10, which that's right, but he's like, the Cowboys are an 8-win football team at best, and I'm like, what? They won 12 games the last 2 years. They play in the NFC. They're an 8-win football team. Like, if Dak gets hurt and misses 2 months, they're an 8-win football team. They stay healthy. Come on, man. 8 wins?
Justin is the eternal optimist also.
Yeah.
That was rough. And that may have been coming on the heels of Kevin giving him way too much shit about the Texas Rangers.
Ugh.
That outright collapse. So he got Justin in a bad mood. So maybe Justin went pessimistic for the first time in the last 2 decades. But yeah, that was surprising to hear. I thought he was going to say, I don't know, exit in the first round of the playoffs, or maybe the second round again. I know you and I talked about it a couple of days ago, but for him to go, I guess it's not at 500 anymore with 17 games. For him to go 8-9, that really surprised me.
Yep. I mean, the Cowboys could go 17-0, and I'm not going to care if they don't make it to the conference championship game. Like, that's anything less than that is a disappointment. Now, I don't expect them to go 17-0. I think they're probably a 10, 11, maybe 12-win football team if some things go right. But I fully expect them to be a playoff team. And, yeah, I mean, that's the next step in their progression. You and I talked about it earlier this week, right? 2 years ago, they lose in the first round. Last year, they lose in the second round. This year, what should be next? I don't want them to lose in the conference title game if they get there, but I want them to get there. Like, that's what the bar should be for the Cowboys this season, and anything less than that is a disappointment. 6 wins. Oh my God. I don't know what to do. I won't know what to do with myself if that's the type of season that's in store for the boys.
Are we sure what we're going to see out of Tony Pollard on Sunday night? Like, the guy hasn't carried the football in a meaningful way. I know he's gone through drills in training camp, but he didn't play at all in the preseason, which is completely understandable for that position. But for a guy coming off of an injury like that, I'm surprised we didn't see him for at least a series, just so he could get a feel for the speed of the game back just a little bit. Are we sure he's going to be this dominant dude that he probably would have been had he not suffered this injury?
No, especially early on. Like, I think at some point we'll see dominant Tony Pollard again, but he could look a little rusty in week 1, coming off of a couple of different surgeries that he had on his leg this offseason. So, no, I'm a little bit nervous about that. Good news is the Deuce will be loose. Deuce Vaughn is a part of the Cowboys. I'm excited about that guy. They've got Malik Davis. I mean, they don't have anybody who's as good as Tony Pollard besides Tony Pollard in that running back room. But now, to answer your question, yeah, that's a little bit of a concern, right? I mean, Tony Pollard, he's been the best running back on the Cowboys the last couple of years. So if he was fully healthy, I'd have zero doubts. I would think the Cowboys' run game was going to be better this year than it had been the last couple of seasons. But now, with him sustaining that injury against the Niners and him going through what he went through this offseason, a little bit concerned that it might not look great in New York on Sunday.
Are you suggesting that Deuce Vaughn, who, by the way, is somebody who dislikes the Cowboys, I would love nothing more than to see Deuce Vaughn light it up for Dallas this year. I'm a bigger Deuce Vaughn fan than I am a hater of the Cowboys. That's how much I like Deuce Vaughn. But are you saying that Deuce Vaughn has a chance to treat the league like an international Delta flight going from Atlanta to Spain?
Oh, he's just going to run all over the league? Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, Deuce running all over the league. Exactly.
I like that. He's just going to shit on opposing defenses all season long. Just like the mad shitter.
Sour smell in the noses of the competition.
Oh, nicely done, I guess. Oh, my God.
Loved and hated myself more at the same time.
Oh, God. All right. I don't know who wants to sponsor that, but let's give some love to some of our sponsors. Altstat Beer. I hope I'm drinking Altstat in celebration tomorrow night. I will be drinking Altstat during the game. I can guarantee you that. I might be drinking in a little bit of misery after the game ends tomorrow. But hey, football weekend, the first full football weekend of the year is finally upon us. My fridge is stocked with Altstat. Hopefully yours is too, for your tailgates, for your watch parties. If you're just staying at home and watching from the couch, never a bad time for an ice cold Altstat beer. Maybe a couple of ice cold Altstat beers, a number of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers. They've got the Altstat Light, which sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on taste. They've got a great Hefeweizen as well. I'm telling you, so many options, so many great choices. They've got you covered. Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. And Trey, some love for Relax the Back in that great chair that you're sitting in right now.
That's right. A saving grace yesterday, BK, as I was broadcasting for 5 hours straight. By the way, Bucky and I were talking about this yesterday. Doing 2 straight hours like you guys do every morning is essentially like doing 3 radio hours, because of the amount of time that you're broadcasting, and you throw in the fact that you don't get any breaks to get up and walk around. It's a lot. And so 5 hours is a hell of a lot. Now, the saving grace for me is the fact that I was doing most of that show in this Relax the Back chair when I wasn't getting on my knees to stretch my hip flexors out a little bit. This Relax the Back chair is the most comfortable seat in my house. I haven't done so just yet because I don't want to upset the wifey poo too much, but I've thought about rolling this chair into our living room as we're just hanging out watching television at night. Don't want to miss out on the cuddle opportunities on the couch with the wifey, but it is tempting because this Relax the Back chair helps my chronically bad back so much. I'm actually looking at a stand-up desk now at Relax the Back because I am such a big believer in their products. I've been a customer going back, I want to say 15 plus years at this point. It started with some basic massage tools that I still use to this day. It is extended to the chair, about to include that stand-up desk as well. Find out for yourself. There are locations all over town. Go to relaxtheback.com to see all the different sorts of things that you can purchase at the Relax the Back, and then find that location nearest you.
What did you call your wife a second ago?
Wifey poo?
What the hell is that?
Just a cutesy little nickname for her.
Cutesy? Dude, yeah. She doesn't want to be called a wifey poo. I know your wife. She doesn't like that shit.
You know what that is? Speaking of poo, you know what that is the direct result of? That's a direct result of me having too many conversations with Kevin Dunn. That's a Kevin Dunnism right there that I just let bleed over into me speaking into this microphone and referring to Justine, who does better than that. You're right.
I'm worried Relax the Back isn't going to want to sponsor us anymore because of you saying that during that read, dude.
You know what? Even if they don't want to sponsor us anymore, as disappointing as that would be, I would still be a staunch Relax the Back customer.
Wifey poo. God, you're done. You're in timeout. You're done for the rest of the day. Ah, shoot. Now we got to do another show together. Damn it.
All right. Clock now. It is 6 hours and 46 minutes of straight live broadcasting on the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel. The record has been set, and like you, I hope nobody ever comes close to it.
Yeah, not gay broadcasting on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thank you for letting everyone know that it was straight. We appreciate that one, Trey. All right, I'm stopping the app. You're starting the app. If you're listening on the app, you might hear a weird turnover. Trey's headed out to Covert Bee Cave, where hopefully all of you will be headed in the not too distant future. 11:30, Michael Griffin. Mike Harge will be doing his show live. Trey and I will be live. Free food. Come out and see us. Trey, we will see you in a bit, my friend.
Giving the people listening on the app way too much information right now. It's going to take like 2 or 3 minutes for that switch over because I have to shut things down here, get in my car, and turn my phone into a Wi-Fi hotspot as I'm driving out to Bee Cave. So give us a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. The app will be back live.
All right. See you, buddy. There he goes. Trey is out and coming in a few minutes early. One of the co-hosts of Chaos Theory, which you can hear on Texas Sports Unfiltered every weekday from 10 to 11 a.m. The great Adam Wagner, a.k.a. Wags. What's up, brother?
Dude, what the hell did I just walk into? Where is Trey turning into Iron Man? Like he's a roving hotspot, wifey poo. What?
I don't know.
Usually I say WTF and it's what the F, but now it's wrong team favored, BK. Thursday night football, baby.
Oh, man. Well, you just gave me a lot there. Trey, yeah, look, I had to give him the T right there. I wish I had my book. You know, that's probably a red card offense that Trey just committed, saying wifey poo on these airwaves right here. Like that should really be like a 1 week suspension from all shows on Texas Sports Unfiltered. That was a mess.
I feel like wifey poo belongs in a jingle or something. You know what I mean? Like wifey poo, where are you? I love you.
All right, you're about to get a card too if you keep that up, dude.
No, I'm done.
Please tell me you don't call your wife wifey poo.
No, I call her boss. Be honest with you, man. I call her boss.
That's the way
she's
it is.
Listening, so she works from home on Fridays, and she's in the room next door. So I gotta say all the right things.
Oh, very smart. Yeah, good call.
She's listening.
That's scary. Yeah, do we need to whisper?
How are you, dude? Looking good, man. Hey, first full. I need to thank you, man. First, before you get out of here, full week of Chaos Theory on the air. First full week of us being a full family of 8 hours of broadcast, man, on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You put it together. You're the lead of this thing. Thank you so much, man. You're our Captain America, buddy.
Hey, you're rounding down, brother. We're going 9 hours a day, 8 to 5.
Am I? Oh, that's right. We have an addition. An addition.
Yeah, 8 to 5.
Congratulations on that.
every weekday. And yeah, if you missed the big news that dropped last night, starting next week, Fire the Cannon with Rocky and Fancy Boots, also known as Megan. They will be doing a live show every Wednesday from 3 to 5 p.m. The other afternoon shows will be a combination of Jeff and Trey and Kevin and Trey, you know, what you guys have been getting this week from 3 to 5. So it'll be 2 days of Trey and Kevin, 2 days of Trey and Jeff. And then every Wednesday from 3 to 5, the Fire the Cannon podcast will be joining our network here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Super excited to announce that last night. Yeah, super excited of the great team that we've been able to put together. I appreciate your kind words, Wags, but more importantly, I appreciate all of y'all saying yes to this thing.
Yeah.
That's, you know, I could try all I want. I could call all I want, but people could easily be like, no, hell no, I'm not working with you. I'm not working with this. I'm out. But thankfully, just about everybody has said yes, and I am grateful for that. And it's been a really fun first week getting to listen to you and Rodney, and also getting to listen to all the great new shows that we put together here on TSU.
Yeah, man, I can't wait, dude. It's the sky is the limit, as they like to say, my man. So what about last night? Before you get out of here, man, let's talk a little bit about Thursday Night Football, dude. Let me get your thoughts.
Dude, yeah, I know you and Rodney are going to be talking about it from 10 to 11, but I was wrong. Like I knew the Chiefs were going to be shorthanded. You know, you guys were talking about it. I think most rational people were in agreement that it didn't make sense to play Travis Kelce, right? Just because the Chiefs have bigger fish to fry and there's 16 more games, and obviously they expect to make another long playoff run again. So, you know, throwing Travis Kelce out on the field like 2 days after he sustained a leg injury in practice felt a little reckless, and ultimately the Chiefs came to that conclusion. But even though I knew Kelce probably wasn't going to play, even though I knew Chris Jones wasn't going to play, I still thought the Chiefs were going to find a way to get it done. They have Mahomes, they have Andy Reid, they're playing at Arrowhead. That's a lethal combination right there, even if the rest of the roster is a little bit shorthanded. I thought Kansas City was going to find a way to get it done, especially when they got the ball back, right? With just over 2 minutes to go. It's like, oh, the Lions get stopped on 4th down. The Chiefs have the ball, plenty of time, plenty of timeouts. We've seen this song and dance about 1,000 times since Mahomes entered the league. Sorry about that, Lions. You know, cute effort. Good try. Congrats on covering, but you're going to lose. And then credit the Lions defense, man. They step up. They get a stop. It helps that Kadarius Toney was point shaving last night.
Are you really? I saw you texting about that. Do you feel like that? Like, I've had a ball in my hands and kind of slip out like that, like it's a wet watermelon or something like that, bro. Like,
dude,
it looked bad, man. It really did look bad. And of course, my son's got him in fantasy. He's like, "What the hell is going on?" And I said, "BK thinks he's throwing." He goes, "He is throwing. He is throwing. Look at him."
I'm telling you, man, he's about to be suspended for 6 games for that shit. That was garbage, man.
That was tough. That was tough to watch, man. If you're Pat Mahomes, like, how do you stay positive with that? Like, how do you go up to your boy and be like, yo, keep it up, man. You got this. Like, I remember T.O. having one of those games for San Francisco, but then redeeming himself at the end, catching a touchdown.
Yeah. That was one of the worst wide receiver games I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, Kadarius Toney should be given credit for an interception, right? Like that pick six shouldn't go on Mahomes' ledger. That should go on Kadarius Toney's ledger, because he basically threw that to Brian Branch on that drop.
And it's not even just that. Like, even if it wouldn't have hit Kadarius Toney's hands, it would have just fell flat. Like, it hitting his hands, the ball hitting his hands actually projected the ball and elevated it up, dude. So it gave the defense time to get up under it, man. Wild night, dude. Wild night. Hey, look, I guess both kneecaps are gone. Huh?
Yeah, I'll give Detroit some credit, man. Like, their defense stepped up. They had to make those plays down the stretch. They obviously got some help from the Chiefs wide receiver room, but still, to hold that Kansas City team to 20 points in their building, very, very impressive. That final touchdown drive that they put together, very, very impressive. And look, the Lions were a trendy pick for a lot of people going into this season. I don't know if this is a case of putting too much stock into week one, or, hey, the way the Lions ended last year, combined with week one, combined with the good offseason that they had, like in a wide open NFC, I don't want to say they have as good of a chance as anybody, because they're not as good as Philly or San Francisco. And I'd even put Dallas ahead of them right now. But still, I mean, this Lions team, they've got something cooking, man. And that was a great way for them to start the season.
Did you see what I just saw?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you usually have very keen observation, dude. So I wanted to I wanted to ask you about last night too. How about the right tackle? Taylor, it felt like Taylor for the Chiefs. Lined up, here we go. Taylor for the Chiefs lined up in the backfield. What is going on? What are we doing here? Are we
Trey or
mobile?
with
Are
Jawan
we
Taylor?
mobile? With
God.
both.
Dude, get out of here. You're finally done. We're finally done.
The sociopath just pops up. That will be envisioned all day long, man.
Nightmare
All day long.
fuel.
So, dude, yeah. So it felt like Taylor was kind of lined up not only was he lined up in the backfield all game, but he also was leaving early to beat Hutch. Like,
yeah.
And they were not getting any calls. They finally got a call, like, I think 2 minutes into the fourth quarter remaining, right? So
yeah, on that 4th and 20, they finally called it to make it a 4th and 25. You know, it's weird, man. And I've been looking at O-lineman Twitter. Well, that's a weird place to be. But I've seen a bunch of offensive linemen kind of step up and back up Jawan Taylor and say, no, that's cool. That's kosher. Because they want to be able to do stuff like that.
Sure.
And Jawan Taylor's not the only offensive lineman in the league. I brought this up earlier with Trey. David Bakhtiari, who's been one of the best in the business for the Packers, he also starts with 1 foot way back in the backfield.
Yeah.
And he also, it looks like he's false starting on every play, and they just don't call it. So, everybody was watching, obviously, first game of the year, that standalone Thursday night game. But there are a few guys around football who kind of do that. And I guess it's up to the ref's discretion on whether or not they call it. But yeah, Lions fans and obviously people rooting or betting against the Chiefs were yelling at their TV, dude, what the hell is this? That
right.
Every single play.
Right.
I guess the refs, just whatever crew you have, they decide if that's kosher or not. And for 99% of the game, it was. But on that 1 4th down and 20, the ref said, nope, this is when we're going to lay down the law a little bit.
Well, I never played line before, man, but I know they do get into a certain type of stance so that they can get back and do their steps a certain way. But if you think about it, man, if they're not taking a false step, right from the ball being snapped, that's an extra step that they have already on the defensive end, who already, the offense has an advantage as it is knowing the snap count, and the defense has to react. So I don't know how much more advantage the offense actually needs, but Taylor was taking every advantage last night, though. It must be nice to be the Chiefs. That's what I got. For the past couple of years, it's been really good to be the Chiefs. That's all, because it feels like everybody you're everybody's darlings, man.
Yep, that's how it goes when you're a really good team, man.
Sure.
Doing radio in Houston the last couple of years, it's the Astros get every break, they get every call. It's when you're a really good team, everyone just assumes you're cheating. And I guess the Astros did get caught cheating once. Everyone just assumes everything is going your way. But it didn't go the Chiefs' way yesterday, Wags.
What's that?
The fact that they had this guy as their wide receiver.
Chubbs!
I mean, Kadarius Toney's hands. Chubbs would have been a better option. Rest in peace, by the way, Chubbs. Chubbs would have been a better option than Kadarius Toney or Sky Moore last night.
Well, Chubbs would have played, but his mom thought that he would have got hurt playing football, so his mom wouldn't let him play. That's the deal.
Are we combining?
Good call there.
Yeah. Nicely done. Oh man, amazing. Yeah, big win for the Lions. Obviously, last night.
Am I at Dave and Buster's? What?
Oh, it's because of all the lights behind you.
No, I'm at alt. I want to be in Altstad heaven, but I got a lot of TVs back here, and it's because of Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations, buddy. That's where I'm at.
They hooked Wags up as well. Hey, before we bring Rodney on and I hand things over to Chaos Theory, I want to give some love to a few more sponsors. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Get ready for game day at 7-Eleven. Get your 12 packs, get your cases, your 6 packs, whatever, all the snacks you need. They've got them there at 7-Eleven. Wags has his energy drink. He's ready to roll. Thanks to 7-Eleven. There's a bunch of 7-Elevens throughout Central Texas, throughout the Metroplex, throughout Houston. They're all over the place. Fuel up for game day with 7-Eleven. Shout out to our guy Ashish, who runs a few different 7-Elevens here in Central Texas. Go say what's up to him. Big Longhorn fan, big Texas Sports Unfiltered fan as well. Shout out to Last Stand Hats too. Many thanks to them for their great partnership. We're working on getting some gear. That's right, some Texas Sports Unfiltered gear from our friends over at Last Stand Hats. You don't have to wait for that. You can go to their website right now and buy some of their badass Longhorn hats right there. Check them out, laststandhats.com. Shout out to Centex Tickets. Get all of the tickets that you need all year long over at centextickets.com. And one more shout out to Woods Comfort Systems as well. If something is messed up with your AC, don't go through these red hot days without working air conditioning. Reach out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Check them out online, woodscomfortsystems.com, where comfort is our middle name. Wags, quick tease. What's coming up from 10 to 11 today on Chaos Theory?
We're going to talk a little bit of fantasy sports. We also had a video game drop. We'll talk a little bit about that for about 5 minutes in our level up segment as well. We got a lot of NFL to break down from Thursday Night Football, and we'll touch it. Got to talk Longhorns, Alabama going into the weekend, brother. Got to talk Longhorns, Alabama. And we'll also be talking about how you can meet Griff out there at B Caves Covert. So make sure you guys are getting out there to see the team and the legendary Longhorn out there, Mr. Griffin. So we will get you guys out of here and have Rodney come in whenever you guys are ready. There we go.
There we go,
boys.
Smooth transition.
How are we doing this morning?
I'm headed to Covert. I will be locked in. I'm doing well. I'm excited to listen to you guys. I'll check in with y'all soon. Have a great show.
Later, brother. Be good, man.
Take care, dude. Wags, how we doing this morning, my man?
My man, Mr. Rodney Rodriguez, how are you? Apparently, I'm at excuse me. When you get on, I just want to lay the F-bombs, dude. When the boss leaves, man.
When I saw that comment, I was kind of looking around there, and I'm like, yeah, I haven't been there in a long time because now that my kids are grown, dude, I don't do any of that shit anymore. I mean, all the years of doing that. Well, not to places like that. I mean, like Gaddy Land. We got a Gaddy Land here in Round Rock, and the girls always wanted to go there when they were kids. Let's go to Gaddy Land and do all this shit. Now it's like, hell no. No. I'm done with that, man. My work is done with those children.
No, man. Thankfully, dude, like Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations hooked this place up, man. Like you can see behind me, I got 2 flat screen TVs there, 4K. Yeah. That way I can watch any game that I want or multiple games at the same time. And then when I get bored, like I'm also into retro gaming too, dude. Like I love playing Mortal Kombat. I love playing Street Fighter. I like playing, beer tap, or they call it root beer tap now. They took the alcohol sponsor out of it, I guess, which used to be Budweiser. Apparently, it was wild. But no, I got 2 arcade retro machines. I got 16 arcade games on there, and Audiovisual Consultations hooked that up, man. 512-255-8678. avconsultations.com, brother.
That's a good dude right there, man. I'm gonna have to have you over. Yeah, I'll tell you here in a second. I'm gonna have to have you over because I still have. I've got the Atari 2600. You stick the big game cartridge in there, dude. I still got that. I've got this old TV that I bought from a dude, sold it to me for $5. Had it in his old, Winnebago or whatever the hell it was. It's the only way that I can do that. So I actually need to get Tom back over here. Tom was here a while back. I need to get him over here. So I've got all this empty space back here, and I've got all these ideas now. We got to get Tom back over here because he's right here in Round Rock right now loud. So get this thing retrofit. Hey, I want to ask you one thing. So this morning I had to get out and about and go do some chores. It's like, okay, here's your list of things to do today before you get over here and play radio, if you know what I mean. So here's a list. One of them was that I needed to make a stop at HEB. Dude, do you ever go to HEB and just walk around and listen to the music? Dude.
No, usually I go with my music in so I can.
Oh, you take your own.
Tune out all the crazies, but then ironically, all the crazies think I'm crazy. So
yeah, they see you coming and they're running for the turnstiles. No, dude, you just sit there and walk around and listen. It's like there was a song today, and it's like, man, I hadn't heard that in years. And it's just it should have been a 10-minute trip, and it turned into, I look down and 35 minutes later, I'm just walking aimlessly. And of course, when I'm doing that, I end up buying a bunch of shit that I didn't need in the first place. That I went there to buy 3 things, and I walked out with about 15. I couldn't go to the self-checkout, but yeah, man.
Do you usually go with a list?
So here's the thing. Here's what happens.
You got to have a list going in there, Rodney, or you're going to be.
I don't have a list, and that's where things get all jacked up because I see shit and just buy it.
This is the chaos of chaos theory, ladies and gentlemen. This is the chaos part of chaos theory. I'm the theory, clearly, and he's the chaos.
So we go. I mean, we do our grocery order. I mean, my wife is like buttoned up. I mean, it's like she sits there on Sunday and it's like boom, 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 figuring everything out, and we go. But it's like, seriously, dude, I go to HEB and not just to buy beer. I go to HEB probably almost every day. Just to, I don't know, maybe smell the seafood. I don't know, look at the meat. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
No, man, I'm like, I feel like I am an extrovert, but I know deep down inside I am an introvert. Like apparently I am an EMPJ or whatever the hell that stuff is. That's what my wife says. She hits me up with all these personality listings or whatnot. Um, as much of an extrovert that I am, I love the confines of my home. Like I rarely leave. Like I got a nice backyard. I got a great dog. I got a great wife. My neighborhood, I'll take the dog on a walk. But usually if I make one trip. We make one trip to wherever we need to go. We usually buy for the month. So, or maybe we'll do like a
Oh, nice.
like a bi-monthly, where we'll not bi-monthly, that would be 2 months, but a bi-weekly rather.
Yeah.
Where we'll go every other week. That way everything, kind of just stays fresh or not. But I limit myself to interactions with society, so to speak, bro.
I totally get that. And that's a funny thing for me because I mean, at times people just drive me crazy. And it's not people that I'm, maybe interacting with. It's just kind of people in general. You know what I mean? And it's that's where my wife always talks to me and she's like, it's so odd to me that you are in sales and but a lot of times you don't want to get out of the house. You'll do your little grocery store run, go do whatever you're going to do, but it's just like you just shelter back in and bunker yourself into your room. And it's like, what that's yes. I mean,
it's comfort though, right?
Right. And the whole thing is, Wags, I mean, because like talking about with you and Dave and Buster's over there, if this room wasn't so dark, I'd have the lights off. I mean, it's like, dude, yeah. And I think it's gotten worse. So when the pandemic happened, it's like, okay, everybody bunker in, go to your bunker, don't go anywhere, don't socialize, don't do shit. And it's like, okay. So now it's like times 1,000, it seems like for me.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Like when you're in the comfort level, right? When you're in the comfort level of your own house, it's hard to leave it. And I think Tom Hardy said it, but like Tom Hardy's got a quote, and I'm paraphrasing here. It's dangerous finding out how comfortable you are when you're alone, because once you do, you realize that you don't rely on people. And it's funny that you see, like, I got a lot of friends that watch from back home and stuff. Man, if I wouldn't interact with them on a weekly basis, just via text messages, man, it's like that, the mind is what's that old saying, like with the mind, like
terrible thing to waste.
No. Well, that's true, but like
this
like
is your brain on drugs. Oh, okay.
Hearts either grow fonder like apart or whatever, but they also lose their memory or whatnot. Like, I don't know. It's like an old adage. I can't remember it at this time, but it's true though. Like, it's a paraphrase, but it's true. Like, you really do lose like the routine that you go through in terms of a relationship, right? Like the intimacy of a relationship, if you're not just having like an actual conversation. So
yeah.
I don't know. Like look at all your friend groups. Like look at all your circles, right? Like your circles remain there, but you usually have your focus kind of alternate all around that different circle based off of the conversations that you have, or like, how much active or how intimate that you are in that relationship at that time.
Yeah. And I think one thing, and then
that's my theory on life, Rodney.
We can get on to the real thing or real topics here in just a minute. But and I think that's the other thing to where I have, just grown so comfortable right here, just being in my space. It's like when I do my other stop usually is going to do the cycle stuff that I was talking about. And I was never the rah community guy or any of that stuff, but that I've really embraced that. I think because that is my interaction, because like when I'm talking about going to the HEB, I'm not over there trying to be the governor shaking hands and
right. You're on a mission.
Right. I'm just getting my shit and getting out of there and listening to the music. But when I'm doing the other thing, we talk about community, and that's really what it is. Of course, it's all women, so that doesn't hurt, for crying out loud. That's always good. But
it's a good motivator.
So there's our theory on life right there. So you all,
hey, you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point though too. Like when I am out with the community, it's usually during a sports activity. And I don't know if like sports just lower, because I mean, I'm not gonna bullshit everybody. Everybody that's been listening to me for 7 years, I was in the military, man. I'm went through a whole bunch of shit. Deployed 4 times and 3 times to a combat zone. So it's I go through shit, and sometimes I'll just like to recluse and be by myself. And you know, a lot of times that anxiety, you know, starts to come and is created just by crowds. And when sports are involved, it really does relinquish the anxiety because it's just something that I can focus on. It makes me feel like I'm back at home. It reminds me of my times before I went into the Marines, man. I don't know. I guess there's a lot to break down, dude. A lot to break down inside of somebody's mind. That's for sure, dude.
Oh,
and that is our theory on life on a Friday.
Right. Life is chaotic as shit.
It is chaotic.
So that's the whole thing. So when people say, you know, if you're thinking, and here's a quick PSA, you know, if you have a friend, you have a relative, you have somebody where you just think something is wrong, something's just not.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's not a joke. Yeah.
Ask a question, man. Be
For
like,
sure.
hey, are you okay? If you're not,
and everybody out there listening too.
Yeah.
Everybody out there listening, like, you know, always hit me and Rodney up. Our lines are always open if you guys got any questions or you just got to get stuff off your chest that's not sports related. Like, I do that all the time for my military brothers, man.
Oh yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
My phone's always open, man. My phone is always open. All right, let's get into the gridiron, man. From the gritty to the gridiron, my guy. How was Thursday night football for you?
Man, I totally enjoyed it. I just liked having you know, live NFL games that actually meant something, man. So cool to see that. And you know, it's I don't care if you
don't think the preseason means anything though,
dude.
If we didn't play preseason games, preseason quality would be going on during week 1.
Let me tell you, brother.
Preseason games are important.
I have said for years, and people will push back at me or whatever. And it's like some of the best football that you're going to see all year is preseason because those are guys that are playing for bread. I mean, you're trying to get on a roster. So to me, I mean, that's their livelihood right there. And again, you're not playing against, you know, the first teamers or whatever the hell it is right there. But I mean, to me, it's just, and I think it's so cool. I think the guys like us, Wags, and I mean, all of us here, you know, anybody that works in sports radio or online or you know, whatever you want to call it. I think it's so cool for us when you watch preseason, if you actually pay attention to it, because you're watching people that maybe you've either seen them in person or you followed their career at some point, form or fashion, whether it be, you know, through D2 or in D1 or whatever. You're watching those guys. I mean, the coolest part for me, I mean, not only being a Cowboy fan, but it really hits home when we get to see a guy like the Deuce.
Yeah.
You know, just watching shit like that, you know. I mean, how great is that? How great is that? It's like that's a dude that produced highlight reels for you and I.
Right, man. And I didn't really, it didn't hit home for me. Like when Garrett Wilson got in the league, it you know, Bucky always used to talk about it, right? And he goes, "Hey man, you got to go see this kid, Garrett Wilson. Like he's really something. He trust me. Like I know when I'm seeing it." And then finally, like after I think the first season there, I went Garrett's senior year, and I saw him play a team, and he ran a button hook like Rodney. It was a simple 5-yard button hook in the middle of the field, and he was surrounded by a linebacker and 2 safeties and a cornerback. All he did was turn around and run, and nobody caught him. I mean, he went untouched. And he was surrounded by 4 dudes. He didn't even make a move. He's just that, like, you just know when the talent's on the field. And that's how we felt when we saw Deuce, too, dude.
Yeah.
Like, the kid's special. It doesn't matter what level of play it is. Ball players are going to ball. And everybody's, I've heard that Deuce is 5'5". I swear to God, he's not 5'5". I've stood next to him.
You stood next to him. Yeah.
I swear to God, he is not 5'5".
Yeah. Well, you know, I really go back. I mean, I channel stuff back. Like when I see Samaje Perine, you know, he bounces around and he's in all these different places. And I'm like, dude, I remember that fucking guy in high school and you know, running up all over everybody. And the fact that he's been able to do that. And one of the coolest things that ever happened for me was, so for a lot of years, I did Lake Travis baseball. And I know we don't hone into high school here, but this story is really cool. So when Brett Beatty, I mean, I did all those years of calling Brett Beatty games. He gets drafted and he goes to the Mets. You know, he had committed to Texas and he's going to go play for the Mets because he gets drafted. I reach out to his dad and I'm like, man, congratulations, you know, whatever. And then I get a text from Brett Beatty and it's like, dude, thanks for the great words and all this stuff. I appreciate you, you know, doing my game. It's like, dude, that's fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. That is so cool. That's why you
don't think that they appreciate it, you know?
Oh, no. And that's why I think preseason, minor league baseball, I mean, all of that. I mean, that's why, you know, a lot of people are like, whatever, man, pay attention to that stuff because it is amazing. But yes, it was really good to have that game going, something live last night. And hey, all the hype was around the Chiefs, but I tell you what, I think all the stuff that we were hearing about Detroit, again, Kadarius.
You lay any money
Toney,
down last night?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
No?
I mean, I'm actually in a pool. I'm in a pool where I can win at the end of the year, and actually, I got that. I won that game last night, so it was a good thing for me there. But
last second I took Detroit. Last second I took Detroit.
Is that right? That's
Yeah.
awesome, dude. That's
4.5.
hey,
They were getting 4.5. I was like, oh my god.
it's like we've been talking about during the week, dude. I mean, for Detroit, I mean, you and I mean, we've been discussing, was all the hype worth it, for the Lions right here? Well, shit. I mean, they had a lot of help. Lot of help, but hey, man, you go slay the dragon, dude. What a way to start their season.
No, I thought Jared Goff looked fantastic. I mean, people have gotten on his quarterback play for a couple of years now, man, but he's arrived. Now, I don't know if he's reinvigorated because he's found like a new home and a new belief system in Detroit. And I mean, if Dan Campbell is fighting for you and believes in you, that's one hell of a person and a motivator to kind of reinvigorate your character, right? And you saw the same kind of thing happen with Nick Foles and Andy Reid. Andy Reid gave Nick Foles up and said, hey, man, there's a lot of quarterback in you. You're still not done yet. Nick Foles goes on to play for Doug Peterson and gets a championship with Philly, gets a Super Bowl with Philly, man. Yeah. Dude, it's just it's really good to see when quarterbacks actually start to kind of find their mold, man. And I kind of felt bad for Jared Goff, and not that these millionaires need empathy. Everybody needs empathy, but not that these millionaires really rely on my empathy to feel bad for him or good for him. But it kind of sucks, man. Like, you got this franchise and this this awesome NFL roster kind of being, generated and formed around you and conjured around you, and then all of a sudden you're just going to be plucked and trade for that last missing piece. And they thought it was Stafford. Now look, I think the Rams would be in a lot better position if they had Goff at this moment. I'm not saying that Goff is better than Stafford, but it feels like Stafford's career is kind of ending and Goff's is kind of ascending just a little bit. I'm not saying that he's coming into a tier 1 quarterback, but he looks good and he looks like he can lead Detroit to some dare I say, like some postseason play, man. I'm not giving them all that much hype after last night. Let's consider what it is. It's week 1. Yeah. There was no Travis Kelce, no Eric Bieniemy calling plays. There's a lot of different and a lot of moving parts there for Kansas City. So, but it's wild though. Like, we talk about Andy Reid in the bye week, right? How much he preps for the bye week. His record for week 1 is pretty damn good too, because he's able to prep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
21-20,
exactly right.
And don't tell me that the rest. And I did this yesterday talking about officiating, and I can't believe I'm doing it today again. But I know what I saw, and everybody that watched that damn game saw what I saw too, because we had the bird's eye view, and you can't lie to the eye in the sky. You saw Taylor, the right tackle of the Chiefs, line up maybe a yard and a half in the backfield almost all night, and he was leaving early to deal with Hutchinson's quickness. And dude, the snap count. The snap count, or you can look at the ball. Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering about that last night. I guess they finally called it at the end, but it's like, I mean,
and real quick, Rodney, and Durald has a really good comment here too, dude. Like, that's what 18% of the salary cap hit gives you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. But I really think in the case of Goff, and again, it is really cool to see those stories, because we do. I mean, I think you and I really go to the human element of this, where it's really okay to root for somebody to do okay. We're going to root against our opponent or whatever. But when somebody does something really cool, that really is pretty badass. But you get into situations like this where Goff. Goff, he was a flop. He was a whatever you call it, whatever you want to call it. Here he goes. He's going to Detroit. It's like, okay, that's where the career is going to end. That's where you go to die. Your career is going to end or whatever. But he has absolutely done the reverse. And a lot of it, we see it all the time, where it's a system. It's a system situation, whether it be the system itself, whether it be the coach, whether it be the position coach, or whoever it may be, that can go in there, and they go in there and they save these guys' careers. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's a great. I mean, I get excited.
Quarterback in Jeff Fisher's system.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean that's the best case. That's the best example right there. I mean, you get into a situation like that, and I mean, all of these guys. When they call them journeymen, you have a journeyman, whatever quarterback, running back, offensive lineman, whatever it is, and they ship them off. They're at the end of the career, but they fall into a system that suits what they're talented at, and they excel, dude. And maybe they get a big contract, or maybe they get a chance to go play in a playoff game or whatever. Because nobody saw this for Jared Goff. But the whole thing is, we've known a long time Jared Goff is super talented, and he is leading that team, and especially in that division. Wags, we broke that division down the other day, and we're like, well, I don't know, Minnesota, I guess, but geez, they look pretty damn
I can't give Minnesota. I still can't give Minnesota the roses. Even I know that Madison is a good running back, but Dalvin Cook is a special back. And when he's, he might be a little bit prone to injury, but when he's on the field, dude, he's a wrecking ball. He's a force to be reckoned with as well. So to me, man, I think he's a great addition to the Jets. I think they're going to do tremendous out of that backfield too with Breece Hall. He looks pretty decent, coming off of an ACL injury there. But yeah, that North is wide open for the NFC, dude. And right now, man, I'm not giving anybody the roses except maybe Detroit and the Bears. And I haven't even seen the Bears. I'm just really excited about DJ Moore coming over there into that wide receiver room. So
yeah, and I think if you're Kansas City, I mean, you sit there and you watch that. I mean, there's a lot that was in that last night. It's like when a high school football coach says, "Man, I hate homecoming because there's distractions." I mean, there was a lot of distractions last night.
Was Kadarius Toney distracted last night?
Dude, I totally agree with Brad. I would investigate that, because some of that shit, I'm like,
stop. Y'all need to stop on this. The guy had a bad game. Was he really throwing? Chat. Everybody watching this stream right now, please let me know if you think Kadarius Toney was throwing. Please put you don't even have to put one in the chat for yes he was throwing, or two in the chat if not he was throwing.
And we'll announce our and then we're going to call Roger Goodell at the end of this and demand whatever it's supposed to happen. But I mean, with some of that, and I mean, the Chiefs are going to be fine. I mean, when you get Kelsey back, you're going to be they're going to be fine. I just think it was really cool. It was a great story last night to see the lowly Detroit Lions come on out and take down the Patrick Mahomes, multiple Super Bowl wins here in his first 4 or 5 years, whatever it's been, to see them come out and do that. And it was a really complete game for Detroit. I mean, honestly, let's take out the fact that Kadarius Toney was helping them out right here. But
hey, hold on. The refs were helping out Kansas City. It felt like too. It really did. Like, you could have called a false start or a hold on every play. I mean, of course, you can call a hold on every play in the NFL anyways. But I mean, they were pretty exclusive on some of their call. Like, it felt like hell they were getting sandwiches and water on the sideline of the Kansas City Chiefs, man. It felt like they were all one team.
So does that come down to
actually?
Does it come down to where it's one of those things where the officials are like, okay, we're going to let him play? I mean, because we hear that a lot of times. You hear that more, I guess, in basketball, where it's like, okay, we're going to let him play, which that's a whole different story, because in basketball with flopping and all this different stuff. But yes, lots of calls there. But I mean, Detroit ran the ball well. That surprised me. I was surprised that they ran the ball as well as they did.
Hey, man, Montgomery looks pretty good, dude. And this Gibbs is special.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, I wasn't so hot on Gibbs. Like, and he got a lot of fantasy hype too, right? He was going early, like at least if you didn't get him in the second round, he was gone. You weren't going to see him a third time. And I wasn't big on him. It's not the fact that I didn't think that he was a quality running back. I just didn't think he'd be able to adjust and get to the speed level of the NFL. Now, I know he's a fast back, but still, you got to put some pounds on a little bit to survive in this league. We talk a little bit about how Deuce Vaughn's kind of a special player, but that's because he's kind of built like that tiny wrecking ball of Darren Sproles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like those are different type of tiered level players, man. They're just special players that can find holes, and they're very hard to see and very hard to track.
Yeah,
this dude is not small.
He was good, dude. He was really good. I had a buddy that came over last night. We're sitting there watching the game, and he's like, "Who's this Gibbs?" So I had to like go to my phone and kind of I'm like, "Damn." But yes, I mean, he hit the hole, and again, Detroit seemed to be able to win the line of scrimmage. So again, that helps right there. But yeah, man, I did not see that coming from Gibbs when he started doing what he was doing. I'm like, holy smoke, man! That's something I didn't expect. And hey,
I
man,
thought it was a well-balanced attack from Dan
wasn't it?
Campbell and the
It
Lions,
was.
man.
It was.
Being able to wear him down with Montgomery and then keep him
Mhm.
off balance with Gibbs. And then hell, you know, what's his name? Golf, he was throwing darts, man. Reynolds looked pretty damn good. And then St. Brown, you know, Cole asked that question yesterday, anytime touchdown. Hell, he was the first touchdown for Detroit.
Yeah. So I mean, watch the Lions, man. I guess the hype is real.
We go to the penalties right here. So 3 penalties called on Kansas City that only, you know, neglected them 25 yards, right? And then you also have 4 penalties for 63 yards. Now, see, it's the yardage difference. Sure, it's only maybe 1 penalty, but it's still the yardage difference. So there were a couple of 15. There's a lot more 15-yarders in the you know, in the ones that were accredited to the Detroit Lions than there were to the Chiefs. So to me, man, you know, the tail is between the numbers and the proof is in the pudding, Rodney. Now that's not enough for the I guess for the basic eye to think anything is going on there. But if you're kind of looking at it with a discreet eye, I don't know, or a suspect eye, I'm kind of feeling like Detroit was getting job just a little bit. Now that's not just because I took the 4.5.
Well,
I was sweating a little bit, man. But even though, like, I didn't think, I did not think that the Kansas City Chiefs would cut. I thought they'd maybe win by a field goal or whatnot. I thought I was in pretty decent hands. I didn't think they'd win by a touchdown.
And we've talked about coaching, you know, all week, you know, as we get ready to talk about Texas and Alabama and how coaching is going to be so important in that game. I mean, when you get a dude like Dan Campbell, I mean, you know, hear the fighting Dan Campbells and all that, but man, that
your
dude
kneecaps,
right there,
both of them went out. Both kneecaps went down, Rodney.
I tell you what I'm so impressed with that dude. Yours like his halftime interview. It's like, you know, most of these coaches, it's like, yeah, we're playing well. We need to work on whatever. And you know, they take off. I mean, granted, it's Melissa Stark. I'd probably stop and talk to her too, but whatever, or whoever it was. But man, that dude's like all in detail right there. It's like, dude, check this shit out. I mean, follow the lead here, guys. Follow the lead of this dude. And again, man, that's the intensity. That's when you get somebody that's played the game at the high level that gets out there and you can really tell. Not that other coaches don't. You can really tell this dude loves his fucking players, and that's and they know that.
And the players love him, man. The players will fight for him, dude.
That's exactly right. They're gonna go run through a brick wall for this dude if he tells them to. They'd cut their nuts off if he told them to.
I don't know about that. That's where I start. You know, hey, coach, man, maybe we need to dial it back just a little bit, man. Come on, Donnie. They were threatening castration. Are we gonna split hairs here? I don't know if you guys know that one or not.
Crazy stuff.
That's a classic there from the Big Lebowski.
Yeah, no. I mean, good for Detroit. I mean, good for the NFL. I imagine the numbers are you know through the roof, and that's great. What a great way to start the year.
Montgomery last night, 74 yards, getting a score. I thought he looked fantastic, getting a lot of tough yardage. Only 8 yards in his long. That's the thing, though, man. He just felt like he was pounding him down and just grinding him down. And then we talked about the explosive plays, keeping him off balance, dude. Gibbs steps in there, only 7 carries, 42 yards, though. Good change of pace. It was a change of pace, man.
It was at the time that he got that yardage. It was when he got those 42 yards. It was when they needed that spark. And I think that's, and again, great game plan, man. I mean, hell, like we're talking about Texas. You got 2-3 guys, whatever. Hell, plug them in there and let them both be productive. And shit, then you've got a great running game that night, day, whatever it is. And that's what Detroit did last night. Nope.
What's that?
Did I lose you?
Is that you?
What happened? What you talking about?
I don't know. Oh, never mind. I think that's an ad. Never mind. I got an ad playing through my computer. My bad. Sorry about that.
I was like, huh?
That was weird. Did you guys hear that? Did everybody hear that? Did you just hear
I'll tell
all
you
that?
what. Speaking of ad, while they jump on, you just saw BK. he's heading over to Covert Bee Cave. I mean, you've got a meet and greet happening out there. Lifetime Longhorn Michael Griffin's going to be out there. Hey, but what can we say about our great friends at Covert Bee Cave? I mean, nestled out there, 42 acres of beauty out there. 7 brands. Talk about them every day right here on the program. GMC, Buick, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. In addition to those 7 brands, they also have the Hop 'em Hippos serving those Fords, the Blue Oval over in Hutto right there off of 79. And, of course, Ford Lincoln in Austin over off 183. You've got all of that. It's Covert. Coverts for 107 years. They have been serving you guys. You're not going to find a better deal than you're going to find at Covert. Not now, not ever. And it is Covert Ford Bee Cave. If you are out and about, if you're watching us right now, turn your app on, head on out to Bee Caves and go meet those guys. Go meet Griff. Go see BK. Go see Trey. Go see Hardball Harge. They're going to be out there. And also Covert service base, 86 of them, not 4 or 5 or 10, 86 of them. They will do all your maintenance, whether it be something major goes down on that ride, they'll take care of it because they take care of all makes and models, or that preventative maintenance. Let the dealer take care of it. Let Covert take care of that. If you go somewhere, you're going to try to get upsold. They're going to be like, well, you may need a cabin air filter. No, you don't need that shit. The dealer's going to shoot you straight. And that's why you go to Covert Ford Bee Cave. They are proud sponsors right here of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Go see the guys. Go get some good food. Go get some Smoky Mo's. Go get some of that Verde. Not Verde, Verde. Go get some of that today. Stuff happening out there. You got about an hour, so get on over there. Covert Bee Caves. We love them on this channel.
Hey, if you guys really go out there, you'll be hanging with Harge in real time, in real life. Mm-hmm. Think about that. You want to hanging with Harge is coming up next. But if you guys think about it, you'll really be hanging with Harge if you go out.
You've seen that studio? You seen that studio that Brad and Bucky were in the other day? Brad, BK.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, man, look at that.
I'm more intrigued with Harge's studio though. I want to play the piano. That's what I want to do.
How many studios that dude have?
I want to sing Drops of Jupiter while playing the piano.
I've seen him in like 3 different studios this week, man. That dude, he travels a lot. I mean, that dude's all over the place. But that Covert one,
a very busy man.
I love what they did that with that room right there. I can only assume because that's like at some of the dealerships where you go in and they like you find the car you want, they take you and put you in this cold room, and they're like, okay, that's where they wanted to. Let me go talk to the manager. And your ass is just sitting there in that room. You're freezing your ass off, and you can't get up and leave because they're going to lock the door and not let you out. And I love that Covert Bee Cave. That man, they set up a nice studio. Wags, you and I need to go there, dude. You think they'll let us in there?
I would love to get out there. It would just be really hard. I wanted to do the show live from there. It would just be really hard for me to get back here to clock in for my other job. So
what I think you and I need to do, we're gonna nail us a sponsor for the show, and we can find us a cool spot in Williamson County, and we can come out and we can do the Chaos Theory, maybe a special weekend edition or something like that. You know, break down NASCAR, break down some fantasy sports. We go totally off the rails on a weekend. That's what
we're about to get into some college football here in just a minute, but I wanted to touch on some other things here from the other side of the ball. People talked about, Tony and his drops, 3 drops, but they were very significant drops, and one almost catered to a pick. Well, it not almost did cater to a pick 6 for the Detroit Lions. That really did turn it kind of turned the tide and allowed them to get back into the ball game here. Dan Campbell, first drive, going forward on 4th down, fake punt on 4th down. That set the damn tone. That absolutely set the tone, and you knew that they were. He talked about it, man, in that famous speech that he had where he talks about biting kneecaps. It will be a direct reflection of the city that we live in, man. And Detroit is a fighting to what I've always known in my life. Detroit is a city that is just a blue collar town, and they fight, man. They just fight for everything that they got. And look, dude, that was very reminiscent on the field, man. It looked like it was represented to what he wanted to, and they fought. They got down and they fought back. They got down again and they fought back, and then they were able to emerge victorious at the end of it, man. A lot of resolve, just a remarkable team, dude. Yeah. And then you talk about how good and solid that defense was. Man, Hutch was getting after it to the point where he was forcing false. Dude. Well, only one false start, but he could have had false starts called on Taylor the entire night. We talked a little bit about that. Some positives that I want to take away, though, from Kansas City. I thought, the receivers that stepped up in times that they needed to. I really liked what I saw out of Rashee Rice, the young rookie wide receiver out of there for Kansas City. Got him in my fantasy, took him around round 8. So I think, as he continues to get a little bit more confidence with Patrick Mahomes, you'll start to see a little bit more rise and a little bit more productivity out of Rashee Rice here. Only 3 catches, though, for 29 yards, but averaging over almost 10 yards, 9.7 yards per catch. And he did get a score. So that makes, that kind of means that Mahomes is, I think Mahomes just scans the target and finds anybody that's open in the red zone or in the end zone. But again, if you can start to build that rapport and that trust with a young wide receiver, that can grow into tremendous things. I thought I was going to see that from Tony. Hopefully, he just had a bad night. I don't think he was throwing. I really don't. I'd hate to put that on on somebody's character, but
dude, how
it looked bad.
I mean, how horrible is that if that is the case? I mean, and I'll be. We're not the only ones that are saying that. we're not the only ones that are maybe talking about that, but they're going to be fine. I mean, when you plug Kelsey back in there, that's going to make a huge difference. I mean, that's kind of one of the concerns that I have for the Cowboys. Is when I start looking forward into the Cowboys season, with Dak Prescott, you always had Dalton Schultz, which was he's looking everywhere trying to do first, second, third read, whatever it is. He can't find shit, so he dumps it underneath to Schultz. I mean, that's where you have that, where, and again, the impact of the tight end that we've been talking about throughout the week, but they're going to be totally fine. And I just it was a complete win. It was a complete win for Detroit. And I think that's really I think it's great for the NFL.
How you feel about Ferguson
got knocked off.
How you feel about Ferguson as your tight end now, man? I think Ferguson's going to be a decent addition for the Cowboys. So
I think so. I'll tell you Monday after I get to actually see the one that really counts. So we'll see. How about that, Wags? Our teams are going to play each other, man. That's
it's not going to be a fun night for Cowboy or for Giants fans. I think the Cowboys are going to be able to run it up on the Giants. It's just. It is what it is. We've seen this before. We know it's your all's favorite movie, right? To beat up on to beat up on the Giants. That's usually what happens on opening night.
Well,
I don't know. Eli, back when Eli was there, we used to have a shot, man.
So say if this game was at AT&T Stadium, I would give you the nod because we can't beat you there. I mean, hell, he signed the wall over there, didn't he? When he won that first, I was at that game. Fucking signs a wall. I'm like, all right, there you go. There you go. Here's all your artwork, Jerry, and he signs a wall. Yeah, but we'll get into that.
Hey, we talked about why the guys are over there at Covert Bee Caves right now. And it is because they are getting ready and getting a lot of hype for our boys that are traveling out to Tuscaloosa, man. There's just a game of small magnitude this Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Time. So the line is still 7 for Roll Tide here. The line is still 7. Anything throughout this week that kind of gives you a little bit more hype and hope that you think the Longhorns can kind of shave this 7-point advantage down and kind of make it into their own? And maybe we'll call this a WTF, Rodney, a wrong team favored, because that's what happened last night. We had a WTF, and maybe we'll have another one on Saturday.
I can't go down that road, unfortunately. I mean, it's going to be, I think what's going to happen here is, and yes, I mean, there are things that make me think that this could be, I mean, even at one point, it was a situation where I thought, okay, you're getting Bama a little down here, whatever. Maybe it's an opportunity where you get to the, just past the midpoint of the third quarter, and maybe you make maybe we stretch this thing out. I mean, maybe Texas stretches all of this out, but I don't, as much as every time that I start thinking that, I see or hear something else from all the experts that we have around here. And it's like, and I talked to my friends in Alabama. I was actually talking to, I've got a friend that is a sports director at one of the stations in Mobile. And we had a long discussion last night, just talking about this thing back and forth. And after she was done with me, I'm like, okay, I'm back to thinking, no, 34-27 Bama, but I don't know, dude. It's gonna RPOs, man. You've got to. the RPOs are going to be, I think, the livelihood of what's going to make this work, along with the running game. I mean, you have to have the short game in there. You have to establish all of that. And that's, this is coach speak. This is anybody knows this. Ray Charles can see this. If you get all of that working, then you're going to be able to dump it down the field and hit the guys on the long pass. And I just don't think that you're going to be able to establish the running game and the RPOs enough to where you can go deep. And I think that's going to be where Alabama's going to tighten up. Then they're going to shut one of them down, the RPO or the running game. Then you're going to get a little one-dimensional. Then you're going to get lax. And then you're going to start making mistakes. And that's what concerns me.
Yeah, I would, instead of, and we see a comment from Jaime Fernandez here. Expect much better start from Texas's O-line and Quinn. They're going to need to. They're absolutely going to need to, or they're going to get rolled. They're going to get steamrolled by Bama. You hear the phrase "roll Tide." Well, yeah, that's what's going to happen, man. Tide will roll all over the Longhorns if you do not win in the trenches with the hog mollies, dude. Again, I talked a little bit about it on Tuesday. If there is an advantage that I think we have in one position skill level room, I think it is the wide receiver room. It's a down year for Alabama's wide receivers, and I say this reluctantly, right? Because it just feels like, it's a plug and play system there at Alabama. Any room that it is, they're going to be pros. You know what I mean? Yep. It just feels like Saban develops NFL talent, and it's come to fruition for the past decade, Rodney. So it's going to be tough going in there it's kind of crazy to think that you have any advantage on Alabama, but one advantage is motivation and staying hungry. And that can happen, to the best of teams and to any type of team. And when you see like that 11 versus 3, and you're like, man, we only got 11. We only got ranked 11, Rod, or dude, I got to climb. We got to do something to, ascend to beat this, I guess, God tiered ranked school and university of Alabama. And that's going to have to come in. That's going to have to come with balance and efficiency from the running backs. Look, we saw the three-headed hydra of Baxter, Blue, and Brooks. It's going to have to be a lot of clock management, a lot of time a lot of running the ball, and a lot of ability to keep the defense of Alabama off balance and tired, man. It's going to be hot in Tuscaloosa. If you can use that to your advantage and wear them down, it's going to bode well for the Longhorns going forward.
And I do go back to the other thing, like I was talking about during this week, earlier in the week, Wags. You can't let the environment beat you. You can't let the moment beat you. And that's another thing that I go back in, because that crowd is going to be ruthless. I mean, they're going to be, this program's played in bowl games and so forth and all this different things. But hell, the bowl game's been 70 miles from here. It's been a home game. So you're going into this atmosphere with one of the true great programs that we have watched in the history of college football, coached by one of the greatest coaches in the history of college football as well. And those fans are going to be rabid, and they're going to be up your ass. And you're going to have to not let that become a factor. And that's, I don't know how we are preparing our team for that. I don't know how you prepare for that.
I think we got to make Milroe one-dimensional, as hard as that is, right? Like, you got to limit him to beating you with the air. You got to take his legs away. We talked a little bit about that, all throughout the week. He's a mobile quarterback. You got to take his mobility away from him and keep him contained on the end. So defensive front four is going to have to be very tough and get after it. And then, look, the thing about that is and we talked about putting a spy on the guy too, right? If you put a spy on the quarterback, you're taking a position player away from him. Now, I know that each, there's 11 versus 11, so each man has to be accountable for a position. But still, if you drop back and put him in a spy position, you taking an advantage away of doubling up on one of their wide receivers and forcing interceptions there. So we'll see how PK plays this. It's going to be tough. Again, keeping him one-dimensional for me is one of the key components from the defensive point of scheming and attack.
Yeah, I agree. And kind of back to the running back situation you were talking about right there. I really think, and great, like we said earlier in the week, I mean, it's great if you got 3 of them that are productive and it's balanced or whatever. But dude, if one of these dudes, I don't give a shit who it is, if one of these guys has a series and they're just balls out and just put him back in. I mean, forget the. I
So
heard
you,
Bucky
are
talking
you
about it.
you're on going with the hot running back?
Dude, you stay with the one that's toting the rock, and then if at some point they cool off,
What about keeping them fresh though? You don't think there's any type of benefit of keeping them fresh?
Dude, I think if
I
you
know
get
it disrupts the chemistry and it disrupts the flow, but
man,
dude, I just feel like I feel like being fresh in the earlier part of the season when the weather is just brutal and muggy and just drains you. I feel like that is it's a strong component of winning. It's a strong recipe of winning. Now I know flow is important. I've never played, running back at the collegiate level, but I know flow is important to a running back's game.
Yeah, well, spell him a play or two. I mean, give him a breather. Let him go get water. I mean, whatever you want to do right there. But man, if you get to do with a hot hand, put him in there because he's figured something out. And all of that, you get in the moment right there. They're going to get in this atmosphere, like I'm talking about the crowd and all of this shit that's going to be going on there. Yeah, it's going to be hot. You're going to be tired, but you know how it is, Wags. If you go into that tunnel vision and you're feeling it. Dude, none of that. Afterwards, my ass is wore out. Man, they were not
exactly.
But go with the hot hand. And
right, emotions take over.
Forget about the play. I don't want to hurt so and so's feelings. I told him he's going to get 10 plays or whatever. Forget that shit. In this game, the Rice game, sure, play them all. But you get a hot hand, dude. Hell no, leave him in there.
Now, so what's your keys for success for the Longhorns here?
Got win the line of scrimmage. I mean, I'm going to sit and I'm going to harp on
time
that.
Of possession.
Yeah. That's. I mean, stretch this game out. Stretch this ball game out. I mean, I think that your defense is up for the task. I'm not near as concerned about any of that. But you got to win the line of scrimmage. And I saw the comment there about that the offensive line is going to be better. Well, it better, like I said. But you got to control the line of scrimmage. And what does that do when you control the line of scrimmage? That does exactly what I was talking about. To where you're going to be able to be multifaceted. And eventually, it does open up the deep ball for Quinn. And that's when that factors in. And this stretches thing out, man. Put this defense on their heels. I want to see their hands on their hips. That's what I want to see. Then you have controlled the line of scrimmage and you've answered all the questions about the offensive line.
Wear him down. Wags. Brandon comes in with Wags. What are the bets looking like this weekend? Let's eat. Absolutely. Let's eat, baby. Well, right now, I mean, I'm reluctant to bet on the money line here for this game for Longhorns in Alabama. And I usually do this, right? I usually try to stay away from teams that I have emotional attachments to. You know what I mean? Because usually it messes with the way I think about the game. Because I want to be optimistic. I always, you hear me say this all the time. You never get, enter a fight thinking that you're going to get your ass kicked.
Right.
But I think about that with my teams too. Like, I feel like I'm a part of the teams. I feel like I'm a part of the program. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm out there making a difference. And when you place the bet, that kind of gives that team a little bit of power, or a little bit. You are putting your power on that team. So again, I don't like to bet on with my emotions or with the team that I'm betting on. I like to usually go with the over under on teams that I'm close with here.
Dude, that's
I would take the over. I will definitely take the over in this game. I think it's not going to be explosive when it first starts, Rodney. But at that second half, when you just got done talking about it, when teams get tired, when defenses get tired, because both teams are going to get tired here. Both defenses are going to get worn down here. We'll talk a little bit about what the weather projection is supposed to be tomorrow in Tuscaloosa here. But look, it's going to be muggy. It's still, early September here. The summer is starting to trickle off, and then finally get into the fall seasons. And expect what you saw last week to kind of be a little bit of replicated on the field on Saturday here. So in terms of weather-wise, to me, that's going to be a huge component. Man, wear them down, dog. Wear them down. Take the over and watch this 54-point game explode into like 65, man. That's the only thing that I can tell you right now, Brian. We'll get down into other games too. Hey, I also want to remind you though, we have our shows on the weekend that we still do as well. I will be talking to the powers that be to bring the Wagner Wire here to Texas Sports Unfiltered, man. But as of right now, we still got Texas, our or excuse me, we still got the Wagner Wire on 102.7 ESPN Austin, where I'll break down my fantasy lines on Sunday to get you guys ready for all those DraftKings updates as well. So, Rodney, I mean, I guess we got about 10 more minutes left into this thing. Any more last thoughts on Alabama and Texas? What are your score? What I heard 34-20, 35-27.
34-27 Bama's what I'm thinking. But man, I'm
telling you go higher. I'm telling you go higher, bro. I don't know, man.
Well,
I'm telling you go higher. I think we're going to see explosions on both sides of the ball, amigo.
Hey, man. Chew those nails up, man.
I'm seeing six receptions, maybe $140, $130 from Xavier Worthy here. Hopefully 2 touchdowns. And then on that other side, Sanders. I think Sanders gets 2 touchdowns, 2 tough scores in the red zone here. If you're looking for a Sanders touchdown or a Sanders anytime touchdown, that's obviously going to happen. 2 TDs. If you're getting maybe a touchdown and a half, I'd take it. I think he's worth 2 touchdowns here, especially the threat in the red zone. And you saw what he was able to do on that 10-yard catch right there. It's almost like a little button hook, but he didn't actually hook. Ewers actually hit him in stride there. Hell, it looked like a tight end seam, to be honest with you. And then he was able to make that yak for 44 yards and then get the score there. He's going to do a lot of that, I think, and he's also going to be one hell of a threat in the red zone there for Alabama. That'll be tough to actually hone in on him and take him down. And then, hell, maybe you get the entire wide receiver core with a touchdown. A.D. Mitchell looked good last week. We'll see if he gets in there. But we talked about it. A lot of the balance is going to have to come from the backfield here, and I would be happy if we just saw nothing. Well, you got to keep it balanced with the air attack too. But I would be happy if we saw a lot of play from all 3 running backs. I know you just talked about it. Maybe go with the running back that's got the hot hand or whatnot, or feeling the vibe.
Yeah,
I like keeping them all fresh until maybe that defense gets worn down, and then go with the dude that has the flow and the chemistry.
I'm just looking forward to seeing what Sark's game plan is going to be, what they have put together, because obviously what we saw against Rice, and we were talking on Monday when we debuted, here on TSU about that. There was a lot of the panic and after game 1 and so forth. But I think everybody agrees that was a very plain Jane vanilla, whatever you want to call game plan, and that was done intentionally. And it was weird because I heard our man Rod Babers talking. I think it was earlier or last week, and he was talking about maybe you go a different way. Maybe you throw everything at him. I didn't think that was going to happen, but it was a good thought. The opposite of what was actually going to happen. But I'm very curious to see. And again, you got to come out and you got to come out fast. You can't come out flat. It just seemed like to me last week, and maybe it was the game plan. Maybe it was the game plan, because a game plan like that will tend to do this to the offensive part of the football team, that you're going to appear flat because it's very plain. So, man, it's got to be high momentum. I mean, I want to see this thing clicking. I do want to ask you, Wags, because it comes up anytime for this program when you get in a situation like this.
What comes up? What comes up?
This question. So, if Quinn is not producing, if he's flat, do you go to Malik?
I like Malik anyway. I love Malik. I think in close 3rd down situations, I never understood while you're in 3rd and 1 and you line up in shotgun. I just don't get that. I mean, call me an old head. I don't get it, especially when you got a quarterback the size of Malik. Put Malik under center and fucking lean forward. He will get you 3 yards. He's built like Derrick Henry. Dude, I
have never understood that when you're in 3rd and 1 and you have someone like that. Hell, even it doesn't have to be as big as when it's 3rd and 1 and you line the fucking guy 5 yards back. It's 3rd and 6.
Yeah, dude, you're giving the defense. You're giving the defense yards.
I'm no mathematician, but they're going to stack the box. That's great.
Well, it would be physics. It would be physics at that point, I think, right? It would be physics.
Oh, man.
Or logic. Physics, logic, and math. We'll put them all together.
That drives me crazy. I don't care what level it's at. Oh, 3rd and half a yard. Okay, let me line up 6 yards back and waiting for the ball.
Right.
Come on, man. What is that?
Right. Now, I don't know which game you're probably going to be watching. I'm assuming it's going to be Texas, Alabama, but there are many games to be watching while you're doing that, and you can do that with audio-visual consultations. 512-255-8678. They've been setting the standard in audio-visual automation for 35 years now, since 1988. Look them up on their website at avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects that they have done over the past 35 years. If you don't have an idea of what you want in your house, that gallery of projects will give you an idea of what you want. You can see what I have in my, you guys mentioned it. It looks like Dave and Buster's, man. That's what Tom can do for you. He's outfitted the entire Pluckers, restaurants all around Central Texas, and hell, even he's gone out into New Orleans as well, or not New Orleans, but Louisiana. So make sure you guys are checking those institutions out. We love Pluckers there, getting your wings there, but you'll also see a lot of audiovisual consultations projects. Again, you can get your golf simulator if it's too hot. I mean, the winter seasons, the fall seasons, we don't really have winter seasons in Texas, maybe like 2 weeks or something like that.
It's going to be 90 on Wednesday. It's going to be 90 on Wednesday.
Right, there you go. That's a little bit of relief. But anyways, you can get a golf simulator there from Tom McKay. The sky is the limit. No job's too big, no job's too small. 512-255-8678. The setting the standard in audiovisual automation. The really smart guys that never make you feel dumb. You guys know all the little additives for them. They're just the best regardless, man. I stand by them. You should stand by them too. And the only way to do that is to support them and call them up. 512-255-8678.
And
all
thank
right,
him
real
for being
quick.
a part of TSU. Yeah.
Real quick, bro.
Uh-huh.
We have a level up segment that we got to do. Again, you guys know, you guys talk about Dave and Buster's in the background. I love video games. You guys should love video games too. It's an outlet for me, so I don't go getting crazy out there in town and bringing down our Fairburg of Austin. What released today, NBA 2K24. So if you guys are into basketball, all my hoopers out there, you guys love, the title, the revered title of NBA 2K. Well, their new edition for the 24 edition is out. Make sure you guys grab that if you guys are into video games, and that is Level Up.
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
I like talking. I like talking. I know Rodney's not really into video games, so I like mentioning
Atari 2600, dude. Atari 2600.
Atari 2600. ColecoVision. Buck Rogers.
I play Phoenix. I play Activision, my brother. No, I need to. I need to get more entailed with that. I definitely do. Hey, I do want to mention as well, Wags, because I've had a couple of people that reached out about some of the racing stuff, racing on here and doing all the different stuff. And yes, I mean, we'll work on maybe getting Dirty Air or Revved Up. One of these things over here.
Oh my God, Rodney, I'm sorry. We got video games. Oh my God. Yes. I love Bethesda Studios. Do I like video games? Yes, I love video games. Sorry, Rodney. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
The nerds are here.
Good. That's totally good. But talking about NASCAR this weekend, going to Kansas. I saw last night Brad Keselowski was there in his Detroit Lion uniform.
BK. That's NASCAR's BK.
Yeah, that's right. So he was there checking that out. Had some folks asking about what do you do here for this week if you're playing NASCAR fantasy or daily sports stuff with that. Probably when you go to Kansas, you probably want to look at the Hendrick cars. Kyle Larson coming off of the win last week at Darlington, winning, starting the playoffs right there. Probably want to look at some of those fast Toyotas, and then sleeper. Chris Buescher, who has done really badass things for RFK Racing. He's won, I think, 4 of the last 7 races. That's a dude that you want to look at too. So that NASCAR at Kansas coming up this weekend.
What cars are hot lately? Is it Toyotas or is it Chevy cars running good? Fords. You know who Toyota, I like.
Oh yeah,
you know who I like.
Toyota, regular season champion right there, MTJ. Toyotas and Chevrolet has been really strong, dude. The Fords have kind of gotten left behind, except for the RFK cars that I was talking about with Keselowski and Buescher, and nobody saw that coming. I mean, Jack Roush had fallen off the map, but man, they've been carrying the torch here for Ford. Blue Oval that you can find at Covert Ford in Hutto, by the way. Go out there and tell them that we're racing on here. They'll get all fired up too. How about that?
Loving it. Wags, do you like the new Starfield? Yes, I absolutely love Starfield. I'm only like 3 hours into it because I'm still trying to finish High on Life. I got too many games on my PC and I'm trying to kind of clear out some of the hard drive and space because Starfield's huge. It's like 119 gigs or something like that. It's crazy. Right? Not that you know about that, Rodney. But we're gonna get you on that. We have to. We have to.
Does that have anything to do?
You got to be my co-pilot, and you got to play Starfield. I also there's this other one out there too. It's God, I can't think of the name of it yet right now, but it's another space game, but it's crazy, man. I'll have to get it up. I don't know. I'll have to get it up. Jesus,
I'll ask you.
I'll ask you on that.
I'll ask you like an older gentleman asked me about something one time. Do you do that on the internet? Is that done on the internet?
You do it on the internet. I'm trying to find this game, what this game's called, but I can't. Hey, it's time for our crosstalk section. We're about to bring in Mike Harge here in just a little bit. He is out there at Covert Bee Cave getting ready for the party as well, man. We bring Mike in right now for a little crosstalk, getting him ready. Look at what's behind you. You got Priest Holmes out there.
That's right. That's right.
If it's not a piano, he's got some luxurious stuff behind him and like memorabilia. So this dude is just, you got to go where Harge is. He's got the magic all around him. It's Hanging with Harge coming up next, man. What do we got to preview for you, my guy?
Well, obviously, it's Bama week, the final day, the final sleep before we get in there and really get it going. We're also going to talk a lot about what happened last night. We got big football games happening this weekend. And check out the new logo, man. Check it out.
I like
they got
that.
it up on the wall. I'm out
Got
here
a
with
QR
them,
code.
baby. That's how we do it, with the QR code. I just can't wait, man. This has been a lot of fun. And I got a question for you guys real quick.
What's up?
You know, Rodney, I always come to you when it's time to talk about racing. Wags, I come to you when it's time to talk fantasy football. Which one of you guys picked Kadarius Toney, and did he get drug tested today? Because there was something really going on with that young man last night.
Something shady,
Remember
my
when
man.
T.O. had that bad game when he was at San Francisco? T.O. couldn't catch a cold, right?
Oh, my goodness.
He
That's
couldn't
right.
catch anything. And then finally he had the redemption catch, though. Like young, or no, it was Garrett. It was Jason Garrett.
No, it was
No,
Young.
not
He
Jason
threw him
Garrett.
the
I'm sorry.
ball. It was Steve
The
Young
dude that
throwing
married
him the ball on the
dude that
goal
married the
line.
Playboy star. Who was that guy? Sorry.
The Playboy star?
No,
Which
the
one?
Playboy model. He married a Playboy model. Who was it? Jeff Garcia. Jeff
Oh,
Garcia.
okay. Yeah.
Jeff Garcia,
yeah.
man. Jeff Garcia was the quarterback, and he finally went back to him and got, I guess got Terrell Owens, the redemption catch, the redemption touchdown catch. Well, we didn't see that from Kadarius Toney last night.
And they gave him every opportunity to redeem him.
They gave him plenty of chances. Hey, Hardball, how's the vibe out there, man? You got people already? You got people out already? I know Griff's gonna be
Vibe is
out there
good,
signing.
man. First off, anytime you walk into a dealership, you better have a good vibe, because this place is absolutely beautiful. I got a chance to talk to Dan Covert just a little while ago. He is excited to have us out here. There's going to be Michael Griffin coming out here. They got food out here. There's so much happening, but make sure you bring your wallet, because it's about to go down for sure.
That's what I'm talking about. What, you talking about lines? What
make it rain, baby. Make it rain.
All right, hey, man, it's Hanging with Harge.
Seven
It's coming up next.
vehicles over there. You
That's
got it.
right.
It's Hanging with Harge. It's coming up next. We're going to get out of here so Harge can do his thing. You guys have been great. We love you guys. Have a great weekend, man. We're out. Go hook them. Boom.
Do it to it, brother.
Appreciate you guys. Welcome back in. As you know, we're back to another edition of Hanging with Hardball. That's right. Those guys have done an unbelievable job leading in, as always. You never know what you're going to get over there at Chaos Theory. After my show today, Trey and BK will be on location right here at the Covert Bee Cave location. And what I'm telling you right now, if you ever been to a dealership, if you've ever been to a car lot, you know what it looks like. There's a lot going on, but I've never in my life seen a more beautiful dealership out here at Covert Bee Cave. Make sure you come out here. We way out here, though. We way out here. If you've ever driven out this way, it is beautiful out here. We're at 42 acres in the Texas Hill Country. Covert Bee Cave has 3 new state-of-the-art auto dealerships carrying 7 brands. You know which ones they are, your favorites: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. In addition to those 7 brands, Covert also has a Ford dealership in Hutto and a Ford and Lincoln in Austin off of 183. They have something for everyone. And if you are out looking for a new vehicle, no better place to go than Covert Bee Cave. Go to covertbeecave.com and you can check out the specials and, of course, the inventory. But like I said, we're going to have food out here. Michael Griffin is going to be out here. signing autograph, kissing babies, unlike Russell Wilson. But I can't get into that just yet. But I want to talk about this big game this weekend. Alabama hosting our Texas Longhorns. And I know a lot of people are trying to figure out what exactly is going to go down in this game. Well, I'm here for it. I'm here for you. I'm going to give you all the ins and the outs, the things that I see, the conversations that need to be had, and who is going to be the breakout star in this game. There's a lot to get into, so let's get right into it. So the first thing that I wanted to kind of chop it up about is Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow got paid yesterday. I'm going to get into the Texas Longhorns. We just talked about it the other day about Nick Bosa getting paid from the 49ers and how he became that big baller and buying all the meals, by the way. He'll be paying for all the dinners. But Joe Burrow became the first person to break the bank. When you talk about making money and what Joe Burrow was able to do, I want y'all to think about this, about how much money this dude really got. He got a 5-year, $275 million contract extension to his already. He's still playing on his rookie deal. And we've been talking about this for quite some time. Everybody's been talking about Joe Burrow and what it was going to look like when he got his opportunity to get paid. I told you yesterday when you were watching Nick Bosa get paid, you were thinking about Micah Parsons. How much money is Micah Parsons truly going to make this year? Well, Joe Burrow just set the market, and he set it big time with how much money he just got paid. But I do want to break this down. So starting in April, Jalen Hurts signed a 5-year deal worth $51 million, becoming the highest paid quarterback. Everybody was talking about his money, and you kept thinking about it. Well, then May comes around. Lamar Jackson signs that 5-year deal as well, 5-year extension, worth $52 million. And so you start thinking, all right, who's next in line for that big payday? Who's the next guy for that big payday? Well, Justin Herbert became that guy. So they said, let's just make it a little bit more than what Lamar Jackson got. Justin Herbert signs a 5-year extension worth up to $52 million per year. So yesterday, Joe Burrow reportedly signs a deal for $55 million per year. That, to me, is something that is utterly amazing. But you know the one thing that nobody ever talks about with all these contracts? Taxes. So on the surface, those numbers look amazing. But let's just break down Joe Burrow's contract. So let's just say his salary is $55 million a year. He's going to pay $20.3 million in federal taxes. Think about that. He's paying $20 million in federal taxes. Then the agent, we got to get our money. The agent said, let me get some of that. $1.7 million. And then you get FICA. I'm still trying to figure out who FICA is, man. They always taking money out your check. You get FICA, and Medicare gets their money. They're getting $1.3 million out of that contract. And then, of course, you got to pay the state tax where you live, Ohio. He's going to pay $1.1 million in taxes. So the $55 million look great, but he's actually going to make $29 million. I know, cry me a river. I'm just messing with you. But congratulations to my man, Joe Burrow. Well-deserved. We've all talked about Joe Burrow and how he's got that it factor about him. You see what he's been able to do with the Cincinnati Bengals. He's done some great work within that community as well. I'm a big Joe Burrow fan. I may not be a huge Cincinnati Bengal fan, but I am a big Joe Burrow fan. So kudos to him and congratulations for getting that contract. By the way, shout out to my man, Chris Bennett, CB. I see you. Israel, I see. That's right. It's good work if you can find it, as our man Sean Adams used to talk about. And I appreciate you bringing up Sean as well. I do want to bring up this. So we've been talking big week. This has been the game that everybody's been talking about for quite some time. This has been the focus of the games. Everybody Game day is going to be there. By the way, Texas is 1-7 when game day is there, but we're not going to bring that up. But this is where everybody's going to be talking about. This is what everybody's focused on. Alabama Crimson Tide hosting our Texas Longhorns. And when I say our Texas Longhorns, we live in Austin. You see me, I'm wearing it. But the biggest challenge for me is what is going to be the game plan. Is Sark going to be in his bag like he was last year during this time? This was the Sark that we was waiting to see. The play calling was on point. We all know about his scripts and how he starts the games off with it, and then the adjustments. But let's just put it into perspective for what it was last year. Quinn Ewers last year at the start of that game, he was on fire. He was 9 of 12 for 134 yards, and he was putting in that work. And then Dallas Turner comes in and knocks my man out, and he ends up not coming back into the game. And Hudson Card kept the Longhorns in. And I know Sark kind of pulled back on the game plan, which was kind of shocking to me because at that moment, I thought that Hudson Card did a great job of being that backup quarterback and understanding his role when it came down to that. But I also looked at it and said, there was an opportunity for Sark to really keep pushing. And he just kind of missed the mark on that. But the game was right there. Texas ends up losing 20-19 on a controversial call in the end zone where it should have been a safety. Bryce Young does his magic trick and continues to help his team win, put them in a position to win the game. So kudos to them. And that is what we saw last year. But it's a new year, new team. There's a lot of hype surrounding this game. And I was asked this earlier today on another show that I did on the East Coast. And they asked me, is this a make or break type of game? And I said, no, I don't think this has any bearing on the future of Coach Sark. I don't think this has any bearing on what's going to happen next season as you go into the SEC. But I do believe it has this is a watershed mark for the season. And the reason why I say that is strictly because when you look at this team and you see where they are, headed, you see the great recruiting. We talked to Norman Watkins yesterday about what this brand is starting to build again. You're getting great recruiting classes. You got exceptional players, and you have a coach in Coach Sark that is truly looking for this type of signature win. And I know that everybody's going to always say, well, look what he did last year with Alabama. I mean, not Alabama. Look what he did last year with Oklahoma. They went out there and won 49-0. Yeah, but was that a game that you can honestly say was a quote-unquote signature? I think the bigger signature win was the game against K-State when they went out there and won that game. I thought that was a bigger win for me. But this game does set up to put Sark in the conversation of being the one that can bring Texas, quote-unquote, back. We're all waiting for that. We're all waiting for those moments. But every year we've had these hurdles and these roadblocks to where you start questioning, is he the guy? He is the guy. He's not going anywhere. So stop thinking like that. Please stop thinking like that. I think the biggest part of Sark's game will happen in the second and third quarters because you want to go into halftime playing well. And when you come out of halftime, you want to continue to punch people in the face. That's the most important part for me. I think that he is prepared for this. And if you've listened to him in any of his interviews this week, it's a little bit different Sark. And I'm all here for it. I want you to be a little snappy at some of the questions. I want you to be dialed in to the point that you are getting yourself ready and you're getting that mindset and that psyche of your team. Norm Watkins was on with us yesterday, and he said something that I thought was very poignant. You get to the point that you start thinking and visualizing all of the things that you are capable of doing. Am I going to be in the right position to make that play? Am I knowing my assignments and dialed in? The focus has to be laser sharp. You have to be so dialed into your assignment that you're antsy on getting that to happen. You want the ball. You want to make that big block. You want to be a part of that big play. This is the type of game where you can put yourself on the map in front of the scouts, in front of your fans, in front of your national media. This is the type of game that I expect you, whoever you are, and I'll get to some of the keys of the game and who the players are, that I'm going to be paying attention to in just a little bit. But this is an opportunity for you to let Coach Sark know, I am here for you. I am going to be in this battle for you, and I'm going to give you everything that I have. This is a growing up game. You have to grow up right now. I don't care if you're a freshman, sophomore, or even a junior. Somebody that is getting that opportunity for the first time to show that he deserves to be on the field. Because the one thing that Coach Sark is going to be looking for, and I think any coach does this, I coached before, and I wanted to have confidence that if I put you on the field, you're going to go do what is asked of you. I think this is an opportunity for a lot of those guys, and I can't wait. We got a couple questions on here, and my boy Derek, Daryl says, if Ewers starts badly, is Sark going to take too long to make the switch like he did Carter Thompson against Arkansas? I don't believe this is that type of game. I think you ride with him unless he is either injured or something has happened where he just looks like he's completely out of it. I don't think Sark pulls him. I don't think this is the time for that. I know everybody's clamoring for Malik Murphy. I like Malik. I like Malik a lot. But this is Quinn Ewers' team. Sark is going to ride that horse till he can't ride no more. This is that time for you to, like I said, you make this win. You get this going. As my boy told me just a little bit, you either in or you out. And if you're going to be in with Quinn, let's ride it out. I believe in him. I know that he knows what he did last year. And let's not get it twisted, folks. This Alabama team is not as good as the Alabama team from last year or the year before. Don't forget, the team last year didn't even make the college football playoffs, which was rare for Coach Nick Saban. But they didn't even make the playoffs. So when you're looking at this game, and I'll take a little bit of what Shedeur Sanders said. I know everybody's tired of Colorado, but if you listen to the words and not look at the bravado and you just kind of clear things out and just close your eyes and just listen to what he's saying. He said the biggest difference is people fear names, not the athletes. They're not going to be all first rounders. I know Alabama normally does have a lot of first rounders on that field, but they're not all first rounders. There's going to be some players out there that may not even get drafted or play in the NFL. Texas has got the same kind. So if you go out there and you can execute your game plan to the best of your abilities, and you don't look at the name Alabama, Bryant-Denny Stadium, and just truly understand who you're dealing with, that just go out there and play your game because you're talented too. That's all that it's about. This is the games that you sign up and come to the University of Texas for. This is why you go to Alabama. And these are going to be the games that we're going to be a part of moving forward. We're going into the SEC. So all the pomp and circumstance and all the bravado and everything that's going on, the pageantry of this game, game day, and all that good stuff that's there, this is what it's about. I want to be in this type of game. I want to be the one that can get the ball. When I was playing baseball, I used to always beg for the ball to be hit to me because I wanted to make the play. When I was playing high school football, punt return, I always was like, I am going to make a play when my team needs me. That is what this game brings to you. When you're ready to make a big play and you're ready to play in these types of games and you trust your training that you went through, that is what you want to look at. Those are the types of moments that you live for. These are the types of games that you sign up for. And the coaching staff, you can't tell me Tashard Choice ain't going to be so hyped on that sideline trying to pump up his running game. I know that. You've seen it. PK calling that defense. He knows. Last year, everybody was talking about Gary Patterson had all offseason to work on this game plan. That's why Texas played so well. This PK now. I think PK was the reason last year, too. GP was in there. He showed where the flaws were. But now, this is PK's defense. And he got them dogs up front. You got them big boys that know that they're going to put themselves on the map in this game. You saw it last year, Tavondre Sweat. I've been waiting for my man to show. I've been waiting for him because he's that dude. He's that dog that we've been talking about. Those are the guys that are ready for this moment. They trust themselves. And I trust them too. But right now, let me give a shout out to all the folks over here that have been a proud sponsor of what we're doing. Like I told you before, I'm on location today. I'm at Covert BK. The Coverts have done a great job of supporting Texas sports Unfiltered. I can't wait to continue to see how much more we can do with the Coverts. You got game day. You got pregame shows that are being done out here. And also you got Michael Griffin coming out today to do some autographs, get some food. Smokey Mose has got some food coming out here. The fun starts at 11:30 in the middle of my show. I'm going to go out there and say hi to him after my show. But make sure you get over here to Covert BK. Special shout out to Syntex Tickets. I know you're trying to get those tickets to get to all the concerts. And of course, there's still some tickets available. I know it's kind of rare, but there's some out there for this Alabama game. Shout out to my man Mike Murphy at Last Stand Hats, Brain Vault, All Stab Beer, no impurities, no regrets. Relax the back. You heard Trey talking about it. Bucky's back. Trey was talking about his chair. Relax the back. Top Gun, Reynolds and Lawn Equipment, and of course 7-Eleven. I'll give a shout out to Audio Visual Consultations in just a minute, but you know that. Hit us up on the text line 512-222-9328. And I love the fact that everybody is so hyped about this game. My mom, Michael, my business, he was talking about I would love to see X and Cook on the field at the same time. What do I say? I say you are right. Those guys need to be on there. And I do believe the reason why we didn't see a lot of that last week, it was a vanilla game plan. Keep that in mind. I want to see some more movement. We didn't see a lot of motion last game either. So understand that. Sark likes motion to that guy and get the pass to him. So whoever's in motion, they like to do it. I think the big player in this game is going to be Jatavian Sanders. I think JT is going to have a big part of the success of this game. So we'll get into that a little bit more. But yes, I'm with you on that, Michael. I would love to see X and Cook on the field. I would love to see the ability to stretch the field by two guys and put pressure on those safeties. I think it's going to be one of those types of games. And I agree that Sark will be back in his bag. I promise you. I know Sark has been salivating for this. He knows what the record is for the assistants going against Nick Saban, especially in Tuscaloosa. It's going to be very, very tough. It's going to be a battle. But like I said, I don't see a lot of people on Alabama's sideline that are definitely going to be top round picks, where Kool-Aid is definitely that guy. He's going to be a big time player. But I love Caleb Downs, the young freshman that is back there. He's going to make plays. So remember him too. When you hear that name, Caleb Downs, make sure you're paying attention, because that young man is going to be an absolute baller. But here's the thing that I always try to look at when I'm breaking down these types of games and what the psyche is. When you look across the field and you're looking at Jalen Milroe, and everybody's talking about, let's not forget, everybody panicked when he went to Alabama. Everybody panicked when he got a chance to play, because they were saying, oh no, he doesn't look like a good thrower. All he is a running quarterback. And it's like, oh, you got to get it correct. That's not always true. The young man is a damn good football player. And he's getting his opportunity to have a chance to play. He's getting an opportunity to lead this program. And you see Coach Saban has faith in him. He earned that position. And again, don't forget, when he decommitted from the University of Texas and committed to Alabama, Coach Sark was the one who recruited him to Alabama. Let's not forget that. And we want to give Sark so much credit for being a quarterback whisperer and an evaluator of the quarterback position. Because look at our roster. Look at the University of Texas's roster. They got that quarterback room is deep. So if you're going to entrust that, understand that this young man, and we all know Sark don't like running quarterbacks. Think about that for a minute. He don't like his quarterbacks running around. He knows something. He knows that this young man has the ability to throw. My biggest concern in this game is containment, containment, containment. Don't let him get outside the pocket. Don't let him extend plays. Make him throw off schedule. Take away his first read and make him show you what Sark saw in him when he was recruiting him. Now, obviously, he's not with Sark anymore, so the development may be totally different. Got Tommy Rees that came in from Notre Dame, and I know that a lot of people didn't like Tommy Rees's offensive schemes. Maybe it was the personnel. He's got totally different personnel than what he had at Notre Dame. He's got some different skill positions, but I don't believe that they're the top of the line skill position. I think there's some other things that have happened. There are some things that have changed throughout, but the talent oozes out of Jalen Milroe. I'm a big fan of his. I was a big fan of his when he was coming to Texas. I thought he was going to be the quarterback at the University of Texas, but now he's getting his opportunity in Alabama, and we're going to learn a lot about this young man this weekend. But containment is important. Containment on the defensive end, knowing your assignment and knowing your role. Will Alfred Collins be that guy to keep him in that pocket, get him to the ground? Will my man, Anthony Hill, will this be a game that the young freshman steps up? And I've heard my man Bucky Godbolt say this all the time. If your ability on the field is better than others, understand this. You deserve to be on the field. I don't give a doggone if you are a freshman. You are old enough to be out there if you're ready to make some plays. So understand that. Understand that. Now, my keys to the game. I'm going to give this to you early because I'm going to transition out, and I'm going to give you some plays, some big plays from this weekend, some games that I'll be paying attention to, and I'd encourage you to pay attention to them. I'm not going to give you the betting lines or anything like that. I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to tell you the games that I like this weekend, and one of them happens to be tonight as Kansas hosts Illinois. And the reason why I'm worried about that game is because Jalen Daniels is back for Kansas, and he was the preseason player of the year, offensive player of the year. And last year, he was putting up major numbers that I thought he was going to end up in the Heisman watch, but he ended up getting hurt, so they had to switch that out. So here's Hardball Harge, keys to the game. Stop me if you heard this before, my people. Texas must deliver the first punch in this game. And once they deliver that first punch, they need to keep punching, because the Alabama Crimson Tide, they've been in these games for a very long time. They understand what it's all about when you break down the film, what you've been in a dogfight, and what you need to do to get yourself out of that corner. And I believe right now, Alabama's backed into a corner. You've heard other people talk about it. This might be the demise of Alabama. Georgia's running away with the conference, and LSU is coming. They got knocked out. But you sit and you watch and you try to figure out what's next for this team. Is Alabama really that good? So they must deliver that first punch, and they must continue to keep punching and continue to keep punching. You are going to be in a heavyweight fight, and it's going to be on the lines of scrimmage. So that's number 2 for me, is Texas must establish the lines of scrimmage offensively they have to get way better than what they were last week. They have to be able to move those big bodies in front of them, whether it's to create a crease or whether to drive off the ball. They have to do that at the line of scrimmage. The Bama has some big boys, but they need to be moved. And that is what it's going to be about. There's going to be some tough sledding. And of course, size does matter. Size does matter. But you have to be able to establish it up front. And the lines of scrimmage are playing a very crucial part of this. My man Brock brought up a good point. The Alabama offense isn't built to come from behind. You're right. They don't have that quarterback that'll be able to throw the ball. I think Jalen Milroe can throw the ball, but that's not who they are. That's not how they are built. So that's why you have to go and deliver the first blow and continue to do that. Lastly, you got to take the crowd out of the game. You definitely have to take that. That crowd is so fired up right now. You know it. You know. I saw one of my buddies, Bob Ballou, said that they already been getting horns down as soon as they arrived in Tuscaloosa. And I'm sure they didn't have on any Longhorn stuff, but they knew they want. Y'all ain't from around here. I know that. They know that. So here's another part of it. Here's another part. They must score and control the clock. They have to control that clock. You got to make sure that you keep that Alabama defense on the field by sustaining long drives and running that clock down. You have to make sure you do that. Last year, Bama had one big play on the ground, and that was Jace McCullough. He got on the outside, and he took it to the house. But other than that, the Texas defense kept them under control, and they controlled the line of scrimmage better than what we had seen Texas do long before that. It's been a minute since we saw that. So they have to make sure that they do that. And Texas has to continue to run the ball. I know it could get frustrating. I've been there. I've seen it. I've watched it. But you can't just abandon the run just for the sake of abandoning it. Don't get into a shootout. Don't try to make it pass. We saw that in Oklahoma State last year. You had opportunity. TCU game last year at home. You still had an opportunity to stay in the game. They did. They kept running the ball, and then Kendre Miller pops one. We had Bijan Robinson last year, and you decided that you were going to abandon the run. Don't abandon the run. Stay with it. We saw Sid Baxter bust one last week. By the way, he's going to be back. Hopefully, Coach Sark said he had a great week. This is where he came in and said that he did well, and he looks like he's ready to go. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do. But don't sleep on my man, Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks, this is another one of those games where everybody in the nation will be watching this game. Jonathan Brooks has a chance to put himself on the map, and so does C.J. Baxter as a young freshman. I'm excited to watch that. You can make things happen. And if you don't feel like you can establish the run, quick game. Get the ball out of your hand. Get the ball out of Quinn's hands. Make Quinn put the ball in the playmakers' hands and let them do some very, very special things with the ball. You got too many weapons on the outside. I was talking to somebody. We have continued to believe that the Texas Longhorns wide receiver room is one of the best wide receivers rooms out there. We've seen it. We've seen all those people. We've seen all those plays that are being made. Get those guys the ball and let them get it in space and let them get you all those yak yards. Those receiving yards, I know somebody was talking to me the other day and they were saying the receiving yards don't even really mean anything on screen plays. I don't like those yards. Well, they count. And I want all of it. I want to see more screens. Get the short routes, get the ball in the playmakers' hands. And those are my three keys to the game. I also want to give you my players to watch. Every week is going to be somebody different. And I think it's important for us to understand who some of these players are. Are they capable of doing this? You know, normally I can sit here and say, I know some of these guys are going to show up. Some you don't know yet. You don't know. So 3 of my players to watch. I'll start it off with C.J. Baxter. We just talked about what Coach Sark said, that he had a great week of practice. He got hurt last week. I thought, to be quite honest with you, with the way that he landed, I thought it was either going to be a busted shoulder or a broken clavicle the way that he landed. I was glad to hear that it wasn't that significant, and he's obviously going to be back onto the field. So I'm happy about that. My second player, it's actually going to be a group. It's going to be the linebackers. The linebackers need to play a big game. Obviously, Jalen Ford, preseason defensive player of the year. We already saw him get an interception last week. All he does is make plays. But there's some guys that are going to be asked to do some things that let's just say I believe Sark's going to, or not Sark, but PK is going to put these guys in a position to make plays. I've always wondered what David Benda's job was going to be at the University of Texas. This guy has been everything and tried to do too much for everybody. And what I mean by that is jack of all trades, master of none. He was playing running back. They needed him on running back. They put him at linebacker. They put him in linebacker. They put him on the outside. They put him on the inside. Now he's getting his opportunity. They said he's had a great offseason of really focusing on the linebacker position. Great job there. So I'm going to put Anthony Hill, the young freshman. This will put him on the map, but David Benda too. This is going to be a huge game for making sure that they're going to contain Milroe, because we believe that Jalen Milroe is their running game. Jace McClellan is a good back. He's not a great back. He's not like the older backs and that Alabama has had in the past. He's not that type of back, but he's a doggone good back. He's from Aledo, Texas, one of those guys. So I'm excited to see what these defensive players are going to do. And, of course, Kelvin Banks on that offensive line. He didn't have his best game last week. I'm sure he'll tell you that. But Sark said all the things that they saw on film was correctable, and that's that O-line. I want to see what Kelvin Banks is going to be able to do, and he's got to keep Quinn Ewers upright. You know, we made a lot of complaints about Quinn and the deep ball, and if you go back and you watch the game, the deep ball wasn't hidden because some of those throws he couldn't step into because he was getting hit. He had to throw some of them off the back foot because pressure was coming up the middle. So there's going to be something that needs to help him out, is making sure that the backside, Kelvin Banks, is keeping him upright. So those are some of the players that I want to see make some big plays. My main player that I believe is going to be an integral part of this game and is probably going to be the player of the game is just like my man, let me see, Saying Sapper, JT Sanders is going to get the ball. I think he is going to get the ball this game. I think JT Sanders is going to be a major player in this game. You saw a little bit of it last year. That was almost his coming out party. I think that is going to be a major player in this game. JT Sanders will be my player of the game by the end of this game. Mark my words. I think he might even have double-digit receptions in this game. JT Sanders is somebody that if you look to keep him engaged, you have to get him the ball early. You have to get him the ball early. And if you can do that, excuse me, I had to get something to drink. If you can do that, you will see a motivated JT Sanders. I promise you that. I want to give you a break for a second, and I want to play this video for you because of the simple fact that we are now in, I guess you would probably say we are in SEC country. I saw this on social media the other day, and, you know, we like to name our pets after people or things that we see or people. My dog's name is Seti Bear. That's what we call our dog. And you know why we call him that? Because of Seti Jackie Robinson from Steve Harvey's show, from the Steve Harvey TV show, Cedric the Entertainer. His character was Seti Jackie Robinson. And so we just saw, hey, I've always liked that name. So I named my dog Seti, and we love it. But in the SEC, they like to name their pets after some of their favorite people.
This dog here is our pride and joy. This dog's name's Peyton. This right here is our dog Stetson. She qualified to be put down a couple years ago, but somehow she's still here. Burrow! Come here, Burrow! We've had Saban, Tusky, Julio. Amari. This right here is our dog Jimbo. We're kind of stuck with her at this point. Costs too much to buy her. Costs even more to get rid of her. I mean, come on, this is South Carolina. I'm not naming a dog Jadavian. We've had Dooley, Munson, Richt, Bobo, Quincy. This right here is our dog Cam Newton. People think he just voluntarily chose to come to this household, but most people don't know we paid a lot of money for him. Daggum, we used to have a dog named Fulmer. I mean, most of our dogs play basketball. We named our pet Reno here. Yeah, get it, Petrino. Nice dog, but he ended up running off with one of the other dogs in the neighborhood, you know, so had some neck problems too.
We have a football team?
I mean,
Michael Sam?
we got two main pets, Archie and Eli. My daughter wants to name our next pet Kiffin, but feels like every spring we're scared he's gonna run off. We've had one really good pet, and that's Tebow here. But that makes up for all the other pets we've had that, you know, start running with the wrong kind of pets. And then, you know, pets end up missing or killing other pets.
I thought I'd give y'all a little break. It's been intense about this week, but it is hilarious when you start thinking about how you name your pets. I want y'all to hit me up on the text line or even in the comments, 512-222-9328. I see a lot of people commenting on who they think will be their player, the breakout player in this game. What are you looking for in this game? What will make you happy? I've been asking you that all week. Obviously, the victory will make everybody happy. I expect that to be this to be a low-scoring game. I believe that this game is going to be running clock, because don't forget, it only stops in the last 2 minutes. But I expect both of these teams to try to establish some sort of power in the running game. I know both teams don't look like they are running the ball well at this point. There are some big plays here and there that you can say, oh, that's why you got all those yards. But that's part of the game. That's part of the game. So I'm expecting this game to be low scoring, but I think it's going to be a dogfight to the fourth quarter. But what do you expect to see happen in this game tomorrow? I'm excited for it. Some of the other games that are out there, and I got some people out here. My boy Tyson just says he got Horns by 15, and JT, and yours will throw 3 touchdowns. Mark it down. I'm cool with that. That makes everybody happy if that happens. But I don't know about all of how that's going to be go down, because it's going to be a hard-fought game. So I'm excited about that. I like this right here, Andrew Martin. I'm ready for Brooks to get his. Me too. I think he's one of those underrated running backs that everybody kind of forgot because of who was on the team. So I'm with you on that. We got this Junior 1165. Is Alabama's quarterback as good as he looked the other day, or was that the lack of talent on the other team? I think it's a combination of both. I think he's definitely a talented football player. He is electric with the ball in his hands. And if you go back and look at some of the games that he played in last year, every time he got in, he had some sort of splash play. I know a lot of people were talking about the interceptions, but in those games, and you're not used to playing and you don't have that time, of course you're going to have some of those situations where you're going to make mistakes. I think that happens. But yes, he is talented like that. My boy Brock just said that Tulane and Ole Miss game might be one of the games of the week. It may be, but I'm still looking at this game that we're going to be a part of tomorrow night. Those are the types of guys that I want to see continue to happen. That's right. McClellan did go for a big play for 81, but it was only one play. That's my point. If you continue to run the ball, you may have that back that can pop out and get you a big play. And that big play ended up being one of the parts that helped them win that game. It was a missed assignment. You got to stay close to your assignment. It was a missed assignment, and that's what ended up happening. So you got to make sure you're paying attention to it. I want to talk a little bit about the games that are going to be going on, and then I will talk about the Cowboys as we get ready to wrap up the day. And I want to make sure that everybody comes out to Covert Bee Cave. Michael Griffin will be in the house. I think he's already here. He's going to be signing autographs, eating lunch, and saying hi to everybody. So make sure y'all come out there and come out here and support. We're out here. we're out here. Trey and BK are going to be able to do their show out here as well. So it's going to be a fun day for a lot of people. So make sure you come out to Covert Bee Cave. Go to covertbeecave.com and check out all the inventory and make sure that you get a new car. Special shout out to Audiovisual Consultations. This is the weekend, folks. If you don't have your TV by now, you're slipping. But if you need one, make sure you reach out to my man, Tom McKay, over at AV Consultations. Go to avconsultations.com and he will hook it up. Or you can just give him a call, 512-255-8678, and they can hook up an outdoor theater, indoor theater, your room. They got special lightings that you might want. Make sure you hit them up. Tom McKay have been around for a very long time. I know that he's done Cover 3. If you're going to be at Cover 3 watching the game on Saturday night, you will see that Tom McKay put those TVs up, no matter which location you are at. AV Consultations, that is avconsultations.com. Some of the games that are going to be kicking off, especially the one that starts tonight, I really want to watch this Kansas and Illinois game. I know Illinois is probably down, but I really want to see what Kansas has with Jalen Daniels in this lineup. He is a very special type of player that can definitely people have already looked at him as one of the top players in the country. He's been up for offensive player of the year for the Big 12. And like I said before, he was one of the most exciting players last year and would have been in the Heisman Trophy conversation. Him and Lance Leipold, they got a good thing working over there with that offense. So I want to see what Jalen Daniels can do. And folks, Kansas is on the rise. I don't know how far they're going to rise, but they are playing some good football with Lance Leipold and what he's been able to do. Another game that is really, really big for me right now is that Utah traveling to Baylor on Saturday morning, 11 a.m. kickoff. It is a huge game. And when I say huge, the reason being is because Utah is a very, very physical football team. They punch you in the face. They punch you in the face. And Baylor has been punched in the face. They got punched in the face by Texas State last weekend. And they don't have their quarterback. Blake Shapen is out. Sawyer Robertson, his dad was a former teammate of mine with Montreal Expos. We got drafted the same year. We were on a flight together when we got drafted. He's from Plainview, Texas. Great family. So I want to see what Sawyer Robertson's going to be able to do. And not only is Blake Shapen out this game, there's a possibility he's going to be out a couple of games, 2 to 3 weeks, which means that he may miss the University of Texas game when Baylor takes on Texas. So I'm excited to see that game. Another game that I really, really want to watch, I want to see what what Oklahoma and SMU do. I do want to see that game. And the reason why I want to see that game is because I want to see if Oklahoma is going to be ready to extend that playing game. I want to see if Oklahoma and Dylan Gabriel, who I'm very fond of, and I told people last year, I said Dylan Gabriel is a good quarterback, and he might fit in perfect for what they're trying to do in Oklahoma. And Dylan Gabriel, when he's on the field, this team has a chance to win every single game. Another team that I want to watch is Texas Tech. How is Texas Tech going to rebound as they host Oregon? 6 o'clock in Lubbock on Fox. It will be a game. I got a couple TVs in my house. Thank you, Tom McKay, Audiovisual Consultations. I have a couple TVs set up in my house where I will be able to have multiple games on. I don't have the same setup as BK. Now, I know BK's got, I think he told us the other day, he got like 7 TVs. I'm like, what? How do you, like, what are you, are you a sports bar? I don't know. But I'm really going to be intrigued to see how Texas Tech is going to bounce back from that beatdown that they took from Wyoming. And I know everybody's like, beatdown? Yeah, you got beat. And it was a beatdown. It was a very, very physical game. So I want to see how you bounce back from that and see if your mind's right and see if y'all are still with Joey McGuire. I was talking to one of my buddies the other day, and he's a Texas Tech, get your guns up. He was not happy with the performance that they had. And he even said, why are we talking so much trash and we got beat by Wyoming? But like I told you guys, that next week game for University of Texas looms big, pending on what happens physically in this game against Alabama. Also, this game doesn't really go up on the radar for a lot of people But I'm interested to see what this UCF Boise State game is. I really, really, really want to see what UCF is. This is a team that nobody really talks about. They have a lot of talent on that team. Gus Malzahn as the play caller and the head coach, and Plumlee as the quarterback, who's a hell of a baseball player. I talked to one of my scout friends about him. He said he's, excuse me, really talented at quarterback, and he plays a good center field. So I'm interested to see that game. And then, of course, the game that nobody is even bringing up, and I was talking to our man BK yesterday about this game, Texas State versus UTSA. I'm going to get my man Kef on next week to talk about the turnaround at Texas State, and is this going to be sustainable? I firmly believe it will be sustainable, but think about this matchup. Texas State travels to take on UTSA. Jeff Traylor, G.J. Kinney, two guys that are embedded in the Texas high school sport, Texas high school football. They're part of the Texas High School Coaches Association. They believe in bringing in kids from they do get them from different universities. They did have a transfer portal, and there's a lot going on there. But as I get ready to watch this game, UTSA had a hard-fought game against U of H. U of H wins the game. UTSA loses this game. And Texas State goes to Baylor and beats Baylor into submission. But I'm interested because UTSA is favored by 13 points in this game. How? What did I miss? Because I watched both of those games last week, and I thought that Texas State looked sharp, especially with TJ Finley at the quarterback position. They got playmakers on the outside. They ran the ball. They played tough defense. UTSA, Frank Harris, I know he's been there long enough. He's got an AARP card. That's how long he's been at UTSA. But I'm really, really curious to what did I miss? Did they think that that Texas State was too excited about last week and they weren't going to, they're going to be let down? There's going to be a big letdown. Are they talking about UTSA being pissed off that they lost that game to U of H and Frank Harris did not play his best game against them? I'm just curious to how they came up with that line and what did I miss during that time? I don't know. It's just real interesting to me, but that's one of the games that I'm going to be paying attention to as well. Let me know what you think. I'm excited for this weekend. College football's here and NFL is here as well. The Dallas Cowboys take on the New York Giants. Sunday night football. Last night, we got a chance to watch the Fighting Dan Campbells. I told y'all yesterday, be biting kneecaps. The Fighting Dan Campbells have done a great job of getting their team to believe that they are a contender. We talked about that division that they're in, and then they go out there and they beat the champs on their ring ceremony night, the banner raising night. They got beat, and it's funny to me because I thought Travis Kelce was going to end up playing. I know he shouldn't have played, but I thought for sure he was going to be able to play. And here's one of the things that I want y'all to truly, truly understand. When you have that safety net of a player like Travis Kelce, and I know that you had Patrick Mahomes and Kadarius Toney look like he was point shaving, and just we might need to make sure that he ain't part of no gambling ring later on, because the way he was dropping balls, that dude right there made me feel like I should be out there playing. No, I didn't want to get hit either. But that dude was dropping passes, and it made me a little bit suspicious of his well-being out there. But you need that safety net as you continue to play this game. I talked about it before. There's so many guys, like everybody was talking about Dak Prescott and how he was always going to Dalton Schultz. I believe Dak Prescott's new number 87 and his safety net is going to be Jake Ferguson. And speaking of Travis Kelce talked about him earlier this year and thought that he was going to be the next breakout star in the NFL at the tight end position. I loved it when the Cowboys drafted him. I loved it when he got his opportunities to play. And I think he's going to be a very important part for what Dak does this year as that safety net. So I'm a big fan of Jake Ferguson. And I'm also a big fan of Dak Prescott. What are the Cowboys going to do? I said that the Cowboys' biggest strengths this year is going to be their defense. We've seen it over the last couple of years. We've seen once Dan Quinn came to the Dallas Cowboys, the persona of the team became just that. It became, we're going to be a defensive-minded team. That's why Mike McCarthy said that they want to run the ball a little bit more. Is Tony Pollard going to be a every down back? I still don't know. And my man Rob B told me a while back, he talked about this quote before, that Skip Peete, the running backs coach, said that anytime that Tony Pollard had a big run, he would come to the sideline and say, man, I'm gassed, coach. I'm gassed. It's like, what do you mean? It was one big run. You got to be conditioned. And now you're going to try to carry the ball 25 times in a game. I don't know if that's going to be possible. So watch out for Rico Dowdle. He's going to be a major part of it. Malik Davis is suspended for the first part of this. No, not Malik Davis. What's the other running back that we got? Jones. He's going to be suspended for a while. But Deuce Vaughn is in the backfield. You still have CeeDee Lamb. Jalen Tolbert's going to be a big-time player. But again, I believe that the Dallas Cowboys team is going to really depend and lean on that defense. And Dak is going to have a better year. Obviously, Dak has had some issue. His bad year was last year. Dak doesn't throw a lot of interceptions. Dak don't do any of those other things. I think that this is a major part of the success. So this weekend is the kickoff for NFL football. We got a big weekend when it comes to college football, and I am excited about it. Let's get back to some of these comments that we had about some of the players to watch out. Here's one of them right here. I think this. I need Finkley to show up and show out. He's from Bama, so I think he has something to prove while he's returning home. I agree with you. Again, Texas hasn't had anybody play on the edge like that in a very long time. That is what we're hoping for. We want to see some defensive guys come off the edge and make a name for themselves. There is some young people that are out there that you want to continue to see and say, all right, you ready to make those kind of plays? I believe that they are. And Justice Finkley, I like it. Let's make that happen. Here's another one. My man Sal, he said Horns by 11. Woo, Sal, love that. If that's the case, yeah, we're going to be partying in Austin, Texas. So you might be right there. I like that. I was talking about the Texas State versus UTSA and how they're a 13-point favorite. My man just said the triangle of toughness got that bias out there. That might work too. So it's going to be fun. All these games, it's college football, man. College football, NFL, all going on at the same time. This is going to be that type of season. And remember, I told you, everybody's excited about their team until they get punched in the face. And then it's like, man, here we go again. Enjoy the games. Don't take the victories too high, and don't take the other losses too low. Just see what happens. Let it all play out. Let the season happen. There's going to be a lot of craziness in college football, as always. There's some craziness in the NFL. There's always something happening. And I want to ask you this, and this is something that's really, really been on my mind. I had a meeting yesterday with a buddy of mine, former professional baseball player as well. We sat and we were talking about this Deion Sanders situation. And everybody, I'm not saying is praying for the downfall, right? It's kind of like what I was telling you. If you don't believe in yourself, then whoever is going to believe in you? And that is where Deion is right now. This is a team that was 1-11 last year. People gave him a hard time because he said he brought his luggage with him. Well, the luggage showed up. The luggage came. He didn't have to wait at the gate that long. They didn't lose his luggage in the flight. His luggage was waiting on him. And they came out and they beat a team that played in the national semifinals, the national championship, excuse me, not the semifinal, the national championship game. And they went out and they beat that team, and they beat them handily. They're still light. We all know that. They're different. So for him to go out and match the win total of last year, and now Fox Big Noon Kickoff is going to Boulder, Colorado, Folsom Field, for the first time in forever, to welcome Nebraska, team that they hate each other. That's a whole big 8 days. That Nebraska hates Colorado, and Colorado hates Nebraska. But with all that being said, it is a huge, huge opportunity for all this to happen right before our very eyes. So for that, I'm going to give praise to Deion. He made Colorado relevant again. When was the last time any of us talked about Colorado? Okay, I'll wait. I think the last time we talked about Colorado is when they legalized marijuana out there. And everybody was really excited about it. So if you're talking about the devil's lettuce and having fun, and that's why Deion is so excited about it, I enjoy it. And I'm here for the ride. So please, don't jump on my man Primetime too much. Let him enjoy himself, and let's see what happens when you get to that point for Primetime. If he wins tomorrow, even with his 2 toes that are missing, my man's going to be getting it in. Let's bring in my man Trey Allen. Let me see if I can get this done right here. So as we get ready to do this crosstalk real quick, I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me make sure I turn this off.
There you go.
So let me ask you. No. I'm going to leave the studio. So I hope he's good.
Leave the studio. We're good.
Boom. Okay. So we've been talking about this for a while. We've been leading up to this weekend. I know that you're about to get into it. You're going to talk about it with BK, but what is the biggest question mark for you leading into this game as the Texas Longhorns travel to Tuscaloosa? What area of concern sticks out the most for you?
The 2 biggest areas of concern for me, Harge, I'll give you one on each side of the ball.
Okay.
Start on offense. No, it's not Quinn Ewers hitting the deep ball. It's that offensive line doing a better job of carrying out their assignments. I think that if that happens and Quinn is facing less pressure and the running backs have a little bit of room to run, then this Texas offense is going to start cooking in the first half, like what we saw in the third quarter against Rice last week. It will be the same? No, because you are facing a pretty stout Alabama defense. So the offensive line is an X factor for me there. And on the defensive side of the ball, my biggest area of concern, hate to say it, Longhorn fans, I know we've got some cautious optimism going on. We saw one breakdown last week, and it's David Benda. Nick Saban and Tommy Rees are going to be going after guys that they consider to be weak links on that defense right now. There aren't a ton of them. And so you look at guys who are maybe untested. David Benda is untested. You have him on tape losing track of a receiver he was responsible for going over the middle of the field, which I think turned into the biggest gain for Rice last weekend, 30-plus yard gain. So David Benda is a guy that they're going to be targeting. They're also probably going to go after Ethan Burke a little bit too, and that is concerning to me. But just knowing how important David Benda is in this game and some of the different things they're going to be asking of him as well, and then not having a whole lot of depth behind him either if he's not the answer. That's my biggest concern on defense. What about you?
Well, my biggest concern is just that. How are we going to be able to contain?
Yeah.
You got to be able to contain Jalen Milroe. We know that he's an excellent runner with the football. Don't let him outside. Make him stay where it's all cluttered up. Let Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy keep him in that pocket area where if he does try to go outside and he tries to cut it back, they're going to eat him up. They're going to eat him up like a sandwich. So I'm hoping that they make sure that they stay in their lane, like you were talking about, making sure that they know their assignments, but most importantly, don't let them get outside.
They will certainly be playing Ethan Burke a certain amount, but I'm curious to see when they actually go with that other lineman being one of those bigger bodied guys who is making sure that he's taking care of setting the edge so the linebackers can come in and maybe clean the play up when it's an obvious run play. And then also, Jalen Milroe at quarterback, who's going to be spying him tomorrow. Probably going to be a combination of guys. Are there 2 or 3 dudes that you're looking at to do the most of that? Is it a Jalen Catalon, which we've all handled him with kid gloves up to this point because we know what he's capable of? Exactly. Yeah. Kid gloves are off. I mean, if this is Jalen's last game for a couple of weeks, then so be it. That's what it needs to be, I guess. But Jalen Ford might do a little bit of that, but he's so good in so many different areas. You don't want to pigeonhole him necessarily. Because Alabama has really good tight ends. We've asked questions about their wide receivers and how untested they are to go along with Milroe. Tight ends are a nice safety valve for Jalen. And oftentimes those are the guys that he's looking at first and foremost, too. So I'm excited right now. We've been talking about this game, not just all week long, but it feels like a year at this point since last year's game ended. And it does feel like the Longhorns have an opportunity in front of them.
Yeah, we definitely have talked about this for a while. And the fact of just so close. And everybody still believes if he would have stayed in the game, Quinn Ewers, they believe that Texas would have won that game. And no telling where his confidence would have been at that time, avoiding the injury. But here we are going to Nick Saban's house. And you don't come in there and just kick the furniture over. You better come prepared.
No, plenty of teams over the last however many years have figured that out, including 5 home losses for Alabama in something like the last 15 years. Yeah. That is a ridiculous number, but this is that rare situation where Alabama is truly in reload mode and has a question at the quarterback position. So can Pete Kwiatkowski take advantage of that?
Come on, PK.
We'll see.
We believe in you.
We'll see.
So you and BK got to have a great show. I'm going to go up there and try to talk to Michael Griffin and see what's going on up there, see what that food is looking like too, man.
Food looks good. Smoky Moe's. You also have Verde's up there too. They provided some chips and salsa and queso too. And I think Griff is just arrived. So have fun talking to Griff and send PK down here.
I got you, brother. Have a great show.
Thanks, buddy. There he is, Mike Harge. Hear him live every day, every weekday, that is, 11 to 12 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am one half of Midday with Trey and BK. Trey Elling, BK will be down in just a second doing some glad handing. Bucky has been out today for load management. He was a little bit under the weather, so he gets the load management day, maybe load management weekend too. Awfully convenient timing, Buck, considering how big of a 2-day affair this is with Texas and Alabama squaring off tomorrow night. And the excitement is in the air. I've been talking to friends all week long and texting with folks back and forth over the last few days as well. And Texas fans are jacked. And there's going to be a great Longhorn contingent in Alabama. It has probably started over the last couple of days. It's only going to intensify today. And then tomorrow, Tuscaloosa is going to be teeming with folks in burnt orange. That's usually the case for Longhorn fans. We like going on fun road trips. But in a year where there is that belief that this team might be able to do something more, might be able to do something special, that the Texas alumni that can fork over a little bit of dough for a plane ticket and a hotel room and maybe an expensive ticket at Alabama is certainly going to do that. So hopefully they have a blast and hopefully they get to watch a win for the good guys. I'm trying to think of the last time the Longhorns went on the road in a blue blood matchup like this and pulled off a win. And perhaps some folks can help on a comments line that I'm not even going to be looking at today because I have no computer in front of me because we are figuring it out as we go today. But Texas is trying to do something that is not in recent memory. I mean, I think back to that game
at USC several years ago. That feels like maybe the last time they had this sort of matchup. That was unfortunately a loss. It was close, and Texas was able to redeem themselves that very next year in an absolute beatdown, but that was an L. Think back to the Notre Dame game in South Bend, Malik Jefferson's freshman year at Texas, where he is starting that very first game. Fortunately, that game was ugly, man. That was a brutal game to have to watch as a Longhorn. I was watching that with my granddad, poor granddad in his late 80s at the time. I thought he was going to keel over and die. He was so frustrated with how Texas looked that night. Thankfully, K-Dad is still with us, but Texas does have that chance now. It's not just to make a statement to the fan base or for the 2023 season. It's a chance to make an early statement for what to expect when the Longhorns enter conference play in the Southeastern Conference starting next season. Brad Kellner talked about it a little bit earlier as he and I did the morning show today. He's tired of silver lining losses, and in a sense, I am too. Now, will I take a close loss like last year over a beatdown at the hands of the Crimson Tide? Absolutely. I'm not that down on silver lining losses, but I also don't want to have to, quote unquote, celebrate another one of those. As I think it was CB texted this morning on the YouTube comments line, silver lining losses, moral victories, that's an Aggie thing. We try not to do too much of that around here. And he's absolutely right. You want to be able to win these sorts of games. And this is that unique situation that the Longhorns find themselves in where your roster is up enough. And Alabama, remember, it's all relative. Their roster, relatively speaking to what Alabama is most years, is down enough that the opportunity is right there. Alabama is a favorite right now, according to Vegas. But how often do you see Alabama as only a 7-point favorite when they're at home? It doesn't happen all that often. I honestly don't know the last time they weren't favored in Tuscaloosa. Might have been that LSU team with Joe Burrow a few years ago. One of, if not the greatest college offense of all time. Obviously good defensively too, but it was the offense that stirred the drink of that national championship run. But anytime a team has come into Tuscaloosa in the Nick Saban era, they are usually facing a deficit or a point spread differential according to Vegas. And that's where Texas is right now. Usually that point spread is probably somewhere in the double digits. So the fact that it's only a touchdown right now, I think speaks to Vegas's uncertainty with things. I'm honestly a little bit surprised we haven't seen more movement in Texas' favor, considering the 7-point spread, at least the last time I checked this morning. But there are a lot of people who feel strongly about Bama taking care of business in this game. They just look at Nick Saban's history, also understand Steve Sarkisian's history too, and see that this is a guy who throughout his coaching career has had a really hard time beating ranked opponents or conference opponents on the road with any sort of consistency. He literally loses 2 out of every 3 games in each scenario. And even though this technically isn't a conference game just yet, I think you have to treat it like that. So can Steve Sarkisian start to get that monkey off of his back? I hope so. I think it's possible. History would suggest otherwise. That's against any opponent. We're talking about at Alabama here. I don't remember the last ranking from the AP poll this week. The number 4 team in the country, perhaps? Yeah, that is a different beast altogether. Brad will be down here in just a second. In the meantime, though, I wanted to let you people know about some of our great sponsors. That does include our guy, Tom McKay, and Audio Visual Consultations. avconsultations.com is where you need to go in order to look and see all the different things that Audio Visual Consultations might be able to do in your home or place of business. They have been hooking homes and businesses up here in Austin and Central Texas for 35 years now. They started out doing a great job, and they've only continued to get better over time. I know because they've come over to my house multiple times now to set up that dream home theater system in our downstairs area. We have a video game nook upstairs in a loft area that is also the result of the great work from Audio Visual Consultations. BK has the multi-TV setup in his new apartment here in Austin. He's had audio visual consultations literally come out to his place, I want to say 4 or 5 times at this point, to provide that quad TV setup in his living room. Of course, he does some freaky deaky things in his bedroom in terms of the audio and video. And I'm just hypothesizing here. I'm a believer that that probably is happening right now. I don't know for sure, but if it was done, I don't think Tom's going to ask any questions. He's just going to grin and be like, man, you are one weird dude. No, he actually normally says that about me. Find out for yourself how good Audio Visual Consultations is by going to that website, avconsultations.com. Once you decide on your service, give them a call, 512-255-8678 for Audio Visual Consultations. I'm assuming most of you did watch the NFL opener last night. Kansas City Chiefs kicking off what they hope is a Super Bowl champion repeat season with a loss to the Detroit Lions, 21-20. And the opportunity was there for the Chiefs to win this game, but unfortunately, far too often, with the receiving core outside of the tight ends, but specifically Kadarius Toney, those receivers were not up to the task. They were not helping Mahomes out as he was continuing to do Pat Mahomes things, putting balls on the money. But in the end, Kansas City has to settle on too many field goals and also hands a pick 6 to the Detroit Lions, which technically, according to the stats, it's Pat Mahomes' fault. That wasn't Mahomes' fault. That was all on Kadarius Toney. Ball hits him in both hands, pops straight up in the air. The Lions intercept it, take it for a touchdown. And that turns out to be part of the difference in the Lions winning this game 21-20. And myself and plenty of others have been talking about this. Look, not to toot my own horn here as I toot my own horn, but I was telling people to start to pay attention in 2021. I watched a Lions team that I want to say they won 4 or 5 games that year, so the record doesn't look very good. They were fighting their asses off with a pretty bad roster over the course of that entire season and just having their hearts ripped out again and again and again. One of the things I liked about watching that happen, other than being a bit of a masochist, is the fact that the Lions never really gave up. They get their hearts ripped out. Justin Tucker literally kicks an NFL record length field goal to win a game with zeros on the clock. Justin Tucker, lifetime Longhorn, greatest kicker in NFL history, which I guess makes him the greatest kicker in football history, literally sets a record for length of kick and beating the Lions. That enough would derail a team's season. The Lions are back out there the very next week, fighting their asses off again to probably lose on a last second field goal or last minute touchdown. But you saw it in them then that these guys were willing to shed blood, sweat, and tears for Dan Campbell. So last year, they don't make the playoffs, which if you are a good franchise, an established franchise, a franchise that is used to winning and success, that's maybe a bit of a disappointment. But once again, last year, you saw a team that fought their asses off. How do I know? Well, I know because the last game of the season, I don't remember if they were technically eliminated from playoff contention. I feel like they were. Brock is telling me that they were. Thank you, by the way, to Brock for doing a great job behind the scenes today. So they were eliminated from playoff contention, but they had an opportunity to spoil the Green Bay Packers season. And guess what happened? They did that. The game was at Lambeau, too, which obviously heightens the stakes that much more and tends to lend itself to more Packers victories. The Lions showed the guts that they have, even in a seemingly meaningless game for them, and they made it happen, which led to one of the all-time great post-game speeches by Jamal Williams. Starts out as this heartfelt, sentimental tribute to his granddad, and then he basically tells the rest of the world, not the rest of the world, the rest of the Lions haters out there, don't doubt us. We're coming back for more. Now, unfortunately, Jamal Williams is not on the roster this year. That is disappointing. Lions went in a different direction at running back. DeAndre Swift traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. Jamal Williams now going to be taking carries with the New Orleans Saints. David Montgomery looked pretty good last night, coming over from the Chicago Bears. Jahmyr Gibbs, limited touches. That's going to continue to go up throughout the course of the season as they figure that thunder and lightning thing out. But Jahmyr Gibbs is the real deal. I realize that you fantasy owners out there right now, which I am one of them in one league. In my other league, I have Amon-Ra St. Brown. Thank goodness for that. You may be underwhelmed by what Jahmyr Gibbs did just in terms of the overall output. He's going to continue to find ways to get more and more touches, both as a running back and a receiver, either out of the backfield or lining up as wide receiver at times. That dude runs with a mean streak, and it was on display in a limited capacity last night. The Lions offense is fun. I think Jared Goff is in a system that he feels very comfortable with. Their offensive line is good, and they've got some dudes on defense too. So watch out for the Lions. Yes, it is an upset last night, although less so because of who was not playing for the Chiefs, a guy on each side of the ball. Chris Jones, obviously, on that defensive line, although KC's defensive line was fairly disruptive last night. I was impressed with that. And then also being without Travis Kelce, too. Look, Blake Bell, the Bell Dozer, as Sooners fans like to call him. Does he still have that nickname at the NFL level? I think less so now. He did an admirable job filling in at tight end. Saw a couple moments out of Noah Gray, too. But overall, the Chiefs were down. But guess what? You have to play against the hand that the opponent is dealt, right? And the Chiefs were not as up to the task as the Lions were. So credit to the Lions, and hopefully this is a start of them actually cracking back into the postseason for the first time in a long time. It is a big weekend for college football, yes, but it's a big weekend for the NFL, just in terms of it being week one, but there's also some really fun matchups on tap, too. You know, the Dallas Cowboys are starting the season on Sunday Night Football like they do most years against the New York Football Giants. That is a matchup that is usually intriguing, and it goes back and forth as to where that game is being played that first Sunday night of the year. This year, it is in New York, and it has been fascinating all week long to get the opinions of Cowboys fans as to a question that Jerry Jones essentially answered earlier this week. That question is, what is a disappointing season for the Dallas Cowboys? His response is open-ended, but I think it lends itself to a good question. Come on over, Brock. You and I can talk until BK gets here. His definition of a disappointing season is underachieving, but that obviously leaves room to interpretation. Brock, I don't even know. Are you a Cowboys fan?
I am a Cowboys fan.
Oh,
Born and raised in Dallas.
You poor bastard. Got to deal with Jerry Jones for the rest of his life, which is probably going to keep you guys from winning it all until he's gone. But now the Cowboys have not only a hologram of Jerry that will continue to allow Jerry to live on, but as an AI-powered hologram. Did you see this video?
I haven't seen the video. I saw the headline.
Yeah, the video's floating around now. Jerry's fielding questions from a crowd, and he's giving pretty sober answers for Jerry. And I mean that figuratively and literally. And then you realize that it is AI-powered hologram Jerry that's doing that, which makes you wonder, is Jerry just going to write the Cowboys, who gets the Cowboys when he dies, into his will? It's going to be hologram Jerry, powered by AI. And then Jerry.
Basically Steven, but.
Well, is it Steven behind the scenes? Is it like a Wizard of Oz sort of deal?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's just a mini Jerry Jones.
You're right about that. But then Jerry mentions that he didn't have to ask anybody before making that curious Trey Lance trade. He's like, I had all the information I needed to, so I made it happen in a matter of 5 minutes. And it's like, Jerry, this franchise has given itself more of a chance over the last 7 to 10 years now because Steven and some other people in the front office have convinced you to go rogue less.
Yeah.
But Jerry is back to that rogue mindset now. Which
no, he's running the Cowboys like it's a Madden franchise is basically what he's doing. Just kind of similar to how the Rams ran their organization a few years ago, where they're just trading for everybody.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how he's running it.
So I ask you then, the open-ended answer that Jerry gives of underachieving season. What would you consider underachieving this year? This is a Cowboys team. 2 years ago, they get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. Last year, they make it to round 2. So what is underachieving this year?
Well,
is it that next step forward?
When you make it to the divisional round the last 2 years, I think anything less than an NFC championship appearance would be a disappointing season. Because you can't regress and you can't, lose in the divisional round 3 years in a row. So I feel like it has to be at least an NFC championship appearance.
See, underachieving to me speaks to what would get your coach fired, because people are asking questions of Mike McCarthy right now. Like, can he be the guy? Those questions were being asked when Jerry hired Mike McCarthy. It kind of felt like he was duped by that Thanksgiving Day feature on Fox, going and visiting Mike McCarthy in his Wisconsin home in that bunker that he had, where Mike McCarthy is trying to convince everybody that he's a big sabermetrics guy now, or football statistician. And it's like, I don't know. That may not be your wheelhouse, Mike McCarthy. And look, the Cowboys have won 12 games each of these last 2 years. So maybe there's something to that. But I also see Mike McCarthy who is taking on more responsibility this year as the offensive play caller. And it makes me wonder, like, does getting back to the playoffs, does that save him his job one more year? Or does he have to at least get to where they were last season? Because NFC Championship is lofty, but you also have to think about it like this, too. And Bucky Godbold has done a great job of making this point all week about this, that the NFC is not all that good this year. Like, think of the truly good teams in the NFC. Lions could be a good team in the NFC. I don't know if they're cream of the crop just yet, though. So, like, other than the Philadelphia Eagles, the Niners, but I wonder if Brock Purdy comes back down to earth this year. If he suffers another injury, you still consider the Niners elite with Sam Darnold as their quarterback? Anything's possible.
Yeah.
But think about the rest of that division. Seattle, they could be good. They don't strike me as elite, though.
No, not yet.
Arizona's a colossal joke. The Rams, I don't think the Rams are going to be that good. I'm on the record now saying that this will be Sean McVay's last year in LA. He needs to go enjoy his gorgeous wife and their soon-to-be new baby. But you just look up and down that conference, and it's a whole lot of crap. It's a whole lot of crap to decent teams. There aren't a whole lot of elite teams, and maybe that's where the Cowboys can capitalize and at least make it to that conference championship game.
I think there's a lot of factors with McCarthy. I think the NFL or the NFC, being down has a lot to do with it. But also, you talk about their success the last 2 years compared to before. What's different in the last 2 years than before? It's Dan Quinn, right? And when you have a coordinator on your staff that has taken a team to a Super Bowl as a head coach, come to your franchise, turned around your defense, which, I've been a Cowboys fan my whole life. I can't remember the Cowboys having a good defense in my lifetime until he showed up, right? He's one of the hottest head coaching candidates. When you have that guy sitting behind a coach who has frankly underachieved, in a lesser conference, I think anything less than an NFC championship appearance gets him fired.
Yeah, because the bottom line is, and McCarthy's obviously an offensive guy, which is why he's taking over play calling duties. The offense hasn't done its job. There are people asking what I feel like are valid questions about Dak. I get it. You look at the stats, and the stats aren't that much different from guys who are considered elite quarterbacks, but there's doing that in garbage situations or situations where there's not as much pressure and not being as good in those pressure situations. And then there's doing it more consistently all the time. And I don't think we've seen it as consistently with Dak when they face other good teams.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's Dak is a glorified Kirk Cousins, but he's treated completely differently than Kirk. And I don't know where that comes from, but
differently how?
And Kirk, it's like, everybody says there's a ceiling and every year there's talks like, are they going to draft his replacement? Like he's on a year-to-year thing. Whereas Dak, it's like, he's just there.
Yeah.
Right. There's no talk about replacing Dak, even though if you look at their stats, they're virtually identical to each other. Except for last year where Kirk kind of played better than he had any other year in his career. But
Kirk is also a guy that had a terrible record against above 500 competition.
Right.
All the way up until the last couple of years, but really last season is where he seemed to turn that around. But then again, didn't they get dump trucked pretty quickly in the playoffs too? I forget how far they made it last year.
They lost to the Giants in the wild card matchup, I believe.
So yeah, got to the most important game of the year, and
maybe
Vikings found
found
themselves on the outs.
Right. And I think about the Cowboys. If they don't, we can dispute what a disappointing season is, but if they have another disappointing season, would you rather lose Dan Quinn or Mike McCarthy? And I was saying this last year. I thought they should have fired McCarthy last year and elevated Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
Because I would rather lose McCarthy than Dan Quinn.
Yeah, look, and Dan Quinn, you guys have to be saying a lot of thanks for this one. He could have taken a job 2 off seasons ago if he wanted to. And obviously he could have taken some this off season. He's being extremely selective right now, which you don't normally get from a guy who has that head coaching experience, who is obviously extremely competent at what he does. Normally they're champing at the bit for that next opportunity, but he's being very selective.
I think Jerry Jones has given him the Jason Garrett treatment, where it's like, you stay put. We'll take care of you when the time comes. You'll be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm assuming he's the highest paid DC in the league at this point too.
He's got to be,
yeah.
But I do think that anything less than an NFC Championship appearance would be disappointing.
I think that Mike McCarthy sticks around if you guys win a game in the first round. It also depends on what's happening in the season too. Like if you suffer a rash of injuries, let's say Micah Parsons goes down, then all of a sudden the season has a very different outlook. And if you just compete for a division title, even if you fall short, make it to the playoffs, maybe win a game. Again, if like a Micah Parsons is out, then yeah, it's going to be a big deal. You're going to be doing this entire show, by the way, until we get to the very end here. So
sweet.
Kudos on that one. Yeah. BK is taking care of some stuff upstairs. If you didn't know, we are in Covert Bee Cave right now. Actually in the building of the GMC store. There is a Longhorn luncheon going on upstairs. We are extremely appreciative of Covert Bee Cave and all the support they're providing. Texas Sports Unfiltered. They've got Cadillac dealership out here, Buick, GMC, Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler. I mean, there are so many types of cars that you can come out to and buy here at Covert Bee Cave. And it is a first-class operation, top to bottom. That lunch with the Longhorn this week is with, yes, Michael Griffin. Said it many times. Safety is my favorite position to watch. On defense, for sure. I don't know about on either side of the ball, but I love watching safeties perform. And Michael Griffin is an all-timer. One of the great Longhorns, obviously helped his team win a national championship and then had a long, illustrious NFL career too. You are such a young guy. I don't even want to ask this, but you don't remember the national championship at all, do you?
I was 3 or 4 when they won the national championship.
Yeah, because you're 21 right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
It is crazy that it has been that long.
Oh, I don't really remember the 2009 run. I mean, honest. I would have been 7 or 8.
That was a fun season for sure. I mean, there were a lot of nail biters, and then as you're probably still aware, if you don't remember the game, they play Alabama in that national championship game. I was not in the stands for the 2005 championship, but I was in the stands for this one. Texas looked like they were going to control that game until McCoy runs that speed option to the left. think it was Marcel Darius, who just hits him right on that shoulder and re-aggravates, I believe it was an AC joint injury that he had suffered a few times throughout his career. Very unfortunate. Texas still had a chance to win that game too, but a combination of Garrett Gilbert's inexperience. And by the way, Texas receivers letting him down at times also. People don't remember this, but the Shipley that was playing for Texas at that time had an opportunity to make a catch that would have been a big moment for that Longhorns offense. Doesn't happen though. Texas loses the game, and it's been a lot of heartache since then. So for most of your conscious life as a Longhorn fan, then Brock, you've had to deal with the shit that is the last 14 years now.
Unfortunately. I will say the highlight though, I was sitting front row of the Notre Dame Texas game at Texas in the end zone that who was
Swoops.
It? Swoops scored in
the 18-wheeler package.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was like my peak. It's kind of sad. That was like my peak Longhorn fandom moment.
Look, let me tell you this, because I've been to a lot of games at DKR ever since before I can even remember. So probably like 3, 4, or 5. I was coming to games with my grandparents and my parents at times. I've seen a lot of cool moments in that stadium, was in the stadium in that same end zone, although Ricky was running the other direction when Ricky broke the record. And some other moments like that. I get it that the season meant nothing after that. That was a top 5 coolest moment in that stadium for me.
So what was your peak? What was your peak Longhorn fandom moment?
At DKR, it would have been the Ricky run.
Okay.
Because I was such a huge fan of his. And you knew it was going to happen that game. So it would have been cool if
it was the way it happened, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been cool if it was a 2-yard run that got him over the record. But the fact that he did it in a very Ricky Williams sort of way.
What was it? Was it a 75-yard touchdown run?
I want to say 65, but I'm not Kevin Dunn when it comes to remembering things like that. It was a long run. It was over 50 yards. I mean, he had to cross over the midfield line.
If I remember correctly, was that the first play of the game? Or first play from scrimmage?
I don't think so, but I also don't remember for sure. This is maybe an embarrassing admission. I have never gone back and watched the national championship win. I just don't go back and watch games a whole lot, and that probably limits my sports knowledge, but I'm also okay moving on to the next thing. I'll watch repeat of good television shows, but going back and watching repeats of some of my favorite moments in sports history, it's just not my thing.
You must not watch the Longhorn Network very much then, because that's about half of what they play is just that game.
It's the national championship game, the Ricky record breaker from time to time, and then fashion shows too. It's just expert programming, I guess. They show fashion shows on there from time to time. Maybe they've tamped that down just a little bit over the last few years, but yeah, for a while, they were recording these fashion shows. Kevin actually had to host one or two, which is why I know about it, because I've probably had Longhorn Network in my life, and I've definitely pirated it to watch games at times, but I'm not going out of my way to see what's on LHN on a given moment, like even for the coaches' shows. Yeah. I don't need to hear the coaches give coach speak answers on things. I'm good.
Right.
But yeah, that Notre Dame game is one that you shouldn't put down just because the season sucked.
Yeah.
It's still a great moment, and you should strive for more of those sorts of moments too. Did you consider going to Alabama this weekend for this game? Since you are a UT student right now, you may have had access to tickets.
Yeah, I can afford it. I mean, the cheapest I saw was like $220, which isn't bad.
I got face value seats on the 30-yard line, 40 rows up. So I was planning on going to this game, and then stuff happens, and so it ain't happening. So I'm trying to unload these tickets on SeatGeek now.
Have you sold them?
No, I'm trying to go for triple the face value price. Wow. That's not going to work. So it'll probably end up something closer to
probably double it.
Double, yeah. Well, I'm seeing seats in the area, and it's like $300 to $350. But like the more expensive tickets are closer to the field. I think that's ridiculous. Those are worse seats.
Yeah.
It's like sitting on the glass at a hockey game. You ever done that before?
I haven't.
Gone to a Texas Stars game or something?
No.
It's cool when the action's right in front of you. When the action's not right in front of you, you're having to watch the Jumbotron just to know what the hell's happening in the game.
Yeah.
It's that way with baseball, maybe an exception there, just because you are right on the field of play and it's more expansive. But if you're at a football game, if you're at a hockey match, basketball is also good to be courtside too. But those other two sports, you're better off being a little bit higher up so you can actually see what the hell's going on.
Except for Jerry World. That's my problem with the Cowboys Stadium. It's like, unless you're in the lower bowl, you're watching that screen the entire time.
You can't help yourself. Your eyes get drawn to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, that would be my exception to that. But yeah, other than that, I agree.
Have you been to a few games in that stadium?
Yeah, I've been to a bunch.
Okay.
Especially like living in that area, I'd always go for like the high school playoffs.
Yeah.
That was cool. I got to see some cool games like Kyler Murray. That was really cool seeing him in high school because he was a stud.
Did you see him in the championship game?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then he played Gerard Hurd. If you remember Gerard Hurd.
Oh, yeah.
And Gerard Hurd outplayed him. No, yeah, Denton Geyer. I was supposed to go to that high school, so I saw every game Gerard Hurd ever played. And I still believe that if they would have, if we wouldn't have messed with it, he would have been an All-American at quarterback. They moved him to receiver, but I truly believe he was an elite quarterback. And I still, to this day, have no idea why they moved him.
They moved him in favor of Swoops, too, didn't they?
Yeah. After he started that game against Jared Goff and Cal, or his first game starting, he set the all-time
total yardage record. Yeah.
Like 548, I think it was.
Yep.
I still don't understand it.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because Tyrone was so raw, all the way up until he was essentially a package player.
He is what people say Lamar Jackson is. Like a running back playing quarterback is what he was.
Tyrone Swoops?
Yeah.
Well, Tyrone Swoops was a tight end playing quarterback, unfortunately. Yeah. Although he did run the ball, obviously. He could squeeze his way through tiny little seams at times and get some extra yardage, but left a lot to be desired as far as a thrower of the football goes. And that was from that era where Mac Brown was like passing over guys who would go on to be all conference, if not all American, if not in some cases Heisman winners. Thank you very much, Robert Griffin, because he was recruiting those guys as safeties or not at all in lieu of the Tyrone Swoopses of the world.
Yeah, Manziel was another one.
Manziel
was around the same time. Yeah.
Andrew Luck was in tears over either not getting a Texas offer or getting offered as a safety because he wanted to come play quarterback for the Longhorns. Yeah. Oliver Luck is a UT grad and he grew up a huge Texas fan.
I didn't know that.
So he went on to Stanford and then became the #1 overall NFL draft pick once his eligibility was up and got selected by the Indianapolis Colts. I wonder what Andrew Luck is up to these days. I'm assuming he still has that Civil War era beard. And he's probably just chilling out, playing with his wife and kids.
Probably. He seems very like old fashioned.
Yeah.
Very
heady dude too. I mean, going to Stanford will do that to a guy.
Yeah. I can see him like still having a flip phone.
Oh yeah. No,
he gives off like flip phone vibes.
Andrew Luck almost certainly does not have social media. If he does, there's somebody running that for him who's helping with his brand. But Andrew Luck is the type of old soul that when somebody asks him about building his brand, he's like, fuck you. And fuck the Andrew Luck brand.
Yeah.
Except he doesn't say Andrew Luck brand because that would be douchey. He'd say, fuck my brand.
Right.
Yeah.
He's like one of those guys that like gets famous and then resents that he's famous. Kind of like that Oliver Anthony guy. He's going through that right now. He gives off like him and Oliver Anthony seem like the same person to me.
That's a very interesting comp, including the beard there. Yeah, it's funny that Oliver Anthony, I don't care to get too political here, but Oliver Anthony, like he comes out with that song and people who didn't listen to it interpreted it as a Republican or Democrat song. So Republicans jump on board. And he's like, no. This is calling everybody out here. And look, when you get a song that blows up like that, and then you appear on Joe Rogan's show, because he was on Rogan's podcast in the last couple of weeks, you can say sayonara, especially because of your unique look, to your ability to just go grab a meal at Chili's.
Right.
That lifestyle is done. You need to prepare yourself for something different.
Yeah, that never made sense to me because I read after that song came out, a music label offered him like $8 million to sign. He was like, no, I don't want the fame. I'm just doing this. And then he goes on Joe Rogan. I was like, that's not going to help.
I think, no, it's not. And they talked about that in that interview. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but Did a little bit because I knew nothing about Oliver Anthony other than hearing that
I don't
song.
think anybody did. Out of nowhere.
Yeah, he did come out of nowhere, but you listen to the lyrics of the song. It's a well-written song.
Yeah.
And I
It's a great
also
song.
completely agree with the message in the song too. So I'm like, I'll be interested to hear what this dude has to say.
Yeah.
It's interesting for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I saw clips of it. And I didn't care to listen to the full thing. I'm like, I get what I need out of these like 10-minute clips, you know?
Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. But he talked about, and maybe you saw the 10-minute clip, he talked about declining that huge offer to sign with the record label. And Rogan's like, yeah, if it doesn't feel right, don't do it. Because at that point, you've basically enslaved yourself to the process.
Says Joe Rogan, who signed a $100 million deal with Spotify.
Here's the thing for Rogan with that, because look, you're right, but it got him out from under the thumb of YouTube, which was starting to cause problems because of some of the shit that he was talking about.
That's true. Yeah.
And so that allowed him to completely distance himself from YouTube while also get this guaranteed money, which he's not just hoarding for himself. I mean, he's a rich dude, obviously, but he's turned that into helping out so many friends over time. He's opened this comedy club in Austin. Have you?
Awesome.
You've been to the Comedy Mothership?
Yeah, I've been once.
Okay, who did you go see?
I think it was Rogan and Friends.
Okay, so the Rogan and Friends shows are incredible. I was watching those going back to the Vulcan, which is another interesting comedy venue. Not nearly as good for comedy as the Mothership is, but that's a great show because it's Rogan and Hinchcliffe and Ron White will pop in and some other people like that. Brian Simpson usually.
I think when I was there, and I saw Theo Vaughn at Bass Concert a few months ago, and there was a dude that opened for him. He was an Arabic guy.
And this
dude is, I can't remember his name.
Hassan Ahmad is his name.
That's him.
I interviewed him for my podcast. He's hilarious. Really? Yeah, his 9/11 joke, or he had a couple 9/11 jokes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not going to spoil it for you people out there right now. No, check out Hassan Ahmad. He's funny. His buddy Derek Poston is hilarious too. They moved to Austin together. Brian Simpson just taped a special. I mean, you could go any night. You could go to an open mic night and it's still going to be hilarious because they are vetting people. Like all the staff there, with the exception of the wait staff, are stand-ups too. So they have this system built up. It's a little bit like radio. Like in radio, in order to get on air, you usually have to start behind the scenes. Like you and I have talked for the last 20 to 30 minutes now, and I can see that you have a bright future as a broadcaster. You are very comfortable speaking into a microphone.
I am not, actually.
You're keeping eye contact much better than I am.
I'm trying to. I'm not good on air. I just need practice, but
I'm
trying to get.
I've called you out on it, so maybe you're a little bit more self-aware of it right now, but you've been taking your time. There's not a bunch of uhs and ums. I don't hear a whole lot of crutch words out of you right now. These are all terrible habits that I still have, by the way. So I think you're better off right now than you are, but you can't rest on those laurels. You can't go Texas football from the last 14 years and get complacent just because you've gotten a little compliment here. Now's the time when you start to work your ass off even more, you know?
I'm trying to, man. Working with y'all. I love working with y'all. It's awesome. But hopefully I can get some experience out of it. Like this is perfect for me right now.
I think
exactly what I need.
I think that you're with us, so we're going to try and make sure that happens. As far as the Texas game on Saturday, going to be watching it here in Austin, just like the rest of us are. Where are you with this game? Are you feeling good about Texas' chances? If not, what's the issue?
I think Texas has a good chance to win. If I were to put a percentage on it, I would probably say 35%. I think that Alabama has the best O-line in the country. Caden Proctor, the left tackle. Like, I don't know if you know this kid. He's a stud.
He's what Kelvin Banks was last year.
Yeah, exactly what Kelvin Banks was last year, except bigger. He's 6'7", 345, I think.
Just a monster.
Yeah, and he's so big that like the 345, like he doesn't look 345. He's just a massive dude.
Well, and like Kelvin Banks, he's really bright too,
right?
Which has allowed him to come in as a true freshman at Alabama and start for them.
It's crazy. Their O-line, I say they're the best run blocking O-line in the country, hands down. Pass blocking, whatever. They're just dominant dudes up front. And luckily, I think Texas's D-line can compete. But on the flip side, their D-line, especially with how the O-line played last week, I think they might have some problems with it. especially with as talented of a secondary that they have with Kool-Aid McKinstry and who's that true freshman safety? I'm blanking on his name. But the kid's a baller.
Not Malachi Moore, who's questionable right now, though he has practice this week.
He plays for Georgia, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? No, I'm thinking of Malachi Starks. Never mind. But I think that's where they're gonna have issues is on that D line. I saw a stat the other day that between their edge room alone, not even counting like D tackles, they have like 7 5-stars, just either outside linebackers or defensive ends. And it's we're gonna see. We're gonna see if I don't even know who's starting at right guard. Is it gonna be DJ Campbell? Is it gonna be
No, it's going to be Cole Hudson. Unfortunately for DJ Campbell, and I think he will eventually get there. He's not quite there just yet.
Yeah, had a few penalties week 1.
Well, not just that, but I mean, the penalties are obviously one huge knock on a guy. Like, you've got to limit those. Like 1 to 0 a game is acceptable. Start getting 2 to 3 penalties in a game, that is putting the offense way too far behind the 8 ball. Apparently, the correct calls were being made by the center last Saturday, and he was just flat out missing his assignment. He was doing something completely different. So if you don't know what the rest of the offensive line is supposed to be doing, that's another colossal problem.
And you can't have that against Alabama.
Exactly. You can get away with it against Rice to a degree. That's not going to work against Alabama. So Cole Hudson will be back in there. Not sure what the deal was with him last week. I don't know if it was a penalty thing or him being penalized for breaking a team rule. I don't know if he was just a little bit dinged up and they wanted to keep him out for Alabama, but he will be back in there. And so hopefully that does help to make a difference too. But here's the thing, like even the tackles for Texas they had some bad moments last week too. Right. A couple penalties, way too many pressures too. I mean, Kelvin Banks, I believe, gave up a sack. He gave up 1 sack all of last year, and he gave up a sack to Rice. It's probably a fluke, maybe the result of something else not happening with the guy responsible for blocking next to him, but the credit on that sack goes against him. So,
well, luckily Sark said, he acknowledged the O-line problems, but he said it's all fixable. So that gives me a little bit of hope. Like, it's not like, oh, we just got, we got whooped, which against Rice, that would worry me. It's like it's a communication issue. Hopefully they clean that up.
Yeah.
That's one thing that's, like the O-line kind of working together like that. That's a hard thing to fix, but hopefully it happens, because if not, it'll get ugly.
Yeah, I have confidence in Kyle Flood being able to do that. I think Sark, getting back to crutches, one of Sark's crutches when he faces, or when a position group or a player faces criticism, is to say that it's fixable. But I think here he's being sincere about that. It's just a couple of little things. And one of the fixes, by the way, is having a different guy in there.
Right.
Who knows what the calls are and can still hold up pretty well too. I mean, Cole Hudson started games as a true freshman last year. As much
I think he started every game as a true
attention, you're right about that. As much attention as Kelvin Banks gets, Cole Hudson was right there with him the entire way. So you get him back this week, and that will hopefully be huge. What do we see out of Quinn Ewers tomorrow?
I honestly have no idea. Last week kind of worries me. Even in the second half, when he played a lot better than he did in the first half, he was still missing deep balls. And when you have a guy like Xavier Worthy, you can't afford to miss those deep balls, because Xavier Worthy is what makes everybody else get open, because you can't put one dude on him. Assuming you can complete the deep ball, you can't expect that one guy is going to hold him the whole game.
Exactly.
And you saw it last year. So I think if Quinn can get comfortable with that deep ball, I think that Texas has a really good shot. But the reason I say 35% chance that they can win this game is because we haven't seen it yet. Right? We've seen glimpses of it. And I don't know if that's going to work against that Alabama defense.
It's concerning.
Yeah.
Not just because he hasn't been able to hit it, but because Steve Sarkisian refuses to stop calling it. So at some point,
Yeah.
it becomes fool's gold. Now we keep getting practice reports from the insider sites that Quinn has been connecting on deep balls all offseason through fall camp and practice this week. He's been connecting on those deep balls. But at some point, you have to recognize that what somebody can accomplish in a practice setting isn't clicking when the lights are the brightest. And there's the paradox right there. Is that what Quinn Ewers is, or is it a matter of just making sure to remind him before each and every drive, step into that throw? You have the arm strength. Stop relying solely on your arm to get that done, because it is leading to you underthrowing balls or misfiring on balls pretty much every time you drop back and try and hit someone deep. Because, and I've mentioned this a couple of times on the channel this week, go back to Shaquille O'Neal's NBA career and how bad of a free throw shooter he was. Yeah. You don't remember this because you were either in diapers or not born just yet, but you used to routinely hear that Shaq was like an 80 to 90% free throw shooter in practice, but it just wasn't translating into games. And that's just the reality. Shaq was not a great free throw shooter. I don't care what he did in practice. He wasn't good at free throws.
Right.
I think Quinn Ewers
is not reality.
Exactly.
Reality is reality.
I think Quinn Ewers has a chance to be good on deep balls, but at some point you have to stop wasting plays if it's not happening.
Yeah. And you saw that a lot last year too.
Yeah.
You know, Oklahoma State, I go back to that game, and Quinn Ewers could not hit, what's the expression?
The broadside of a barn.
Yeah, the broadside of a barn. It was bad, but you know, he just kept calling it. And I think Sark truly believes that if you do something enough, eventually it will click. And it doesn't always happen. And I don't think it has happened, actually, now that I think about it. You know, maybe Washington, you know, he hit a few, but that's about it, really. Other than, you know, the glimpses of greatness versus Alabama part 1.
Yeah.
And one thing that I do think will work in Texas's favor tomorrow is, you know, you always hear about Sark being the best scripter in the country. Maybe not coming out of halftime, but, you know, opening game script, like
first 15 plays
15
or whatever.
or 20 plays. Yeah, I think that works huge in Texas's favor, and that this Alabama offense is not built to come from behind. So if you can put up some points in those, you know, 15 or 20 plays, and you saw it, you know, last year against Alabama, where they, you know, start of the game, they were moving downfield, and they were up until Quinn got hurt. But if you can do that again tomorrow, like you did last year, like you do against every team before you may or may not blow a second half lead, you're in a great position versus this team, because they're a running team, right? Like they have that dominant offensive line. They want to run the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not built to come from behind.
Jalen Milroe threw some deep balls that were completed last week, and it's not like they completely neglected the passing attack, but Nick Saban is on the record as wanting to be more of a power running team this year.
Right.
For some obvious reasons. The fact that they are reloading at quarterback, that their quarterback is better as a runner than he is a thrower, even though he seems to be coming along as a thrower. You just mentioned something that may speak to Quinn Ewers actually getting it done downfield tomorrow. And that is the games that he was his best last year: Alabama, Oklahoma. And we even throw the bowl game in there too. Let's remember, that was a good Washington team. Texas lost to that team. But that was one of the more intriguing bowl matchups of the year. Quinn Ewers performed his best when the most was on the line, if you will.
Right.
Obviously, we have an incomplete game with Alabama because he goes down to an injury, but it felt like he was about to set a passing record that day against a good Alabama defense. And what he did to Oklahoma, you just assumed that the rest of the year was going to be really good because of how good he was in that game.
And that was, I believe, his first game back after the Alabama game.
Yes, it was.
So you saw the glimpses of greatness versus Alabama. Then he comes out with that Oklahoma performance, which I think was his best.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know.
Then he was legitimately one of the worst quarterbacks in the Big 12 for the last 6 games of the year. Like, I can't even explain how that happened.
I truly believe he was and I believe this up until last week when it wasn't corrected, I thought he was injured. I thought he rushed back from the shoulder injury, had that game versus Oklahoma because Oklahoma had the worst pass defense in the country, and anybody could have scored 49 points against that defense. But after that, like, he was missing throws that I've watched him since high school, and he'd never missed that throw.
Right.
I truly believed it was his shoulder. I was like, he rushed back from the shoulder injury, and then he came out with that week 1 performance in the first half, and I was like, I was getting worried a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the shoulder.
Maybe it's in his head. I mean, he has talked about that this offseason, that he let criticism go to his head. Because even if a guy ends up out of shape during the season, like, your performance doesn't fall off that much. So perhaps it did become a fierce mental battle for him. All right, I'm going to have you go back over to the computer right now, Brock, because we're at the top of the hour. Not going to be any crosstalk today. I don't know if Zay and Chip are listening right now, but because of the current setup here at Covert Bee Cave, as we come to an end of Midday with Trey and BK, it was actually midday with Trey and Brock today, and I appreciate Brock for stepping in big time. I'm just going to have to hand things off to these guys, and they're going to enter the studio as I exit the studio. So I just need you to give me a thumbs up when both guys are on the screen and ready to go. Brock, they're both ready to go here? All right, guys, I'm going to hand it off to you now. For Brad Kellner and Brock, I am Trey Elling. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Chip and Zay up next.
Zay.
What's up, my man?
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you all are spending some time with us. Chip and Zay right here on the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel, app, YouTube channel. Make sure you're subscribed so that you can see me in my granny glasses today. Because without
you look
them,
good, man. You look good.
Well, you're kind, Zay. Do not get your eyes checked. I'm in Alabama. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the fever.
There we go.
It is big time here, Zay. Everywhere you go, everybody's talking about this game, and it is going to be big time. So we'll have John Talty from Bama247.com joining us at 1:30. He actually wrote a book called The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban that is a bestseller.
Okay.
And has been covering SEC and Bama football probably about as long as I have. So I've been covering Texas. We will be breaking down this game every which way. And then in the 2:00 hour for the chip shot, I'm going to kind of bring you back to a circle of life possibility for this game because Texas's fall from grace can be traced back to the 2009 national championship loss, Colt McCoy's injury, Mac Brown losing his mind, and ultimately some big money donors' foiled attempt to hire Nick Saban. I'll take you through it all. And I've actually written about it today at horns247.com, tweeted it out at Chip Brown 24/7. So check it out because it's a lot. Well, listen, it's been 13 years, Zay, since Texas was living in the top 10 and being a perpetual presence in BCS bowl games and fighting to get to national championship games, winning a national championship in 2005, that first decade of the 2000s, which I call the golden age of Texas athletics, when your boy Rick Barnes took the Longhorns to the Final Four in 2003 with TJ Ford. And then they got that awful matchup with TJ having to go up against Carmelo Anthony at the top of that 2-3 zone, Hakeem Warwick on the back end of that zone. It was tough sledding for my man TJ, who goes about 5'11".
Yeah.
What's the vibe there in Austin, man? this game's about as big as it gets. Everybody's talking about it, and every show. What's your sense there, Zay, of what the vibe is? You think people are fired up? Are they nervous? Are they optimistic? What's your sense?
Yeah, you just threw out 3 good multiple choice questions, and there's always D at the bottom that says all of the above. All of the above of what you just said. They're nervous, they're optimistic, they're excited. And how can you not be? You know, Texas has a very good opportunity to change the narrative, a narrative that a lot of people who, you know, were born a little bit or really remember after the Mac Brown era, they don't have good memories of Texas. So you have the roster. You brought all these guys in. Sark, you're in year 3. They know your terminology. They know how you operate. They know what to expect. You know, the coaching staff seems like they're locked in. And now you just got to put it on the field, man. At this point, I love this job, but I know those guys are tired of hearing it, and I just want to see them play. Like, I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be a great atmosphere. And who's going to show up? Who's going to embrace it? You know, I know you've seen the Undertaker's little promo on the Texas Longhorns football social media site. So they got the Undertaker involved, which gets you fired up. That dude's an absolute legend, the dead man during this WWE days. But yeah, man, who's gonna show up and who's gonna nut up? And you know, who's gonna, oh man, the bright lights, deer in the headlights feeling, this might be too much for me. You know, there's a lot of freshmen that are gonna get some clock tomorrow. And hey, we saw it last night in the Kansas City Chiefs Lions game. Sometimes you can just get the yips. Like Kadarius Toney. Like, you just never know. That dude's making some big time money. He's a Super Bowl champion and he's in the NFL. So think about what 18 and 19-year-olds might go through. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what I want to see. Do I think, you know, guys like Malik Muhammad, I'm not worried about him as much. I guess you would be worried about him maybe like gambling on stuff because he's just so confident. Sometimes you're overly confident and you kind of just play off too much adrenaline instead of using your mind on the field. But I'm not worried about him. I'm a little worried about Anthony Hills and, you know, CJ Baxter, especially with the injury, even though Sark said he was good yesterday, we will see. But yeah, man, you just have a big opportunity in front of you. And this could give you a nice little wave to ride if you get this dub entering the Big 12 season.
Man, I'll say this about the Lions Chiefs game last night, Zay. I always used to say was, you know, if a player just makes so many mistakes that you think they're point shaving, our man Brad Kellner probably said it best last night on our text exchange that Kadarius Toney's looking at 6 game suspension for betting on the Lions because that was unbelievable. Like, Patrick Mahomes hits him right in the hands. The ball skips off his hands right into the hands of Alabama. You know, Alabama's Brian Branch, rookie for the Lions, takes it, picks 6. Suddenly it's a tie game. Those Chiefs were dropping balls all over the field. Patrick Mahomes was so pissed after the game. I thought he was going to punch Kadarius Toney in the face. He looked so mad in that post-game press conference. He said, "I'm embarrassed," you know, and I mean, the Lions will take it. Look, the NFL is, like Nick Saban said last night on his coach's show, expect a street fight with Texas for 3.5 hours. He said, we're all going to be in a street fight. The NFL every week is a street fight, and you'll take the win whenever, however you can get it. 21-20, Lions escape. And I mean, listen, you know, I'm a Lions guy. I grew up watching the Lions. In fact, my wife and I last night booked a trip to Tampa to see the Lions during Texas's off week.
There we go.
So I'm all in, man. I'm going to go get my Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey and go to Tampa and let them heckle me for 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
That's how
man.
I was vibing it.
Yeah, that's probably their best-selling jersey, and he had a great game yesterday. Touchdown, 71 yards. Like, that dude, it's just so easy for him to get open. And yeah, Patrick Mahomes, he has every right to be pissed. And I've been telling you all week, like, I thought Detroit was going to win that game just because when you have 2 out of your 3 best players out, and Chris Jones and Travis Kelce, that's a big deal. They rely on both of those guys a ton. On the offensive side, that's the best tight end in the last decade. Again, you compare him to the Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, Shannon Sharps of the world. Like, he is right there with all those guys. Kellen Winslow back in his day. Like, Travis Kelce is right there. So missing him, hey, you have to change your whole offense up in a way. And then on the other side, Chris Jones, like the havoc that he causes. Jared Goff, he was in a clean pocket majority of the night. So yeah, if I'm Chris Jones, I was looking up at the owner's box like, you see this? Like, looking at the owner, like, you see this? Like, you understand why y'all need to pay me? You understand why I deserve this money? Like, the Lions, I know they've turned the book a little bit, or turned the page in the book a little bit with Dan Campbell and just the energy that he's bringing to the Motor City. But, man, it's still the Lions. And when you have Patrick Mahomes, it's hard to lose any game. And you can't blame him. The interception wasn't his fault. It's all on Kadarius Toney. Kadarius Toney had that fourth quarter drop, which was absolutely brutal. Sky Moore had a couple of drops. Like, nobody really played well on the skill position standpoint. And there's only so much Patrick Mahomes could do. All he could do is throw you the ball when you're open. You got to catch it. And they didn't last night. Brian Branch did his thing, the Crimson Tide guy, which I'm glad he's gone. So the Horns don't have to worry about him because he was a dog there last year. But yeah, man, just being in the right spot at the right time, man. I don't know if it's you being a Lions fan, do you look at this as like an asterisk game just because Christian Jones and Travis Kelce weren't playing, or you're, like you said, just in a way, NFL, a win's a win?
Yeah, I mean, by the time we get to playoff time, no one's going to remember, but yeah, I mean, right now, everybody's looking at it. But here's the thing. The NFL is so tough, and it's so hard. I say this all the time. It is so hard to keep a group of millionaires who know they're getting a check on Tuesday, win or lose, motivated and moving in the same direction, because everybody's got a different vibe, man. I mean, in college, the coaches have the control. In the NFL, the players have the control. And you better have a locker room full of players who want to win, who want to pull for each other and not let each other down. Or you're going to have what I covered with the Dallas Cowboys in the early 2000s, a bunch of dudes going in a bunch of different directions because they're bringing in Ryan Leaf and Chad Hutchison. And I'm not going to dog Quincy Carter because Quincy took him to the playoffs with Bill Parcells. And Q lives in Austin, man.
My dog.
Q might be listening right now. Q knows. I was, I said I appreciated what he was doing with the Cowboys, and even though Emmitt Smith was like, I didn't sign up for this because he had Tony Banks, and then they cut him for Quincy Carter, and Emmitt was like, I didn't sign up for this. It was like their lockers were like 3 apart from each other, and Quincy just had to keep going, and he did. So anyway, but that locker room was crazy, and you had Joey Galloway making a fortune and making business decisions on passes. I mean, it was just 5-11 everywhere you look. So in the NFL, man, every win is gold. And so let's see. Now for the Lions, that's a game that gives them confidence because they got so many young players. I mean, Brad Jones, their GM, has done a great job of drafting. I mean, they've drafted 23 players the last 3 years, and 20 of them are still on the roster. So they're doing a great job of identifying talent, developing talent. So, we'll see how it plays out from here.
Chip, Jahmyr Gibbs, man, that dude's the real deal. That dude's the real deal. I know we saw it last year at Bama, and he was taken a little high for my liking, especially with the value of running backs in the National Football League. But, man, that run that he had in the fourth quarter with about 5 minutes to go on the right side, he juked the guy to the left, and then he got kind of stood up where his back turned to a dude. And then when his back is turned, he hit a move, like a little jab step to the right, and then cut back to the left and went sideline and ended up standing up out of bounds for the first down. And I was like, yo, that's different. That's different, man. And, Montgomery, he did his thing too, but it's going to be hard to keep 26 off the field because that guy, he's got a lot of juice to him. And yeah, you're right. They've done a great job, drafting just high-level guys that fit what they want to do. Like we just mentioned, Brian Branch, who had the pick 6 yesterday, and
Cam Laporta, the tight end.
Yeah, man. And Aiden Hutchinson looks like that dude still. He might not got a sack on Patrick Mahomes because Pat's so mobile in the pocket and does such a good job moving around. But he was there. He was causing havoc. And, yeah, if they could ride this momentum. Hey, I picked them to win the North. Like, I picked them to win the NFC North, and they're off to a good start. But, Minnesota, they're still going to be hanging around. Justin Fields ain't no punk either. I'm not necessarily worried about Jordan Love. But, yeah, it's the Lions' year to lose, in my opinion, because they just have so much talent.
All right, hold on, Zay. We got a special guest.
Yeah.
Joining the show. Special guest. Michael Griffin.
Oh, man.
3-time Pro Bowler, national champion. Michael, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good, man. You sound smooth.
Hey, I finally get a microphone that works out of all the shows we've been on.
I mean, you sound like you're ready to host a smooth jazz show. All right, enough of that. You and Zay, I mean.
No, listen. So hey, Zay. So listen, I'm up here at Covert out here in BK's doing a little, little good thing, and then I just look on all the TVs and all I see is you.
Yeah, man.
And it just made me realize I gotta address the fact that you gotta stop telling everybody that I owe you money.
I'm gonna keep telling everybody till you pay me. What you mean?
No, man. Listen. That little baby dunk you call a dunk, and you're 6'3", 6'4". No, that does not count. That is not a dunk.
All right,
I was up there though.
Hey, tell the people
where you already halfway up there at 6'3", 6'4". What do you mean you up there?
It ain't that easy. There's a lot of people that are listening to the show that have never touched the net that can't relate. I was up there though.
You didn't even touch the rim. You barely put it in there.
Okay, tell the people what on earth you're talking about. When was this? How many years ago? What happened?
You know I got hit in the head a lot, so I don't know exactly how many years. But
I do.
Zay,
your CTE acting up, Mike. Your CTE acting up. You might need to check that. I know what happened.
Listen. I have a great memory, and the memory I do remember is you did not get up there. You barely listen. We could call your brother and we can call your dad. You didn't do it.
Call they gon' hate too. I get it.
Oh, now everybody's hating on you. Come on, man.
Bro, he's been hating on me since I came out the womb, man. That ain't.
I didn't even know you when you came out the womb.
Yeah,
now that I do know you, I just knew you as Brandon's little brother. You didn't even have a name in high school, man. Stop this craziness.
Yo, man, I was all district, just like you, just for basketball. You weren't all district in basketball, were you? I got that on you. Mr.
Matter of
Defense.
fact, listen, let's do this. Ask your dad who the best defensive player to ever play for him was, and then we can settle this right. And that's your own pops.
He ain't gonna say you. He better not say you. That's over 40 years.
He better not
say you. He better not say you. You came off the bench 8 minutes a game. Come on.
Who came off the bench?
You did.
I had to guard the best players. And lie and say I didn't. You used to come to the games eating your popcorn to watch the show.
Mike, we Bowie alums. I got a lot of respect for you, dog. You need to get that CTE check, man. You had a long, great career, terrific career for that. You did terrific for the Titans organization.
Let me ask you a question. Did y'all win district when you was there?
Yeah. We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking to a 3-year letterman here. I had a lot of miles on me. Yeah, we won district when I was there. Yes.
You sound like the dad. You sound like the dads with the kids at like the high school games and stuff, man. I got 3 lettermans. I lettered at Bowie. You know, I did this. You sound like that right now.
Yo, speaking of, you a traitor. What is this I hear your son's going to Lake Travis? What's wrong? Like Bowie ain't too good?
What
Bowie
you
too
mean
good?
I'm a
What's
traitor?
going on?
Hey, listen, I still support Bowie. You ask him where the uniforms came from, bro. Don't shortchange your boy. Don't do that. I still support now. I still support my alma mater. Don't do that.
I know,
They got some nice uniforms. They got some nice.
But your son would look good in it.
They got some nice uniforms, and for the first time in history, they had red pants. Listen,
we 0-2. We need help. Your son could have helped. Now he's at Lake Travis. What does that mean? What
I had family matters as I was moving, and we all know that my son lived in Dallas and he moved in with me, and because I moved, I was in the Lake Travis district. It's only right and abide by rules that he has to go to the school that I am zoned to.
I understand how that works, but
yes, that's UIL rules. I don't cheat the system. I go by the rules.
But I know the Roku and Gigi's money is good. Like you could stay in the area, like Circle C. That's where you're from. Like go back home. Why not? I'm just saying we're 0-2 right now. We could use a little help. Coach Abels could use a little help. Like
it would change tonight.
Okay.
They'll be 1-2. They will go to the playoffs this year. Mark my words.
All right.
4 teams from every district go to the playoffs.
You want to bet on that? Because you still owe me 1,000.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? You act like they got just got beat bad by the games they lost.
No.
Yeah. So like, what are you saying?
I'm just saying Coach Abels doesn't start 0-2 very often. That's all I'm saying. And your son's at Lake Travis when his dad was an absolute legend at Bowie. I'm just trying to make it make sense, Mike. That's all I'm trying to do.
Sometimes kids don't want to follow in their dad's footsteps. You know, your dad went on to be a basketball coach and a lot of different things like that. In the college level.
We just lose.
Yeah, we lost, dude.
We just lost Griff.
Yeah,
Griff,
I know
you're
he's
muted
hating right now. So
unmute yourself.
He's smiling at the camera, so I know he's.
I'm back. Can you hear me
you
now?
Yeah.
What I said was, some kids like to have their own paths, like you say, because you know you could have followed in your dad's footsteps of being a basketball coach and coaching for 20 plus years at Bowie, but you decide to go to radio. And that's a nice picture behind your head.
Appreciate it. And
we got to work on Zay's. We got to work on Zay's studio. You know what I'm saying?
We got to work on Zay's haircut, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
No, don't talk about me in my head right now, Miss Graybeard.
Hey, hold on. Listen, do they charge you full price or half price for the haircut? Is it
maybe
full
because
or half?
you mucked my head up when you tried to cut it back in the day. I haven't recovered. I remember that. You owe me for that.
Great job. I did.
No,
a great
you didn't. No.
Why are you younger than me and you're losing your hair quicker than me?
Hey, Griff, now you owe him for the haircut.
Oh, that's listen. I do. I'll do a better job this time. Zay. Let me cut it off. Let's do it on TV. Let me cut your hair.
I'm not letting that happen.
Oh, we got to do that on the air.
Ain't no way. I gotta hold on to this.
Let me cut your hair.
I gotta hold on to this. And it's the
hold
camera.
on
You see in the weird camera. It's just the camera angle, man. You see it. I'm high and tight and right, dog. Quit hating.
No, it looks like you just keep your head up like this the entire time to make it look like you still got something. But no, it's not high and tight. That's just your neck going up.
Yo, man, why BK bring your ass home, man? You supposed to be.
Why? Listen, we ain't got to use the prophet, man. Respect your elders.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah, respect your elders.
Hey, Griff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Zay, grown men talking. Yes, sir.
You bought the Bowie Bulldogs some new uniforms. Can you help Zay with his studio there at the casa?
I could definitely put like one of my framed jerseys behind them, make it look like a real sports.
There we go.
Or something.
Now we're talking. Zay, listen.
That painting look like you got it at like Target or Walmart. I don't know what is
Damn,
it.
so now you hand on my wife. See, that's one thing. Now you hand on my wife and her decoration.
No, I ain't put your wife in it. I ain't put
Come
your
on now, this is hers.
You chose where you want to set up at. You chose
so
that.
Comfortable.
Not your wife. You chose that.
Man, I'm trying to put a good sports show on. It's just you worried about the
What
wrong
about
things,
the painting
Mike.
says sports?
You worried nothing. That's why it's just me. That's all
the
you
problem.
Me.
You was the least sporty person I know. You are giving me all these layups, and I'm just dunking them. Like, what's going on over here?
You a hater, man. Hey, I'll take Marcus's jersey. You got Marcus's jersey? Let me get that. Let me get the number 26. I don't need number 27 because that just comes with bad energy. I need a number 26.
What's the main topic that you keep saying though? We had jerseys at the next level. I love you too, my boy.
Hey, Griff.
I appreciate you, dog.
Griff.
Yes, sir.
Before you head out, man,
I might have take over Zay because Zay look like he's losing the audience, and I gained him back.
I would love to have you on every week.
I ain't got no job.
Hey, let's do it every Friday.
Yeah, man, let's do
Fridays.
I ain't got no job. Not to mention LHN is not going to be around for long, so I got time today.
Yeah, you about to get fired. It's cool though. You haven't been fired very much.
On my day off, I'm gonna get fired. You're 100% right.
So, Griff, what do you think? What do you think about tomorrow?
I think Texas really got a good shot. If you go back, you watch Middle Tennessee State game, seeing what Sweat did up in the middle, getting the pressure that he generated against Rice and 150th time that they played against JT Daniels, but we're not going to talk about that. But again, he did a great job. If you look at Alabama, pressure up the middle, you were able to get Jalen Milroe off his spot. But the thing is, you're gonna have to contain him. You go back to the game plan versus TCU. I think Texas had a really good game plan on the defense side of the ball, containing Max Duggan. And that's something that you're going to have to do versus Alabama. On the offense side of the ball, we know Alabama likes the press coverage. So, the receiving core, they're going to, have to get off that jam or whatnot. But the thing is, I think Texas has a great opportunity with Jatavion Sanders and Jordan Whittington in the middle. Last year, I believe Whittington had about 8 catches. And Sanders started coming on throughout the season. But now you add some other weapons and key elements when you go to Mitchell on the outside, a bigger target, but then so you're not going to be able to just roll your coverage over Xavier Worthy. So it's going to be very exciting. Both corners from Alabama got hurt last week, so it'll be curious to see what they look like coming back. And I think it's going to be a game in the trenches. Who can move the trenches around? I think Texas D-line looked very, very great last week, even though you want to say it's Rice. They did a phenomenal job. You can see what they've been doing. A lot of veterans on that side. Offense side of the ball, they're going to have to figure things out. I think Cole Hudson is going to start at the guard position, but again, all those guys got playing time. And the biggest thing is just facing adversity, going into a hostile environment, night game. Can they just weather the storm? It's going to be up and down, but I think it's going to come down to who has the ball last, like last time. And I think Texas will come out victorious.
Love it.
Mike, you like the secondary for the Horns? They try to compare them to y'all and what y'all did during your tenure, but we still haven't seen enough yet. Catalan coming along, Holmes coming along, and Malik Muhammad, he looks like a dog too, along with Ryan Watts and Terrence Brooks. How do you like these guys?
I like them a lot. It's hard to say, and compare the game. I mean, the game has changed so much. You go back to when I played, you had single running backs. When you played against, Kansas State, you had Sproles, and you played against, OU, you had Adrian Peterson, Griffin before that. The game has changed so much. So it's hard to compare, but at the end of the day, I think they got a good core group of guys. I like Brooks on the outside. It's his first year starting. He had a lot of playing time last year. Jalen Cowlong, he's probably had the most experience playing in Arkansas. Been banged up, but you're not too worried. Even going over to Watts, he had a tremendous year last year, first year playing corner. He tried to move him around a little bit at Ohio State or whatnot, but then Jade Barron's been playing great football. So You like to see what he's doing there at the nickel position. But I just think collectively together, Jaron Thompson, this is his third year starting. Last year, he took really, really big strides, and I continue to see him be very vocal and still getting things done. And I just think collectively they're doing a great job. The biggest thing is in any game is you just cannot give up the big plays. And I think last week they did a good job at doing that. Yes, they had the one big play, the underneath pass that ended up going for about 30, 40 yards, whatever it may have been, but they managed to stop that and prevent them from scoring points.
Love it. Love it. Quinn Ewers and Sark, great chance for them to show that they're elite tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not worried right now. I think the biggest thing when you look at the last game, it looked like a glorified practice. If you watch what the defense was doing for Rice, playing a lot of quarters, which if any people don't understand that's four deep. So everybody's trying. The weakness of the defense is the outs. If you looked at a lot of the passes that Ewers completed, where all the balls going to the outside, when you look at Xavier Worthy running those deep out routes and things in that nature. So and the slants were open and things because they were given a lot of cushion, just trying to prevent anything from going deep. Yeah, they did try to take some shots, but I think it was just let's just see if we could hit one. You look at the game plan, it just didn't look as if they were really trying to do what a lot of teams do in that first game when they play an opponent where they feel like they are better than. Not saying anything, take away anything from Rice, but just the fact that, the fan base and everybody expected the high score game, like OU did, the 70-0, whatever it may be. But, I think Sark just took a different approach. Let's get a lot of guys, a lot of playing time. You look on the defense side of the ball, they was rolling guys in every series, mixing and matching different players. That's why we were able to see the young guys play. But I think I didn't really take too much from that game because I think if you would have told Ewers just to throw a now route or just throw a 5-yard out or a hitch all game, he would have been able to complete that all game and they could just move the ball down the field as if that was the run game.
This remind you at all of the trip to Ohio State in 05?
Yeah.
Does this? It's hard because I think at that time we just came off winning the Rose Bowl. And it was the second game of the season. And we was in contentions of, hey, listen, all we got to do is win this, get past OU, and we're going to the national title game. And, Texas, as of right now, they're talking about going to the college football playoff. So the first things first is winning the Big 12. And does this remind me of that? I think the environment is going to be very similar. But what's at stake or is it the same? I don't think so. Ohio State, we know Alabama's Alabama. But if you go back to the Ohio State game, there was a lot of first rounders that were playing in that game. And so, and that went on to have long careers at the National Football League. So it's hard to say because we just, we know there's a lot of potential players, but we don't know exactly where they sit at because you had two veteran quarterbacks going into that game, Troy Smith versus Vince Young. You also go look at, you had Lyman Sweet, they had Tony Gonzalez, they had Anthony Gonzalez, and they had Anthony Gonzalez, they had I forgot his name, went to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then they also had Ted Ginn. So they had 3 good receivers. They also had AJ Hawk, they had Bobby Carpenter, they had a lot of those great guys. Larry Nidus was on the bench waiting his turn. So Ashton Yobooty, Dante Whitner.
I'll never forget them switching Justin Zwick and Troy Smith in and out of that game.
Yeah. So when we talk about that, it's in that perspective is not the same, but the same environment. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, because there is a slight possibility. I mean, we all expect Jalen Milroe to start tomorrow and play the whole game before he showed against Middle Tennessee State. But if you look at that depth chart against Middle Tennessee State, it said Jalen Milroe or Ty Buckner or Ty Simpson. So he's still on a short leash. As a defensive player, how do you go into, okay, we know this guy's going to play, but how do we focus on these other 2 guys that might come in?
Well, the thing you got to understand is the game plan is a game plan. And you got to understand that as the game is going, you're going to face different things. You're going to face adversity. They might throw a wrench in it. They're going to do different things. So you got to be able to see what the team is trying to do against you. And as they're trying to do this against you, you got to understand that, okay, well, this is what we're going to do to combat that. So, it's a chess match, and that's the biggest thing. You look at last year, Ewers came in second game starting, and in the first quarter, Lord have mercy, it was going great. And then next thing you know, you throw Hudson Carter in the mix, and you're in your mindset, you're thinking of what happened the previous year when Casey Thompson took over in the Arkansas game. And then it kind of, you're like, okay, is he just not the guy? But then Hudson played tremendously well for the time that Ewers was out. So did it bring a different element to the game? Yeah, we knew Hudson can move around a little bit compared to what Quinn Ewers is doing. So you just got to be prepared for those things. You even go back to the OU game years ago. Spencer Rattler was having a terrible game, and Lincoln Riley pulled him. Next thing you know, you got a Heisman Trophy out there running around. So it's just different. You just got to be prepared at all times. Whatever happens, you got to face adversity. So understand that you really don't know, and it goes either way. You don't know what may happen in this game. So I always say, in big time moments come big time players that make big time plays. So if your number is called, if you get that opportunity, no matter what side of the ball you're on, offense, defense, if you're for Alabama, if you're for Texas, it's a 6 o'clock game that everybody's going to be watching. So if you want to become somebody, it's a great opportunity to become somebody.
Hey, Griff, we're gonna bring on John Talty from Bama 24/7. You want to stick around and ask him some questions with us?
Easy money, yes, sir.
All right, let's go. Let's bring in the man, John Talty. He is the foremost expert on Alabama football. John, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Good to talk to you again, Chip. I think we've gotten a lot of time this week.
I know. It's one of those weeks where it's just constant. Say hi to Michael Griffin, Pro Bowler and Texas national champion in 2005.
What's up, Michael? How are you, man?
Hey, how you doing, John?
Good.
So, Griff, we'll give you the first question.
Okay, first question. Where do you think Alabama's weakness is this year?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, the one that I've kind of come back to over and over again from last year, fall camp into the season, is I just don't think that they have those kind of elite receivers that we've seen over the last decade plus, but especially that run where they had Ruggs, Judy, Waddle, Devonta Smith, even guys like John Mechie. They had such an incredible run, and they didn't have that last year. You saw that in the game against Texas last year, in which Bryce Young had to do a lot on his own. There were not a lot of receivers able to get separation and do what they've been able to do in previous years. So that to me is a big question for this game: is that are there guys in Alabama's receiving group that can make plays against a Texas secondary that I think probably has the advantage? And if they're not able to get open, if Tommy Rees isn't able to kind of scheme up some stuff to get them open, that just puts a lot of pressure, I think, on Jalen Milroe. And Jalen looked really good week one, but he's not Bryce Young. We know that right now. So I think that's a real question mark for this game.
Yeah, John, Jalen Milroe, he had a hell of a game on Saturday, but it's Middle Tennessee. I mean, breaking records at Alabama, that's doing something special. I don't care who you play against. But on that depth chart, we just talked about a little bit, it said Jalen Milroe or Ty Buckner or Ty Simpson, which means he's on a short leash to me. If he plays bad and he ain't pulling the game, this is the same guy that pulled, Jalen Hurts for Tua in the national championship game. He will pull you if you're playing bad and he thinks he can still win with someone else. Do you see that happening, or do you see Nick Saban maybe riding it out with Jalen Milroe because he is next and he's that talented?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the big questions. I think what's interesting is, before that Alabama Middle Tennessee State game, I did not think we were going to get to talk to any of the quarterbacks after the game because there was so much, buzz around it, so many questions. And like you said, they were all listed as on the depth chart. And then we got Jalen Milroe after the game, which was kind of surprising to me. And I think that was a little bit of none of that happens unless Nick Saban gives a green light. So that was a little interesting to me. And then we got Jalen again on Monday. And so they've let Jalen talk to the media much more than I thought that they would, given just the quarterback battle. So I think that is a small sign of the confidence that Saban has in Jalen. But I can go back to 2015. Cooper Bateman started against Ole Miss, didn't play well. Jake Coker came in and they lost that game, but then Jake Coker became the guy moving forward. And there was, they needed to see something from Jake to do that. So there's certainly precedent for it. You mentioned the championship game. That's obviously the most famous one. I think more likely than not, I think they ride with Jalen. But to your point, I mean, if he's just atrocious in the first half, like Saban has shown that he is willing to make that tough decision. And between Tyler Buckner, who was the first guy in against Middle Tennessee State, and then Ty Simpson, who has the highest pedigree out of any of them, there's multiple options they can turn to if they need to, if Miller just can't get it done.
John, what's the latest on Malachi Moore and Jalen Key, the two defensive backs for Bama who were banged up in that Middle Tennessee game?
Yeah, I think at this point, I think they're going to play. But they've been a little cagey about it. And I think it's just a question about just how fully, close to 100% are they? I think at this point, they're not 100%. I don't think they're going to be 100% on Saturday. But can you get to a place where you're still able to be effective? I think that's the goal. Both of those guys have been able to practice this week. They're able to move around a bit from what I've heard. So I think that they're going to play. But, that's something that I'm very interested to see. Just knowing Sark a little bit from his time at Alabama, I could see him wanting to go after that early on. I think you want to test it, see what those guys can do. They both played really well before they got hurt, and I thought there was a noticeable drop-off when they went out. Middle Tennessee State, the one touchdown they had was going after Malachi's replacement. So if I'm Sark, I want to test it early and see if those guys are going, can they fully go? I think that's a big challenge for Alabama in general, just given the talent that Texas has at the receiver position.
Yeah, because Jalen Key's the graduate, he's the fifth-year guy. He's the veteran at safety. The other safety, Caleb Downs, is a true freshman, right?
Yeah, and he's getting, they just love him over there. And I think you could argue from a pure talent standpoint, he is the best player that Alabama has on their roster. Now, he's a freshman, and so he'll get tested. We'll see how he develops. But they talk about him in a way that they talked about Minkah Fitzpatrick, and Minkah was beloved at Alabama. And similarly, as a freshman, Minkah was given a lot of responsibilities, more than the average freshman would get. And that's what I think Caleb is already starting to get. He works really hard. The talent is there. And so they think very highly of him. And, I think if you look at this Alabama team in general, and I've seen some people already kind of talk about this, if you look at the absolute upper echelon top talent, I think Texas has some advantages there. It's certainly not dominated by Alabama if you rank the top 10 players in this game. But I think Caleb, long-term wise, will probably be the best player Alabama has on the field on Saturday.
Griff?
So basically what you're saying right now is the trajectory of Alabama right now is that peak is kind of just peaked out, and they're starting to become like a team that's mid-pack.
I think the margin of error has gotten smaller. You think about some of the earlier Saban teams that when they, walked out there, you could just see the difference in the two teams. I can remember talking to guys who played some of the championship teams, when they run out there against Notre Dame, that championship game, like they just looked at them and like, we're going to crush these guys. Like just the look test to like, we know we're going to kill these guys. And I think what's happened, in part because of former Saban assistants going to different places, Kirby Smart has recruited at an extremely high level, and he's taken guys that Saban wants. Jimbo Fisher has recruited at a really high level at A&M. He's taken guys Saban wants. Sark has done that. So I just think that the talent is more dispersed now than it used to be. And so there are times in the past where I feel like Alabama could give you like a C+ game and win. And I don't think that they can really do that as much anymore. And I think you go back to how they played against Texas last year. I think that was a pretty good example of that, in which it wasn't Alabama's best game, and they came very close to losing. And there were multiple games like that last year where in the past, it's probably a multiple touchdown difference, and either it's coming down to the wire or they're losing those games.
Zay?
John, you see Tommy Reese coming in from Notre Dame, and he loves the 12 personnel. He loves the tight ends, which Amari Nyblack, I think he could really go crazy, not only in this game, but also for the rest of the year. I think he's an absolute freak. But what's the vibe on Tommy Reese? Do you think it fits with what Jalen Milroe wants to do and the rest of this offense?
Yeah, I think he's a good fit for the personnel that they have. Nick Saban said after week 1 that it's probably the best tight end group that they've had since he's been there, which I thought was pretty interesting because they've had some pretty good tight ends, come through there. O.J. Howard, Irv Smith, some of these other guys. Cameron Latou was pretty good last year. But I think they're deeper and they have guys who can do different things. You mentioned Nyblack, who I think is just a mismatch player, and that allows him to do different things. They got C.J. Dupre from Maryland, who I think, was pretty effective at Maryland last year as a receiver, but he's also a really good blocker, and they haven't always had that. So you look at better tight ends than usual. They have a better offensive line this year than last year. Pretty deep running back group. It just seems to kind of set up well with 12 personnel with what Tommy Reese has shown that he liked to do at Notre Dame. And then you add in Jalen's running ability, and I think it just allows them to be dangerous offensively. But there's still certainly some questions about how that all fits when they go against, a much better opponent. No knock on Middle Tennessee State, but a much better opponent this weekend.
John, can you talk about the hunger for this game in the Alabama fan base? I'm here in Alabama, and they're talking about 100,000 people being outside the stadium who don't even have tickets to the game just because they want to be in and around it. How tough a ticket is this? What's the hunger level?
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. I mean, it's one of the biggest non-conference games at Alabama. I think maybe the biggest non-conference game at Alabama during the Nick Saban era, So there haven't been a lot of these big marquee games. Of course, there's been, there was the game of the century against LSU, about a decade ago, and there's been some other big ones. But for a non-conference game against a marquee, well-known brand, I think there's been a lot of buzz. I think all offseason, this was the game that people were really excited about, given, not just a close game last year, but Sark and Texas coming into the SEC. There's just a lot of fun storylines around it in that regard that I think play a role. So, I mean, it's a lot of buzz going on. I think pretty much everyone who has a pregame show is going to be in Tuscaloosa tomorrow. You got Game Day, SEC Nation, Barstool. I'm sure ones I've never heard of will also be having their pregame show. So it's going to be a madhouse. I would say if you're going to the game, get there early. Traffic's going to be a disaster. It's going to be wild. But yeah, there's a real discernible buzz around this game, and I'm excited to, just in the hours before the game, just kind of wander around the quad and stuff like that, because I think it's going to be rocking with people.
So you live in Birmingham. What time will you leave to go to a 6 o'clock game in Tuscaloosa?
Maybe 2, maybe a little earlier. I mean, it's going to take about an hour, and then you're just going to hit traffic and all the issues down there. And sometimes, I don't know about you, Chip, but sometimes I like to just get there and I figure it out later, and then not having to be stressed and getting there last minute. So I'll probably go a little bit on the early end. And I'm also, again, I'm just excited to see, again, Middle Tennessee State was fine. It's the first game of the year. That was great and all that. But there wasn't a buzz in the city about Middle Tennessee State. I mean, it was what it was. I'm excited to really just see the impact of this game, because not only, like you said, are a lot of Alabama fans going to be there, but I can remember years ago when Texas played at Ole Miss for a night game, and Texas brought a lot of people to Oxford. And so I'm excited to see the kind of Texas contingent roll in, because I think it's going to be a pretty strong group.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you this real quick, Zay, while we're thinking about what you just mentioned, Ole Miss. The last time Alabama lost at home at night was 2015 against Ole Miss. It was Chad Kelly, I think, for Ole Miss. He had Laquan Treadwell and Evan Ingram. And what do you remember about that game, and do you see any similarities?
So I think that game ended after midnight. I remember getting back home to Birmingham after 4 a.m. So I'll never forget that. That was a late one. But that's the game that I was bringing up a little bit earlier. It was very weird. They started Cooper Bateman in that game, kind of out of nowhere after Coker started the first 2 and did not play particularly well. And then Coker came in and started doing much better. There's some weird plays. There was a touchdown that bounced off a guy, then a guy caught it and ran. And it was just a weird game. The game ended after midnight. It was just wild back and forth scoring. But yeah, that's the game that I think is one that I come back to a lot just from my time in Alabama, that like there were just questions about the quarterback still, tough opponent, and a guy who in Hugh Freeze knew Saban pretty well. You know, he knew what he struggled to deal with. And I think that's what we could see Sark do too, where, you know, I do think this game is probably less scoring than we think it's going to be, but I feel like if you're in a horse race, I think that benefits Texas a lot more than it benefits Alabama, because I just don't think we've seen any beyond a little bit of Middle Tennessee State. I don't think we've seen enough from Jalen Milroe to think that he can return serve back and forth.
John, is there a player on Texas, like when you've been just going through film and watching them, that you think could really change the game because Alabama is weak at a certain spot, or, you know, just a dynamic player on the Texas side?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple. I mean, I think the wide receivers are well established at this point, but I think I want to see how they're able to try to slow those guys down. I mean, Worthy has gotten, you know, a lot of buzz, but, you know, Mitchell too. I mean, his kind of history with Alabama, being at Georgia. So those are some of the ones on that side. And I want to see how this Alabama offensive line handles what should be a really good Texas defensive line. You know, I think that they did really well last week. Middle Tennessee State was throwing some unique looks at them, and they did very well from a pass protection standpoint, did not do well from a run game standpoint. So I think that they'll be probably better at run game stuff, but I think that I think Jalen Milroe is going to face some pressure in this game. And so how can Alabama hold up in that regard against guys who, you know, from everything I've seen and read, like pretty highly regarded and will have a chance to be drafted pretty highly in the NFL? How do they handle that coming at him? And how does Jalen handle that? You know, I think we've seen one of his challenges in the past has been, if the first read isn't there, just going, you know, and just running. And he's so athletic that makes sense. But assuming Texas spies him and does some other things to contain him, you know, if they're able to get pressure of just a couple guys up front, I think it's going to create a lot of challenges for Alabama.
John, if Alabama is, you know, going to cover, you know, win the game, do what they're supposed to do, give us a player on offense outside of Jalen Milroe and a player on defense who have to come through.
Yeah, I mean, I think on defense, I'll start with Dallas Turner. You know, he made the famous hit last year, but had really more of a quieter year than I think people expected. And he was a guy who got so much buzz, former 5-star guy, and ended up with only 4 sacks that year. And then with Will Anderson leaving, he's been hyped up as the guy, you know, to take a step. And I think there's an opportunity with Texas's offensive line to be able to attack and get pressure on Quinn. And so I think Dallas Turner is going to have to make an impact in this game. I think he's going to have to live up to some of the first round hype that he's gotten, but hasn't always cashed in on. And then, you know, again, on the flip side, I'm just going to keep hammering the same point. I think a wide receiver has to step up. You know, we just have not seen that. Last year was the first time, I think in the Saban era, where he didn't have a wide receiver. No, since 2012, they didn't have a wide receiver break 700 yards in the season. So there's not a stud in that room. I think when Chip and I did a video earlier this week, I picked out Isaiah Bond as my guy who I think breaks out. I was really impressed by what he did against Middle Tennessee State. And even just, if you guys saw, there was a clip of him kind of trucking a guy going across the sideline, and it's just that attitude that Isaiah had fired up the team, and you could tell like he was fired up to do it. He's not the biggest guy, but he showed a guy that he's got some strength to him. So I like him to make an impact. But whether it's him, Ja'Cory Brooks, Jermaine Burton, you know, Niblack as a tight end, like somebody's got to make an impact. Somebody's got to be able to get open and give Jalen a shot, because again, last year Bryce did not have a lot to work with, and he was a magician. He found a way to win, but I don't think Jalen's at that level of magic yet, so he's going to need some more supporting help.
John, as you know, Sark loves moving guys around before the ball's snapped and having guys in motion and just trying to trick the defense that way. But one of my favorite matchups going into Saturday is Kool-Aid McKinstry and Xavier Worthy. If Zay moves around, is Kool-Aid going to follow him, or do they want to just keep him on one side?
Yeah, it's a great question. I feel like, you know, historically, I don't think that Saban always locks in a guy one-on-one. You know, it's not the, you know, Revis Island of just pick your guy and go. But I think that'll be an interesting thing. To your point, you know, there's the real chess match there of Saban knows Sark's going to move guys around, and it's frustrating for defenses to deal with. And you can just see the chaos on defenses as they try to figure out handling all that. So I don't think Kool-Aid will stick with him all game, in part just because he's not the only great wide receiver that they're going to have to deal with. But you do want him matched up with him as much as you can. And so it'd be interesting to see how they try to, what they come out starting as, and then do they have to adjust? Terran Arnold, I really like a lot as their other cornerback. I think he's underrated nationally, but he's a little smaller. And so I think that's going to be a challenge for him. And if he's getting matched up with Worthy a bunch and he's getting beat, they're going to have to shake things up.
John, I see your book. You wrote The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban, bestseller. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, man.
What is the number one leadership secret of Nick Saban?
Got to buy the book, man. There can't, it's not a one-page book. There's numerous secrets, right? But the thing, I'll say this: I think that one of the things that impresses me the most about Nick Saban is how he's able to handle both success and failure. And I think that's. There's a good story that our 24/7 colleague, Brandon Marcello, wrote the other day about just looking at Clemson and just kind of what they're going through and looking at the decline of previous dynasties. And I think it's so hard once you've achieved any level of success to be able to dig down and really almost work harder, because complacency, I think, sets in. And I mean, Chip, the Mac Brown story better than anybody, but we've seen plenty of guys who found a way to win one. Jimbo won one, Mac won one. These coaches, and Orgeron won a title, right? But for Saban to win 7, I think is so impressive because he's able to dial it up every year and not be so stubborn or feel so much of what he knows to not be willing to change. And so he has evolved and changed numerous times at Alabama in ways that a guy like Dabo, I don't think has, in a way that Jimbo, I don't think has, in a way that I think Mac Brown, maybe he tried to change too much. I don't know, but there's a couple who I feel like they have some level of success and they don't kind of evolve beyond that. And I think Saban's really evolved a lot from when he started at Alabama in 2007 to where he is now in 2023.
All right. Before we let you go, what's your sense of how things play out tomorrow?
I'm excited about it. And I think I will pick Alabama to win this game, but that's almost more based on historical precedent than necessarily feeling great about it. I think it's just that Alabama plays much better at home. Everybody's going to know the stats of not losing a non-conference home game since 2007 against Louisiana Monroe. I mean, there's all these history and all these different things. I think that's in a very tight game. I think that's a little bit of an edge for Alabama, but I think it's tight, man. I really do. I think that Milroe will do just enough to win, but it'll be a back and forth game. And I think that it certainly would not surprise me in the least to see Texas win. And I think we go back to, I'll try to wrap this up here, but we go back to that Ole Miss game. I think when you can strike first on the road, it makes a huge difference. And so Ole Miss was able to do that, and they put Alabama on their heels the whole rest of the game, and they were chasing them. I think if Texas can strike early, I think that puts a lot of pressure on Jalen Milroe, and I think that's one of the paths to success. So if I'm Sark, I want the ball early. I want to get some points. I want to really start getting that crowd nervous, take him out of the game, make Jalen have to really beat you and make some big plays, because he's still a mystery in that regard. We don't know enough about him to feel confident that he can win a game in a tough moment. So crank up the pressure on him. Try to get him behind early.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Okay, last thing. Have you seen the Goldman Sachs ad with Bert Auburn and Reichert?
Yeah, I like the kicker's getting some good NIL money here.
Yeah. That's apparently going to air during the game. So everyone needs to keep an eye out for that one, because our man Bert Auburn and his burnt orange hair is on full display.
I mean, the headlines would write themselves if Auburn can beat Alabama. I mean, that's just for people like us. Now, I'm not rooting for that, but it would make it very easy to come up with headlines and storylines if Bert Auburn has a good game against Alabama at Alabama tomorrow.
Yeah, the walk-on who actually holds for Reichert in this commercial. Hey, but you'll take whatever NIL money you can get. You know,
Yeah,
you do
for sure.
Hey.
I mean, it's good for them. And Will Reichard, and I'll leave it on this. Like, Will Reichard has been such a weapon for Alabama, and I think for a long time, like the flaw in the Alabama Death Star was special teams, and it was kicking. I mean, they just had some shaky kickers for a long, long time. And so it's a little interesting that now their kicking game is as good as it's ever been, and they have all these question marks in other areas that they haven't had for most of Saban's time. But I think Will Reichard will be an important person in this game, honestly, because I don't think they're going to light it up with touchdowns.
John, great stuff, man. Really appreciate the time.
Yeah, good seeing you guys. And Chip, see you in Tuscaloosa tomorrow.
Yeah, and everybody go buy The Leadership Secrets of Nick Saban.
Appreciate you, Zay. Good meeting you.
Good meeting you too, John. Appreciate you, man.
All right, there he is, John Talty, breaking it down. Good stuff with Michael Griffin too. Say, Gringo Horn says you got to put your 3 all-district plaques up there on the wall behind you.
Hey, I just have one all-district plaque, but yeah, I'm gonna have to find that somewhere. It's with the dust bunnies, probably in the attic at mom's home. But yeah, man, Mike trying to clown me, and Harge texting me and stuff, talking about I need to do something with my head too. Harge, you ain't got no room to talk with your fedora wearing self, with your hat wearing self every day, hanging with Hardball. You my guy and all, but you wear hats all the time for a reason. Try to clown me, man. My stuff tight. Y'all tripping. Y'all hating. The lady that sleeps next to me every night, she don't mind, and she the only one that matters. Damn haters. That's why Marcus Griffin's my favorite Bowie Bulldog turned Longhorn, and Mike's second. Dadgummit.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, man. Shout out to John and Mike, man. It's been a fun day already going into the second hour. Everybody's hyped up about this game, Chip.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you don't have your big screen TV, baby, you better call AV Consultations at 255-8678, because listen, all you do is make that phone call, and then from the free consultation to installation, my man Tom McKay and his crew bring everything to you. You don't have to move a muscle. You just tell them what you want, where you want it, and away they go. And when they leave, it's unbelievable. Your TV's perfectly on the wall. There are no wires, the surround sound, that Sonos surround sound. And of course, if you want surveillance or electronic shades, AV Consultations will take care of that for you. They've done it in 3 of my houses. They've done it at your favorite restaurants in Austin. They're the best. So just give them a call, 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. Audiovisual consultations, avconsultations.com. Zay, the game is one of those where you're looking at all the matchups. We talked about some of it with John. We talked about some of it with Griff. The fact that they've got some questions in their secondary. We know that Texas is going to have to make plays in the passing game with Quinn Ewers. And in some ways, Quinn Ewers has to do more than Jalen Milroe, because Milroe can get it done with his legs and his arm. I don't expect Jalen Milroe to throw the ball more than 18, 19 times. That's been his formula for success. And Quinn Ewers is probably going to throw it 30 plus times tomorrow. And that's a lot on Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, it is. And Sark, they're going to have to establish some type of run game. That's why, going back to the Rice game, you're a little bit nervous if you're a Texas fan, because that O-line, they just didn't look like a team that had all their starters coming back. I know DJ Campbell, this is his first year officially starting, and thank goodness Cole Hudson will be available for this game on Saturday. But yeah, number 5 ain't here no more. Number 2 ain't here no more, which number 2 changed his NFL number from 30 to 23. So if you got that 30 Roshan jersey, that's tough on you. But those guys are gone. They're in the National Football League. And Sark, he should have relied on them more at times last year. We talk about it all the time, from Texas Tech to Oklahoma State to TCU. All 3 games you lose, Bijan and Roshan should have got the ball way more. So the biggest question all year long is going to be, does he have confidence in CJ Baxter? Does he have confidence in Jonathan Brooks? Does he have confidence in Jaden Blue? And does he have confidence in this offensive line, whichever running back that he throws in there can get the job done and continue to run it, even if they stuff you? Like, of course, the defensive lines, they're going to be all juiced up in the first and second quarter, but when you get a little fatigued and those legs start to go a little bit in the third and fourth, can you run the football and establish your will then? Does Sark have the confidence and the patience to stick with that? Through his tenure at Texas so far, those 2 years and 1 game, haven't seen that. You've seen Quinn Ewers throw the ball and just try to air it out, and very bad incompletions on deep routes. Like, you've seen, that's what you've seen. So again, does Sark have the patience? Does he have the will to say, okay, we could beat them, running the football, and trust those running backs to get the job done? I don't know, but you're right, Chip. Quinn's going to have to make throws that we haven't seen him consistently make through his young tenure at Texas.
Yeah, I think the defense has to make a big play early in this game and put some doubt in Jalen Milroe's mind. They either have to hit him, they got to turn him over, they got to, collect some 3 and outs to start this game. They got to do something to help the offense, because I haven't seen it yet from this offense that they can carry their weight yet. And we saw in the first half against Rice, it wasn't pretty. They were kicking a lot of field goals. It wasn't, but they weren't doing their stuff. They weren't running their motions. They weren't, using the exotic personnel groupings that they have. And so that obviously Sark's going to unload that stuff early. There's no sense in saving it in that environment. You need to throw first punches. You need to get them on their heels. And so the offense has to get into a rhythm early, and the defense, I think, has to help them, because I've been in that atmosphere. I've been in Bryant-Denny. I was there for an Iron Bowl with my man Sean Adams in 2016, and it's deafening. It's impressive. And Alabama controlled that game from start to finish, and that crowd is relentless. They play great music in that stadium. It's a party. It's loud. You can't hear yourself. If you let that environment persist, it just makes your job that much harder. And if you're not having success, it starts to feel like a tidal wave coming over you. So this is, the good news for Texas is they've got dudes on defense who've been in the Texas OU game a bunch. They know what that environment's like. They're going to have to answer. I can't wait to see T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy tomorrow, because I think this is a grown man's game, and those are 2 grown men who are ready to flex, and let's see how much damage they can do. I mean, T'Vondre Sweat played 28 snaps of 51 against Rice. He had 3 quarterback pressures, 2 quarterback hits. He was in the backfield constantly. And Ethan Burke and Alfred Collins had a batted pass against Rice. So let's see who we're talking about tomorrow night as, wow, what a game from him. And I think, if you had to think, or if you're thinking right now, what's the first name that pops into your mind on defense?
For the Horns or for Alabama?
For Texas, who we'll be talking about tomorrow night?
Sweat, T'Vondre Sweat. Definitely. I mean, we talked about it, with his presser. The guy said that he had a C game. Those 28 snaps, he called himself a C, which he was the highlight of that game. Like, he's the reason why Austin Jordan got that interception, due to his pressure on JT Daniels. And yeah, you're going to have to knock Jalen Milroe down. And shout out to Jalen Milroe against Middle Tennessee, which I always have to say it's Middle Tennessee, but he got hit a few times, and that long pass to Isaiah Bond for the touchdown, that was a thing of beauty. He took a pretty good shot, and he flexed on the boys on the ground after he hit that shot. I mean, the dude's an absolute monster. I'm sure he doesn't feel hits like other quarterbacks do, but yeah, you gotta get him on the ground, and you can't miss when you get the opportunity to take him on the ground because he's so quick and elusive and just strong, and if he's gonna dare you, or if he's gonna dare the defense to just straight up, I'm a quarterback, but I want to lower my shoulder and stuff. We just had John on talking about Isaiah Bond, who definitely sent a message to Middle Tennessee when he lowered his shoulder and trucked the dude early in the game. That kind of set the tone for them, absolutely. But quarterbacks do that sometimes. I see Josh Allen for the Bills do it all the time. Like, lowering your shoulder, it's cool and all, and your offense and your whole sideline gets hype and the stadium gets hype. But man, if he's going to do that tomorrow, hopefully these linebackers, Dave Benda, Anthony Hill, Jalen Ford, these secondary players, they're ready to hit. And it'll be difficult to play man-to-man because they'll be following their man, so they might get lost once Jalen Milroe starts to run. We'll see how Pete Kwiatkowski plays this team. But, Tommy Reese loves 12 personnel. He's going to have 2 tight ends out there a lot. And, they want to run the football. So you've got to stop the run and force Jalen Milroe to throw that thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talk about motivation going into a game like this. Every guy's motivated differently. Some guys just need the whiff of a game. Some guys are going to take it a little more personal than that. And you've got some interesting Texas players for Alabama, whether it's Jace McClellan or Jalen Milroe from Katy. Jalen Milroe was committed to Texas. He's got family there.
So is Jam Miller, right? The running back?
Yeah.
The backup running back?
Yeah. He's from Texas as well. And Tyler, I think. And those guys want to get over in this game because they left Texas. They want to be able to say, I made the right decision. And I want to see if Jalen Milroe's a killer, because if he is, it's going to be a tough game for Texas. And, can you rattle him? Can you get him? Can you put enough pressure on him to where he feels the stadium shrinking and kind of closing in on him, which can happen. I think we saw it with TCU's quarterback Chandler Morris last week. Every time he got in the red zone, and he got tight, and that's what I'm really interested to see. And obviously, I want to see Quinn Ewers on this stage, hopefully for 4 quarters. I mean, I want to see if he's a killer, because we've seen flashes. We've seen flashes, and he got a lot of help last year from Bijan and Roshan, and rightfully so. Play complementary football. You don't want to be one-dimensional in this game, and there's a chance they're going to have to throw to set up the run. I mean, I'm just going to say it right now. They're absolutely going to have to throw to set up the run, and that's I think Sarkisian's fine with that, but that means Quinn's got to get into a rhythm, and those kids from Texas on the Alabama side, man, they can't wait for this game.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily, Xavier Worthy or Adonai Mitchell that has to eat, but JT Sanders, man, him and Jordan Whittington in the slot going through the middle of the field. Like, Caleb Downs, I get it. He's all world and supposed to be the next coming of Sean Taylor, but he's still a freshman. So Nick Saban, this dude's defensive schemes, they could be a little much for that age. And John, we had him on just now talking about Mika Fitzpatrick, who's one of my favorite safeties in the National Football League. Like him for Pittsburgh, he might be the best safety in the league, along with Hufanga at San Francisco, or my man that's down there in Arizona. There's a ton of safeties, but still, if he's getting Buda Baker, if he's getting those type of comparisons, like, wow, but he's a freshman. Key, how healthy are you? Like, he had a pick against Middle Tennessee State, but how healthy are you going to be coming into this game? And then those linebackers too, like, can they stick with JT Sanders and, match up with him? Are you going to get those one-on-ones, which, like you said, is going to open up the run game, but also getting the ball to JT Sanders and Jordan Whittington, it's going to open up for Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell to go crazy on the outside, because Kool-Aid McKinstry and Arnold, those guys are going to want to come in to see where the action's at. So keeping that defense on their toes, it's obviously that's very important, but man, they gotta find some way to run the football at some point of the game. They just can't rely on the pass, man, because I don't trust Quinn. If you just rely on the pass, then he throws over 40-something times a game. Like, I really don't. And, the quick hitter stuff, maybe that's all right, but Sark's going to throw that ball down the field, and Quinn's going to have to be patient to say, okay, that ain't open. Who else is? Quinn hasn't done a good job at that consistently. If he does that, then, the Horns, they should be in a good position.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to pick scabs or stir it up here, but I think back to Major Applewhite as a redshirt freshman. From the moment he got on the field, he made the right decision. Like, you never felt like, man, I don't trust him. You always felt like he was going to make the right decision. If that downfield pass wasn't open, he hit the check down and took his 4 or 5 yards. And he didn't have an all-world arm. He didn't have Quinn Ewers' arm, but he knew he could read defense, and he could put the ball where he knew he had to put it. And that's what I'm waiting for with Quinn. And he's done it. Like I said, that first half against K-State, the whole game against OU, he's feathered the ball where he's had to put it. But I don't know that we've seen it enough. And so on a stage like this, in a Coliseum like Bryant Denny, it's going to be fascinating. Zay, before I get to the chip shot, kind of talking about the full circle nature of this meeting tomorrow in Tuscaloosa, why don't you tell everyone about the fine folks at Covert?
That's right, Covert Bee Cave. Shout out to everybody who came out today for the meet and greet with Mike Griffin, even though he is a bona fide hater of your boy. It was great to have Mike on, and great to have Mike out there with Trey and BK and the rest of the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew. Me and BK will be out there tomorrow for the pregame at the beautiful place on Bee Caves, with the beautiful hill, 42 acres, state-of-the-art, just audio dealership with 7 big-time brands from Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. Covert will hook you up, and we are part of the family, so they definitely have hooked us up with a beautiful room to do these shows in. And yeah, Dan and the crew, they're just great people. So visit covertbcave.com for all the latest deals, the inventory, and stop by to see them. Shout out to all the Coverts all over the greater Austin area, and shout out to Covert Bee Cave and Covert Auto Group.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Zay, it's probably not a story that Texas fans love to remember. But this meeting in the national championship game between Alabama and Texas, that 2009 season, Mack Brown was absolutely convinced Texas was going to win that game. And there were people close to Mack who said if he wins that game and wins his second national championship, he'll ride off into the sunset, because he'd have one more national championship than his nemesis, Bob Stoops and Steve Spurrier, and one less than Darrell Royal, and that would be fine with Mack, and maybe he would take over for DeLoss Dodds as athletic director and be the king of the 40 acres until he went ashes to ashes. And then, they get into the game, and Nick Saban tries a fake punt on 4th and 23 from Alabama's own 20, and 2 minutes into the game. And Blake Gideon picks it off. Texas has first down at the Alabama 37, and Colt hits Shipley for 5. He hits Malcolm Williams for 4. Trey Newton runs for 16. And they got first down at the Alabama 11, and they run an option play to the left, and Colt tries to cut up field and takes a helmet from Marcel Darius right into the axillary nerve of his upper right arm. And he's fine, except for the fact that he can't feel his right arm. It's numb. And he comes off the field. This is at the 10:54 mark of the first quarter. And Garrett Gilbert comes in after he couldn't find his helmet to come into the game.
Never a good sign. Never a good sign.
And they weren't able to punch it in. They kicked a field goal. And then they got the ball back and they got into the red zone again. Probably should have been 14-0. But they kick another field goal. They're up 6-0. And then the wheels start to come off. And Marcel Darius ends the first half with that incredible interception of Garrett Gilbert, pick 6. Alabama's up 24-6 at halftime. Texas, people forget, Texas whittled their way back into that game. They were down 24-21 with 3 minutes and 14 seconds left in the game. They had the ball at their own 7. They picked up a first down, and then Eric Anders, who would make his name as a UFC fighter, just came in, unbelievable strip sack of Garrett Gilbert. The ball rolls back to the Texas 3-yard line, and Mark Ingram punches it in, and then they intercept Garrett Gilbert twice in the final 155 and win the game 37-21. And Mac Brown literally went out of body at that point. He just kind of couldn't get over it. And I'll never forget Dennis Dodd of CBSSports.com after the press conference. Mac's getting down, coming off the dais, and Dennis Dodd said, "Well, Mac, we'll never know," referring to if Texas would have won if Colt hadn't gotten hurt. And Mac looked at him with a death stare and said, "It wouldn't have been close," and walked off. And then, one of the coaches who ultimately got fired from Mac's staff told me a year after that they're all on the bus leaving the Rose Bowl. Coaches are all sitting in the first 4 rows of the first bus, and Mac is firing off text messages, just ripping, the coaches and saying, we'll never be in that position again without having a running game to fall back on. He's, letting Greg Davis have it. And he changes the offense, changes it. Said, we're going to go to a power running game right as Garrett Gilbert's coming in, one of the best spread passing quarterbacks in the nation. Garrett Gilbert's the reason they passed on Andrew Luck in the 2008 recruiting cycle. Didn't even, Oliver Luck told me Andrew couldn't even get a meaningful conversation at the junior day that he went to. And Andrew only wanted to go to 3 schools, Notre Dame, Texas, or Stanford. Like Alabama was breaking down the door trying to get Andrew Luck to look at them. And he's like, nope, I'm going to Notre Dame, Texas, or Stanford. And of course, Jim Harbaugh's like, are you kidding me? Yeah. But that failed, and it led to a 5-7 season. And Mac openly was complaining. I don't know how my players and assistant coaches aren't ready after they lost to Paul Rhodes and Iowa State with a young Tom Herman calling the plays. It just went downhill from there. And of course, by 2013, after 5-7, 8-4, 9-5, Tom Hicks reached out to Jimmy Sexton, Nick Saban's agent in January of 2013 with Wallace Hall, an active regent at Texas, on, sitting next to him on the speakerphone, and felt like there was interest. And Tom Hicks went to Mack Brown and said, "Hey, Mack, how you feeling about things? You still want to keep coaching?" And Mack's like, "Why are you asking me this?" And Tom Hicks said, "Because I think Nick Saban would be interested in coming here." And I know Tom Hicks was trying to be transparent and upfront with Mack. But that's like telling, Ali that Frazier's going to take over as heavyweight champ, or telling Frazier, "Hey, George Foreman's going to take over as heavyweight champ." And that just got under Mack's skin. Now, they started off that season, if you'll remember, 1-2. They went to BYU, and Taysom Hill ran all over him. Manny Diaz got fired the next day. And the next week, they lost to Ole Miss at home. They're 1-2. And I'll never forget the post-game press conference after that Ole Miss game. Mack said, "We got to win out." And no one believed it. But what people didn't know, and Mack denies this, but I believe the source who told me this because it was a high-ranking university source, it was basically a verbal agreement that Mack had to win 10 games or a share of the Big 12 title or go to a BCS bowl game to keep his job at the end of the 2013 season.
And they did them like Denzel. Remember the Titans?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man.
So Mack knew when he said, "We got to win out," Mack knew what was going on there. And then lo and behold, they're going up against number 12 OU. OU's coming to be the pallbearers and Mack Brown's coaching funeral. And Texas rises up with one of their best performances in that series of the Mack Brown era. They were the way more physical team. They, Jonathan Gray and Malcolm Brown ran for 250 yards. Texas wins 36-20. And that fuels a 6-game winning streak. And suddenly Mack's feeling good. He's 7-2. He goes on Tim Brando's show and is like, "Nick Saban's not trying to get my job. Nick's my friend." And he's doubling down. And they're playing Baylor in the final game of the regular season for a chance to win a share of the Big 12 title. And I remember talking to my high-ranking university source who said, if Mack wins this game, he's staying. And it was tied 3-3 at halftime. I'll never forget, it was the coldest game I've covered in the state of Texas. It was basically an ice storm. And Baylor deferred. So they took the ball in the second half, and Mack gave them the wind in the third quarter instead of making them play into the wind. And instead Mack gave Baylor the wind and then decided Texas will have the wind in the fourth quarter. Well, by then it was too late. It went from 3-3 to 20-3 Baylor, and Baylor ended up winning 30-10. And that was it. And I remember it was an eerie post game because you could see Mack was just seething. And I write about this in my story today at horns247.com. According to multiple sources, Mack and Steve Patterson, the athletic director, were flying to New York the day after the Baylor game. And Patterson was supposed to talk to Mack about transitioning out of coaching into an emeritus role in the athletic department. And by the time they landed in New York, Mack had convinced Patterson he was still the right guy, and that if they hired Nick Saban, Patterson wouldn't be the athletic director anymore. Nick Saban would. And so they came up with a scheme, a plan to kind of foil the attempt by a group of obviously very powerful donors, including Tom Hicks, who wanted to try to bring in Nick Saban. And the plan involved Mac going to Florida from New York because he's supposed to go back to Austin to meet with Powers and say, Bill Powers was the president of the university, and say, okay, I'm ready to leave coaching. Give me an emeritus role. Give me a severance package. But instead, Mac went to Florida to recruit. He went to see Dalvin Cook and try and convince Dalvin not to go to Florida State, which everyone thought was hilarious because there's no way Dalvin Cook wasn't going to Florida State. But I was told by a high-ranking university official, yeah, Mac will be stepping down by the end of the week. So I reported that on Tuesday of that week. Well, Mac immediately responded by saying, if I'm stepping down, why am I out here recruiting my butt off? And I was like, oh, here we go. And so the Thursday of that week, Bill Powers was fighting for his job because Governor Perry was at odds with Powers over higher education. Perry kept putting appointments on the UT Regents Board who were fighting against Powers. And Powers had to fight through a 5.5-hour vote of confidence meeting. He survived. He got the vote of confidence on Thursday. Friday's the football banquet, the Game of Thrones red football banquet. Before that was the meeting with Mac and Bill Powers. If you'll remember, Mac had Joe Jamail as his agent. Joe Jamail, one of the best trial attorneys in the history of the state, won the Pennzoil case. It was a $2 billion settlement. It made Jamail an instant millionaire as a young lawyer. I'm told Joe Jamail, Steve Patterson, Mac Brown, and Sally Brown, who went to Cal.
Sally.
Miss Sally, she's the hero of the Mac Brown coaching career. And Bill Powers loved Sally. So they go in for the meeting. Jamail says, well, Bill, if you fire Mac and you hire Nick Saban, I'm going to file a tortious interference lawsuit against the UT Regents. But that's all I got. Y'all go ahead with your meeting. And Bill Powers, apparently, who RIP Bill Powers. Yeah, right here. He passed away a couple years ago. Powers said, well, Mac, I thought you wanted to, get out of coaching. And Mac's like, no, I'm good. Steve, what do you think? Steve's like, yeah, I'm good with Mac staying on as coach. And so they leave that meeting with no resolution. They go to the football banquet, and Steve Patterson, meanwhile, Nick Saban's had a contract extension for months that he has not signed, because I was told there was $25 million in off the books money for Saban and a $7 million salary. And Saban's a fixer. He likes to fix, build, move on, fix, build, move on. And he was intrigued by the idea of being the only coach ever to win national championships at 3 different schools. All the stuff about Saban's interest was real. But Saban said, I'm not coming there unless Mac is on board. I want a smooth transition. I don't want chaos. And he got chaos because that banquet, once Steve Patterson said, I'm looking forward to many more years with Mac Brown, that's when Saban signed his extension to Alabama. It was leaked to Kirk Herbstreit right in the middle of the Texas football banquet, to the point where there were murmurs, loud murmurs from table to table once the news hit that Saban had signed his extension at Alabama. And the next morning, there were 17 kids who were on their official visit to Texas in that 2014 recruiting class, including John Bonney, who later talked about it. was crazy because at breakfast, Steve Patterson announces that Mac Brown's going to be the head coach. And so they all go off and do their thing, go to practice, everything. Well, the big money guys who had wanted to talk to Saban were like, no, that was not the deal. We had a verbal agreement. Mac didn't hit it. If he isn't fired, we're pulling all of our money out of the university, including the millions in our will. And Bill Powers calls Patterson and says, okay, you're going to have to fire Mac. And Patterson's like, say what? And he did. I'm told Mac called Bill Powers 100 times that day, and Powers didn't pick up. And at dinner for those 17 official visitors that night, they were told by Steve Patterson, Mac Brown will not be your coach. Mac was there. And Mac said, if you're coming for me, you might want to take visits to other schools and reconsider. That didn't sit well with anybody. And so Mac steps down, but the damage was done. There was no chance to, go meet with Saban. The big money guys who didn't get Saban wanted Jimbo Fisher after that. But Steve Patterson wasn't taking anyone's calls, to the point where Red McComb said, I want John Gruden. Like, yikes. And I think that would have been a disaster. And of course, Steve Patterson offered the job to Jim Mora, who had just kind of settled in at UCLA. His wife was happy there. Mora turned it down. And then Patterson interviewed James Franklin, but opted to go with Charlie Strong because Charlie Strong was the recommendation of Jed Hughes, who was the headhunter for Korn Ferry, who Texas was using to help them in their coaching search. And Chris Bennett remembers the night, Friday the 13th, because I was right in the middle of it because I had written the story that Tuesday.
Twitter was lighting your ass up, weren't they?
Oh yeah, that Mac would be stepping down. And when it looked like Mac was staying, I'll never forget Jay Moore, the comedian who was doing a sports talk show at that time, tweeted at me, well, Chip, we're waiting. And that just brought all this hate on to me. I got death threats that night.
Oh man.
It was insane. And I'm like, all I said was Mac would be stepping down by the end of the week. We're not at the end of the week. And that's all I said. I said, I never said Saban was coming because I didn't think Steve Patterson would be able to convince Nick Saban to come. Steve Patterson couldn't convince a hungry dog to go into a meat locker full of raw meat. He was that ineffective. I mean, the only reason Texas hired Steve Patterson was to fire Mac Brown. It's like, this is the dumbest thing. You had Oliver Luck, who's the way better candidate, but and then it just collapsed from there. And that's why tomorrow's game, because you had Patterson hiring Charlie Strong, who clearly the job, it was too big for him. Plus, Charlie didn't get supported it by Patterson or anyone else. 3 straight losing seasons. Right. So he gets fired. And then Mike Perrin was the interim athletic director because Steve Patterson got fired 22 months into a 7-year deal. And Perrin hired Herman. And there were questions about Herman. And Mike Perrin from Houston, all his Houston buddies had seen Herman doing well at the University of Houston. They're like, you got to hire Herman. He was a grad coach under Mac Brown. And so there was 13 years of chaos in the leadership at Texas. And so, when you look back, everyone wants to know where's Texas been? Well, that's where Texas has been. That's why if your leadership is not aligned from the top down, then it's hard for any coach to have success. And I mean, this happened with DKR too. When DKR, like out of nowhere, decided to retire after the 1976 season, he wanted Mike Campbell, his defensive coordinator, to be the head coach. And the Regents board, which included former Texas Governor Alan Shivers and Frank Irwin, said, "No, we'll take it from here. Thanks a lot, Daryl." And they hired Fred Akers and told Fred Akers to park in Daryl's parking spot.
Damn, that's cold.
And it was
not the parking spot. Like, that's how you know it's real.
Oh yeah. And it was
especially in Austin parking.
Oh,
like, go. Yo, that's cold blooded.
Ask Xavier Worthy about that parking.
Yeah, man.
You know, you got boots on your car. You're trying to bust those boots off. But it was, yeah, it was. That's what sent Texas off into the college football wilderness. And now Texas is aligned. They've got good leadership. Jay Hartzell, Kevin Eltife, the Regents chair, Chris Del Conte, athletic director. Sarkisian's been building it the right way. And here we are. Texas getting ready to go to the SEC. They're in Tuscaloosa facing Nick Saban. But now you add in the fact that Sarkisian helped Saban win his 6th national championship at Alabama, his 7th national championship overall. And now he's at Texas. And this is all going to come together tomorrow at 6 o'clock in Bryant-Denny Stadium. And we will we'll see how far Texas has come. Could this be a circle of life moment where maybe Texas is on the ascent and maybe they get over on Alabama? We'll see. But it's been a long, hard 13 years.
Yeah, man.
Since, January 7th, 2010.
Yeah, that's a terrific chip shot, man. You threw out a lot of game just now. And yeah, there might have been some PTSD for a lot of our listeners and stuff, including the people who have hit us up on our new TSU Specs line, 512-222-9328. Hit us up there. I'll get to your questions in a bit. But yeah, Chip, you're right. There's just so many different weird connections in this game, from Sark playing against his mentor, Nick Saban, to what you just talked about when the Horns were flirting with Nick Saban to come to the 40 acres and how that ended for Mac and stuff. And yeah, like a lot has happened since then. And there's been just a lot of just defeat for Texas fans since that 2009 national championship game where Colt McCoy got knocked out. And I mean, can it turn for the better? Can this be the game like in 2009, the national championship, but for the better, to where Texas is finally a la Sam Ehlinger back? And I hope so. I hope it makes our job a lot more fun. It makes the city a lot more fun. It makes college football more fun when Texas is good and playing for national championships and making noise. I mean, the brand is just absolutely bonkers. So is Sark the guy to do it? Can he do what Charlie Strong and Tom Herman could not? Because say what you want about Tom Herman, he ain't lose a bowl game. He just, for Texas expectations, he didn't get it done. So I think with this,
and his issues were off the field.
Yeah, his issues flicking off the camera and headbutting folks and, you know, screwing guys on meals and stuff, just absolutely classless in that sense. But yeah, can Sark finally do it with this coaching staff, with all the recruiting guys you brought in, with all the transfer guys you brought in year 3? They understand how you operate. They understand how you get down. They get the moment. You finally got the guys that you wanted. Now, can you put it all together and be the high-quality team in the Alabama Crimson Tide? I think they can. We just got to see it tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, before we get to the right call, baby, the right call with Zay Collier, let me tell you about the right call. Let me tell you about Dr. Greg Eckert and Brain Vault. I mean, Dr. Eckert, Eckert Dentistry has been providing patients with the best dental care you can possibly find in Austin. general dentistry, cosmetic dentistry, advanced dentistry, sports dentistry. They can do it all, and they want to give you the smile that's worth smiling about. All you got to do is give them a call at 512-345-3166 or check them out at dreckert.com, and it's Dr. UECKERT.com. Dr. Eckert is your Austin dentist, and Dr. U is doing some awesome work with Brain Vault, a revolutionary and patented mouth guard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. So if you're associated with an Austin area football team, a youth coach, a parent, grandparent, and you want to make sure your players are as safe as possible, check out brainvault.com and schedule a fitting. So my esteemed cohort, Zay Collier, his commentary is called The Right Call. Zay?
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's get it. NFL starts Sunday. Well, it started yesterday, but the full week schedule is basically on Sunday. And the two Texas teams, they got some pretty big games. The Texans go out to Baltimore, and the Cowboys got the Giants. And we had Houston legendary analyst and John McClain say the Baltimore Ravens are the team that's going to win the Super Bowl, which yo, John, I feel you, but man, that will be crazy if Harbaugh could do it with Lamar Jackson being there and getting paid and stuff. But the Texans, we're going to get to see CJ Stroud. We're going to get to see Will Anderson. Are they better than they were last year? How long will it take CJ Stroud to get going, or if he is even going to get going in his rookie season? We know how hard it is coming from college football to the NFL. Doesn't matter who you are. How do you like the Texans in this one, Chip?
You know, the Texans to me are fascinating. This is a year where you just want to see the roots starting to grab hold in the ground. And, you know, D'Amico Ryans, love this guy's energy, love what he brings, because it seemed like for a minute the Texans ownership group, the McNair family, it was like shoot, ready, aim. You didn't know who was running things. You didn't know what they were looking at in their coaching hires, like Lovie Smith, great coach, took his team to a Super Bowl in Chicago, but had sort of been out of the circulation in the NFL for a minute. And then, you know, it just seemed like, what are the Texans doing here? Well, I think they got it right with D'Amico Ryans. I love what they did in this draft with CJ Stroud, Will Anderson. And now you want to see them get traction. It may not get them, you know, all the way. It's kind of like my Lions with Dan Campbell. Like it was ugly and choppy, but you saw signs it was coming. That's what I want to see with the Texans this season. And listen, I love Dameon Pierce. Like, love him. I mean, he is an angry runner, and he is fun to watch. And thank God I took him in my rookie dynasty draft a year ago, because that is paying nice dividends. So I like the Texans, and I want to see them, you know, get traction this year and start to look like a team on the rise, Zay. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, they got absolutely screwed with the Deshaun Watson situation. I mean, you think you have your quarterback for the next 15 years, and that dude just has them whole massage crap that went on, just absolutely bogus. So, yeah, they definitely had to go.
There was a lot going on there. The attorney, Tony Busby, the attorney in that case, who rounded up all those women, hates the McNair family.
Right.
And I'm not saying that nothing happened, but I'm also not saying that those women were running, looking for a lawyer. He went looking. He heard about it. He went and rounded up those women. So, and anyway, I'm not going to.
Yeah. No,
Not gonna take
that's a good point. Like, again, that just kind of goes to the Texans and what they've had to deal with everything. Like, JJ Watt's been gone for a while. He never had a defender like that since. And this defense, they could be really good. I mean, Derek Stingley. Last year, I know they're kind of hurt that they didn't get a Tyreek Woodland or a Sauce Gardner in that draft, but Stingley, he still has a lot of upside. And if he could stay on that field, then maybe he could show us, why he was selected number 3 in 2022 coming out of LSU. Jalen Petrie, we talked about him on this show. That guy coming out of Baylor, he's already one of the top safeties in the league, just a hard-nosed, tough, old-school type safety. And then Will Anderson, can he do what, maybe JJ Watt did? Because him being so highly touted coming out of Alabama, we saw him last year at DKR. Like, that guy is a game changer. So defense, I think that's what they're going to have to hang their hat on. Offense, I love Dameon Pierce too. I think John Mechie coming back, I think that's going to be huge for him. They also got Robert Woods, Nathaniel Dell is all right. So they got a couple of good guys. Dalton Schultz, we'll see what he could do. We know him and Dak were solid there for Dallas, so I think that's definitely going to help CJ Stroud. But you always hear about these Ohio State quarterbacks with Justin Fields. He's kind of changing the narrative, but once they get to the National Football League, it just never pans out. I don't know what it is. As big of a blue blood as Ohio State is, to have all of those quarterbacks go to the National Football League and not make it, it's very weird. But CJ Stroud, can he be that? And all the weird talk that you heard going into the draft, like who are they going to select? Anthony Richardson, Levis. We knew the Carolina Panthers most likely were going to take Bryce Young, but they were definitely for sure that they were going to get CJ Stroud, and they believe in him. So, they compare him to Dak. I don't know if it's just because they're light skinned or something. I don't know what that means, Chip. Whatever. Like, I don't know why they do that. Like, if he could throw, he could throw. And I think CJ Stroud is a solid quarterback. Hey, he really showed us something last year in the college football playoff with what he did against that super duper Georgia defense. So I think he has it in him, but at the end of the day, it's an NFL. You need weapons around you as a quarterback. And am I picking the Texans to win the AFC South? Probably not. It's probably the Jags to lose. And then, the Titans are going to be fighting a little bit too. But yeah, I think they're doing the right things. And you're right. They finally are. Everybody's gotten on board in that front office, Bill O'Brien, that whole situation. They gave him way too many responsibilities when he was there. And so, yeah, I like the Texans, but maybe not this year. Can I see them winning 6 games? That's probably the most for me, but I think Texans fans, even though they probably won't make the playoffs, I think they'll be pleased to see, okay, we got a lot of young guys who are on the up and up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what you want to see. And you just hope that the offensive coaching for the Texans is in line with how, that they're, that they can grow CJ Stroud, because so much of it is the coaching and the ability of those coaches you have to face teams twice in your division, and you've got to constantly keep coming up with new wrinkles. It is a much harder job. Anyone who's watched Quarterback, the Netflix documentary, knows how much these guys have to digest once they get the game plan on Monday. Really, the Tuesday's the day off for NFL players, but come Wednesday, the quarterbacks have to have everything down. They have to have every call, everything, completely like versed and memorized and digested, know exactly what they're trying to achieve concept wise. It's a lot. And if you have really good coaching, it helps a young quarterback to, sort of accelerate through that process. If you have a coach who doesn't know what he's doing and he's maybe letting that nervous energy trickle over to the quarterback, it can doom the quarterback. If the quarterback's having to succeed in spite of the coaching, which we see that's happened a lot too. But you just have to have so much kind of working in the right direction for the young quarterbacks these days, and makes you appreciate guys like Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. And I just never forget, went to see Joe Burrow in 2018 against Mississippi State in Baton Rouge. Ho-hum game, nothing. His season that year was a lot like Sam Ehlinger's junior year. It was nice, but it wasn't anything you'd go wow. And then they brought in Joe Brady, and Joe Burrow sets all the records, and it helped to have Jamar Chase and
Justin Jefferson,
and Moss and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But the coaching, Joe Brady came in, it all made sense to Joe Burrow, and boom, they dominated college football that year. Although Texas had them. Texas had a chance, man.
Yeah, definitely.
17.
Yeah, and D'Amico Ryans, he brought over Bobby Slowick from San Francisco, who was there for 6 years and dealt with the whole Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Jimmy Garoppolo situation. So, yeah, I think he could get it done. I think him and Shanahan, they had good chemistry over in San Fran. If they could implement that to what the Texans are going to do, then, hey, we'll see. You're right, man. Me being a coach's son, trust me, I know about some coaching. Like, you got to have it. You got to have the best players in the world, and if you don't have that guy that's on the same page as the best player, then you could look very mediocre very fast. So, hey, Chip, we talked about last night with the Lions-Chiefs game. Yeah, they didn't have Chris Jones. Yeah, they didn't have Travis Kelce, but offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, where's he at now? Washington. So that's the first game that Patrick Mahomes has ever played without him. And again, Patrick Mahomes, nothing was his fault last night. He was still putting in the breadbasket, putting it on the money right between the numbers, but those guys were having drops. So again, as the season continues, will that affect those guys? I talk about it with the Eagles, them losing Shane Steichen to the Indianapolis Colts, them losing Jonathan Gannon to the Arizona Cardinals, both offense and defensive coordinators in 2022, the year they went to the Super Bowl. Is that going to affect them? I don't know, but yeah, with so much change in college and the NFL, like, coaching matters. And again, if you don't have that right philosophy that matches the players that you have, then you could easily get got.
Yeah. Yeah. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel. We have so much in store for you all. We're just getting started. We're growing daily, and we've got all of these great sponsors here that you see on your screen. From All Stat Beer, Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment, Olipop and Last Stand Hats, and Relax the Back, 7-Eleven, Centex Tickets, Woods. Taking care of you on the air conditioning front. And so, as we like to say, tell your friends and enemies. All right, Zay, it is time for us to get into our predictions for tomorrow at 6:00. Keys to the game. Give me your thoughts, my friend.
Yeah, I think it's going to be closer than what people think. I think both defenses, they're going to be able to control the game, and which offense makes the more plays is going to be able to win it, because both offenses, they have question marks surrounded around them. You've got Jalen Milroe on the Alabama side, hasn't had many starts. They're still trying to figure out, where he's at with Tommy Reese's system. He was on the starting depth chart against Middle Tennessee, along with Ty Simpson and Tyler Buckner. So he's still on a short leash, and how will he be affected in his first, real big game at Brian Downey? And then Quinn Ewers on the other side, still, we've seen kind of every aspect of Quinn Ewers thus far. We've seen the good one where he was just on the money, 49-0 against Oklahoma, throwing over 300 yards against Washington in the Alamo Bowl. And then we've seen Quinn Ewers really struggle. So it's, we just talked about coaching. A lot's on Steve Sarkisian and the coaching staff to put them in the right situations to be successful at taking what this Nick Saban defense gives you and applying that running game and trying to stick with it, even if they might stop you a couple of times. So my final prediction in this game, it's gonna be like what we saw last year, the 2019 one. I don't expect either team getting over 25. Whichever team gets over 25, dub. It's a dub for them. So I'm going to go 24-21. Sorry, Texas fans. Crimson Tide.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And that's you're right on the money with kind of where I'm coming from. I look at this game. I think that, like I've said all week, I think the Texas defense keeps Texas in this game no matter what. And they might even need to come up with a big play early to shake up Jalen Milroe and put some doubt in his mind. If it's a pick six or a strip sack or something to just slow him down and put him on a track to struggle, even if it's just for a little while. That might be the traction that Texas needs to get a lead, whether it's 3-0, 10-0, and that could get them through the first half. I fully expect if Texas is leading at halftime for Alabama to answer. And then we're in as Nick Saban said last night on his coaches, so we're in a street fight. And I think it could come down to another last minute field goal. It would be with this commercial running with Bert Auburn and Will Reichert, the kickers, this Goldman Sachs commercial running in the during the game. Keep an eye out for it. How ironic would it be if it's Bert Auburn who delivers the game-winning kick this year after Will Reichert delivered the game-winning kick after Bert Auburn's incredible 49-yard kick with 1:29 left to give Texas a 19-17 lead, only for Reichert to kick the game winner after Bryce Young's heroics down the field. And like I said, Barry Switzer always told me in games like this, the team with the best quarterback wins. That should be Quinn Ewers, but we don't know. And Jalen Milroe, we don't know if he's a killer or not. And if he shows up and it turns out he's a killer, then it could be a real tough day for Texas tomorrow night. I think it is going to come down to the end. I'm going to give Texas the benefit of the doubt, the Texas defense the benefit of the doubt. A.D. Mitchell's my X factor. And I think with the attention that Xavier Worthy's going to command, the attention JT Sanders is probably going to command, A.D. Mitchell's probably going to be in single coverage, and Quinn Ewers has to get him the ball and let A.D. Mitchell win those 50-50 balls and make a play. I mean, remember, A.D. Mitchell caught the go-ahead touchdown in the national championship game 2 years ago against Alabama over Kyrie Jackson. And he's done this before. He's been on this stage. Now it was a neutral site, but he shouldn't be daunted by this. So I said Texas 24, Alabama 23 with Bert Auburn getting that last second field goal. So we'll be back Monday to talk about it. That's for sure.
Yeah, check us out in the pregame tomorrow. Me and Brad Kellner will have you held down at Covert BK from 3:30 to 5:30. Give y'all a little bit of time to, just digest everything. And then we'll definitely have a post game after the show. But yeah, Chip, looking forward to it, man. I've been waiting for this game for a very long time, and it's almost here. And yeah, glad you're up there representing Texas Sports Unfiltered for the boys. And yeah, it's big time. Y'all be safe up there.
Yeah, and Jay Ward, yes, it's part of the job. So it is free. But and our man Joe K says Texas kicks a field goal to win 23-20 in the last minute of the game. All right, kids. Hey, appreciate everybody. Tell your friends and enemies, and make sure they're all subscribed to the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel, and download the Texas Sports Unfiltered app so that you can take us with you wherever you go. For you old people like me, download the app and hit play on your phone and leave it there all day long, and put a USB cord in your car, connect it to your phone. Then it's coming through just like you're listening to us in crystal clear stereo, better than any radio signal you've ever heard. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to Michael Griffin for jumping on with us. Thanks to John Talty from Bama247.com. Everybody stay safe, keep the faith, and we'll be back. Well, you'll be with Zay tomorrow. So keep it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Have a great weekend.
Y'all be cool.